The Celtic Prophecy, Sam Reilly, Book 38. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Chapter 1. The Castle of Mysterious Flame, Nagano, Japan, present day. The castle loomed in silence above the dark ridgeline of Nagano. It had been carved into the mountains like a secret never meant to be found. Its blackened timbers were scorched in places from the final fight, the smell of burning lacquer and spent gunpowder lingering in the air. Smoke curled faintly from a distant hallway. Rain tapped gently across the tiled roofs, seeping through broken panels and cracked eaves. Sam moved through the wide central corridor of the upper level, stepping over a fallen banner soaked in blood. The castle was ancient, but engineered with the uncanny abilities of craftsmen centuries dead. Its angled hallways and interlocking floorboards absorbed sound, as if the place itself had been built for stealth and war. Sliding doors hung crooked on their tracks. Sword marks scarred the wooden beams. Blood painted the walls in wide arcs where Renjiro Tokuda's final guards had fallen. It had been a bloody fight. But he survived. Sam glanced around the silent, vaulted chamber of the ancient Japanese castle, where moments earlier the sounds of swords, gunfire, and dying men had filled the ancient halls. Now there was only stillness. The air was thick with the sharp metallic tang of blood, so strong it left a bitter taste on his tongue. The stone walls around him, centuries old, bore the fresh marks of violence, splashes of red where tradition had met death. He glanced down at the broken body of Renjiro, the self-proclaimed shogun, lying motionless near the foot of the dais. The once proud warlord's ornate armor was smeared with blood, both his own and others. Around him were the scattered corpses of his elite samurai warriors, men who had sworn loyalty unto death, and who had delivered on that oath. Their stillness was absolute. The carnage was recent, but already the chill of death had begun to settle over the room like a shroud. Sam turned his ocean-blue eyes away from the dead and looked to the living and asked, "Anyone want to take a guess how long I have to live?" Tom stood off to the side, his massive tetsubo, the ancient Japanese spiked club, leaning against his leg, his lips pressed tightly together. There was nothing he could say, and he knew it. Pax looked at Sam with the quiet understanding of someone who had witnessed enough death to know when he was staring it in its face. His appearance carried the subtle resignation of a man who saw the truth and accepted it, but whose manners and good grace held him back from stating the obvious. Amira, though, looked at Sam with something different. Her brown eyes were wide, her face alert, searching his with something like hope, though perhaps it was denial trying to dress itself in optimism. He didn't know. She opened her mouth, but then closed it again, as if her voice might betray her. Only Hu met his gaze directly. The 76th generation Yusha, the Chinese equivalent of a knight-errant, who had dedicated his life to protecting the mausoleum of the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, and near-mythical weapon known as Dragon's Breath buried with him, seemed to almost greet death with optimism. He spread his hands and said, "Memento mori." Sam raised an eyebrow. He knew the words, Latin for remember, you must die. He paused, then laughed, a dry, real laugh. Sam's lips curved upward in a genuine smile. Leave it to you, Who, to quote Socrates at a time like this. Who shrugged, unbothered. It wasn't meant to be morbid. The great Stoic philosophers, Seneca, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, they all believed in reflecting on death to live a better life. Seneca said to live each day as if it were your last. Marcus wrote that mortality should guide our every action. Sam lifted a hand to stop him. No, I get the concept, he said, his voice quieter now, the edge of humor already fading. But I think of all of us, I'm on a more specific timeline. Perhaps you are right, Hu agreed, his white teeth on full display in a resigned grin. Sam looked around the blood-soaked chamber again, the smell of death thick in his nose. After being kidnapped and forced to fight with traditional Japanese katanas in nearby Matsumoto Castle, he had taken the shield of Hercules. It came from the needle-like claws of a Nemean lion, something he would have said was no more than the imaginations of Greek mythology, until recently. Something about the claw caused a virus to spread in the human body, which changes the molecular structure of one's skin, making it stronger than diamond, and therefore impervious to traditional weapons such as blades and arrows. The unfortunate side effect being that it also altered the permeability of the bowel, making it impossible for him to receive nutrition. If he hadn't taken the shield of Hercules, he would have died in that arena and never seen his wife, Amira, his stepdaughter, Matilda, or his unborn children. When all was said, he was happy with his decision. But the fact remained, all who are infected with the shield of Hercules are cursed to die of starvation. He drew a breath and sighed. Listen, I want to know how long I can live without food. Tom frowned. Without water, you're not going to last very long at all. 7 days if you basically hibernate with sleep, and under 3 if you're planning on still moving. No, Sam licked his lips. I can drink water. Really? Tom asked. I thought the shield of Hercules made your skin impervious to everything. That's why those who use it end up dying of starvation. Yeah, but not dehydration. My body can still absorb water. How does that work? Hu asked, his expression full of curiosity, as though the science of it was the most interesting thing he'd heard all day. Sam spread his hands. Beats me, I'm not a doctor, but I think it has something to do with its molecular size. Tom said, You think the molecular structure of water is smaller than the liquid of nutrients left over after your stomach churns everything you eat into, well, whatever it turns it into? I do, Sam said. It's basic chemistry. Really? Tom asked. Sam said, Water is made up of 3 atoms, as you know, 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen, whereas glucose has 24 atoms in total. That's 6 carbon, 12 hydrogen, and 6 oxygen. The basic building block of water is small enough to get through, but not glucose. Tom grinned. Hey, I'm impressed with what you can remember from high school chemistry class. Honestly, Sam admitted, I may have Googled it. Tom nodded. Okay, that's a good start. It's better than what I was expecting. So the question goes back to, how long can someone live without food? I can answer that, Pack said. Sam said, Go on. I was once trapped in the Caribbean Sea, left for dead and floating for nearly 3 days, waiting to die. It got me thinking, and it all comes down to the rule of 3s. Sorry, the rule of 3s? Sam asked. The rule of 3s is also known as the 3-3-3-3 rule of survivability. Pax glanced at everyone's face to see if that triggered any sort of familiarity. It didn't. Okay, it was a primitive rule designed to help rescuers determine the priorities during a disaster, designed to save the most lives. It looked at timelines for each way in which someone might die, and then allowed the rescuers to focus their search in areas that might be most likely to succeed in preventing deaths at each stage. Okay, Sam said. Pax paused and said, "It went like this. The average person could survive 3 minutes without air, 3 hours without shelter in extreme exposure, 3 days without water, and 3 weeks without food." 3 weeks, Tom said. "It's not nothing, but it's still a pretty tight schedule to find a Nemean cub and get that antidote for the Shield of Hercules virus." Amira said, "How exact is the rule of threes science?" "Not very much at all," Pax agreed. "It was designed as a useful compass, more as a way for rescuers to focus their energy in directions that had the chance of saving lives. No point expending huge amounts of resources searching a specific area if that area, by nature of its extreme heat or cold, would unequivocally have killed the person already. Better to spend that time and effort in another region, somewhere that might still offer the hope of finding the person alive." Amira pressed on. "What's the longest anyone's ever survived without food?" "There are some who have beaten the odds and survived the impossible," Pax said. "And let's face it, Sam is definitely one of those people we all know who is capable of stepping outside the bell curve. If nothing else, he tends to be lucky. So I think it's fairly safe to say he'll beat 3 weeks." "How long?" Amira asked once more. "There was Andreas Mihavich, the Austrian kid locked in a cell and forgotten in 1979. He survived for 18 days without water." Pax folded his arms across his chest. "At least you have water, Sam. There have been castaways who have lasted 40 days without food, with one specific case in the 1970s where a shipwreck survivor drifted across the Pacific for 68 days without food and washed up on some exotic island where tourists brought him food and water." Amira asked, "What about some sort of medical intervention?" "Such as?" Sam asked, his eyes hopeful. "They can insert an intravenous cannula and feed you via TPN." "What's that?" Tom asked. "I looked it up earlier." Amira's voice matched his for hopefulness. "It's short for total parenteral nutrition feeding. It basically delivers complete nutrition directly into the bloodstream via an IV, bypassing the digestive system used when the gut can't absorb nutrients from food. It provides essential proteins, carbs, fats, vitamins, and minerals through a sterile solution, often through a central vein." Sam drew a breath. "Sounds great." "If it worked," Pax said. Sam's eyebrows furrowed. "You're not hopeful?" "Not unless everything you've told me about this Shield of Hercules has been wrong." Pax spread his hands. "Sorry, but that's the truth." Sam frowned. "Go on, why not?" "It would require an intravenous cannula to be inserted, right?" Pax's gaze turned to Amira for confirmation. "Right," she admitted. "Which is impossible because Sam's skin can't even be penetrated by diamond currently. With this unique viral load, his skin is impermeable, meaning no amount of finely tipped stainless steel intravenous needles are going to penetrate his skin." "You're right," Sam admitted. "That rules out the medical route of extending my life." "Okay," Amira agreed. "Then that just brings us back to only one solution." Sam grinned. "All right. I've always gotten lucky. So let's aim for the high side of the equation. Say I've got 40 useful days to live." Tom said, "That's 40 usable days. You might have another 10 or even 20 in a bed-bound, semi-conscious vegetative state. Sam smiled. Well, that's something to look forward to, isn't it? 40 days will be enough, Amira said, her left hand over her belly where one of her twins insisted on kicking her repeatedly. Enough for what? Hu asked. Sam grinned. For us to find the Lion's Kingdom. Chapter 2. They said making a decision was the hardest part. Of course, whoever the proverbial they were didn't have to find a mythical animal that had last been seen by the Greek demigod Hercules. Sam said, Okay, let's do this in order. Tom nodded. We're here. Where do you want to begin? I've missed a bit while I was trapped in Matsumoto Castle. I believe Elise has been trying to find out everything she can about Renjiro Tokuda and his history with the Celtic Prophecy. Sam looked at Tom. What do we know so far? So the convict Shane Roberts, Tom said, with a samurai named Tokuda Katsuyori, found the Oblatio Leonis on the wreck of an ancient Celtic treasure ship back in 1830. He married Tokuda's daughter, and together they started a shogunate of their own. Something in that treasure made him understand what the Celtic offering really was, and he decided to hide it for someone worthy of its power. Right, Amira said behind him. He left a map for the future, for the Shogun Ghost. Sam looked at the piece again. Kuroe said this was the last section. Renjiro had the other 3 pieces. To complete the map, we'll need those. Amira stepped beside him. So where are the other 3 parts? This is Renjiro's castle, Sam said. He must have hidden them here. Amira nodded. Okay, so let's find them. Tom, Hu, Pax, Amira, and Sam spread out into the depths of the structure, searching for the 3 missing treasure maps. The castle's layout was deliberately confusing, designed to disorient intruders. Narrow staircases twisted between levels, hallways looped back in odd angles, rooms within rooms folded into the walls. There was no consistent symmetry, but Sam had learned long ago that irregularity could hide patterns, too. They searched in silence, each moving with trained caution. Pax slid through a row of empty storage rooms, checking panels for hidden locks. Hu lifted loose floorboards and scanned for pressure traps. Tom moved from window to window, keeping watch, rifle still slung but ready. Amira's gaze moved across the woodwork like she was reading it. Sam ran his fingers along a load-bearing beam near a corner chamber at the back of the keep. The lacquered wood was discolored in one spot, too clean. The seam was barely visible. He pressed his palm to it. The wall gave slightly. Here, he said. Hu moved in beside him and examined the edge. There was a false wall. Sam stepped back as Hu jammed the blunt edge of his tanto between the wood and the frame. With a sharp snap, the panel shifted open, revealing a narrow stone alcove. Inside sat a small iron-bound chest. The steel had rusted slightly at the edges, but the seal was intact. The Tokuda clan symbol, 2 lions flanking a single downward-pointing sword, had been etched into the lid and filled with gold leaf, now dulled with age. Amira brushed off dust. This is it. Sam knelt and popped the hinges with a short pry from his knife handle. The lid opened with a metallic groan. Inside, there were 3 oilskin-wrapped packets. He removed them carefully, then laid them side by side on the polished floor. Sam unfolded the first, Renjiro's original. Symbols aligned. Mountains stretched across the parchment in soft, water-worn lines. The second joined it. A coastline appeared. Then markers drawn in both Japanese kanji and Gaelic script. The third formed a curve, an arc that wrapped the whole together. Finally, Sam laid the fourth and final piece into place. The map was complete. 4 quarters joined into a single whole, forming the location Shane Roberts had hidden nearly 2 centuries ago. In the center of the map, outlined in ochre ink, was a landmass that no modern atlas recognized. At the heart of it, the name stood etched in Celtic runes. Tir na Leon Termishka, the land of the forbidden lions, and beneath it, written in faint Latin, Oblatio Leonis, the lion's offering. The map led to the hidden Celtic treasure. If he could find that, there was something inside the treasure that Sam felt certain would guide him to the lion's kingdom. It was one hell of a long shot, but it was all he had. And now, at the very least, he had a map to where the Celtic treasure was hidden. He was on his way. He allowed himself to stare at the map a few moments longer, letting the weight of it settle into his mind. Whatever this place was, wherever it lay hidden, it had driven men to obsession, secrecy, and sacrifice across centuries. "Okay," he said, "this is it. This is our key to the Celtic treasure." The hum of rotor blades interrupted him. At first it was barely audible. Then the vibration grew into a full-body thrum, shaking the windows in their frames. Tom turned from a narrow, slitted window. His eyes locked on Sam. "This treasure hunt may have to wait," Tom said. "We've got company." Chapter 3. "Up to the roof," Sam said. "We'll take Renjiro's helicopter." Tom, Pax, Amira, and Hu all moved quickly, climbing the stairs 2 to 3 steps at a time. Sam burst through the final steel door and onto the roof, the wind hitting him like a wall of ice. Beyond the low stone parapet, the snow-covered ridgelines of Mount Hotakadaki stretched into the night, jagged, ancient, merciless. Moonlight caught the peaks, turning them silver, as if mountains themselves were watching. Renjiro's helicopter squatted near the center of the roof like a coiled predator. It was a Kawasaki OH-1 Ninja, compact and angular, built for reconnaissance and precision rather than transport. The fuselage was matte black, its faceted surfaces designed to scatter radar and light alike. A bulbous sensor turret sat beneath the nose, glassy and unblinking, while short stub wings flanked the body, their hard points stripped bare. The cockpit canopy was narrow and steeply raked, revealing 2 seats in tandem, pilot in front, observer directly behind. The wheels were light, skeletal, barely enough to suggest stability. This was a machine meant to slip through valleys and strike fast, not carry survivors. Sam took it in with a single glance and already knew the answer. Pax reached the same conclusion a second later. He frowned, eyeing the cockpit, then the rest of them. "That might be a bit tight for the 5 of us." "Agreed," Sam said flatly. Maybe Tom could fly it and at least get Amira off the castle. Then he, Hu, and Pax could fight them all to the death? The wind tugged at his coat as he scanned the perimeter, already calculating escape routes, angles of approach, everything Renjiro would have planned. He was about to tell Amira his plan when she met his gaze and said wistfully, "I have a better idea." Sam followed her gaze. "What are you thinking?" Out of the darkness, lights bloomed, white and red cutting through the snow-filled air. Rotor noise followed a heartbeat later, deep and powerful, nothing like the high-pitched whine of the OH-1 Ninja sitting on the roof. Sam recognized the helicopter. It was a Subaru Bell 412 EPX, and it was coming in fast and low, its four-bladed main rotor chewing through the thin mountain air with brute confidence. The helicopter was larger, heavier, painted in dark operational gray, its wide cabin unmistakable even at distance. Twin engines roared in sync, the aircraft holding steady despite the gushing wind rolling off the peaks. A grim smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Why don't we take that one instead?" Chapter 4. Masaru Tokuda was feeling incredible. His family were about to join all four parts of the ancient map together and finally regain control of the Celtic treasure. He imagined the power that such wealth would bring. Masaru leaned back in the passenger seat of the Subaru Bell 412 EPX, the hum of the twin engines thrumming deep in his chest like a second heartbeat. The cabin smelled faintly of oil and warmed metal, the scent oddly comforting. He wore a dark wool coat over a tailored tactical uniform, sharp lines, every detail immaculate. A silk scarf rested at his collar, a quiet indulgence in contrast to the military precision around him. Outside the reinforced glass, the world unfolded in brilliant white. The snow-covered ridgelines of Mount Hotakadaki stretched across the horizon, jagged teeth piercing low clouds. Below, nestled like a scar in the mountainside, stood Enmyojo, the castle of mysterious flame. Masaru's eyes narrowed as the castle came into full view. The familiar sprawl of dark stone, steep tiled rooftops, and ancient towers blanketed in clean, fresh snow. It was beautiful, untouchable. His brother's castle. For now. But one day it would all be his. Masaru's eyes spotted his brother's helicopter on the roof of the castle. The Kawasaki OH-1 Ninja, sleek, black, unmistakable, was crouched like a raptor on the eastern helipad, its angular body haloed in frost, its rotor blades locked tight by the cold. Renjiro was already there, waiting for him to share this incredible victory. Masaru allowed himself a smile, not of warmth, but of satisfaction. They were close, so close. Renjiro had nearly secured all four pieces of the shogun's ghost's buried Celtic treasure, scattered across centuries and continents like the bones of some ancient god. Masaru had done his part, deals brokered, loose ends tied, obstacles removed with quiet finality. Soon they would be more than rich, they would be powerful, untouchably so. Together, the Tokuda brothers would reshape Japan into what it was always meant to be, sovereign, feared, ascendant. Masaru turned his gaze to the cockpit's forward canopy, his reflection faint in the glass. The castle loomed ahead, its silhouette cutting through mist and time like a blade. He sat straighter, the hum of destiny vibrating through steel and blood. Let the world sleep. The Tokuda legacy was about to wake it up. The 412 EPX settled onto the western helipad with a soft metallic groan, its skids sinking slightly into a crust of frozen snow. The rotor blades began to slow, but Masaru Tokuda was already moving. He leaped down the moment the side door opened, boots crunching on the ice-slick stone. Around him, his hand-picked mercenaries spilled out in formation, 12 men in matte black tactical gear, each one armed with a Minabia PM-9 submachine gun, muzzle suppressors, laser sights, Compact power, Japanese weapons for a Japanese cause. Masaru didn't speak. He didn't need to. They moved as one. He led them through the side entrance of the keep, stepping over a fallen wooden door blown inward by force. The hall beyond was dark, lit only by the flickering remnants of torches. The air reeked of blood, smoke, and the dying embers of something ancient. Rage, perhaps, or ruin. Then they saw it. Bodies. Everywhere. Renjiro's samurai guards, elite and loyal to the end, lay scattered across the black stone floor. Some were still clutching weapons, others had been taken by surprise, throats opened, armor torn, guns half raised. The walls bore the scars of a siege, but not a long one. This had been fast, surgical, brutal. At the far end of the chamber, beneath the Tokuda family crest, lay Renjiro, face pale, chest still, blood pooling in the cracks of the ancient stone floor. Masaru froze. For a heartbeat he couldn't move, couldn't think. The world narrowed to a single point, his brother's lifeless body. Then the heat surged up inside him, volcanic and immediate. "Who did this?" he growled, but no one answered. No one needed to. He spun on the mercenaries, his voice a blade. "Find them!" The soldiers scattered instantly, boots pounding through the corridors in search patterns. Masaru remained, his breath fogging in the cold air as he stared at his brother's ruined legacy. Then a sound. Muffled, familiar. Engines. Rotors. Starting up. Masaru's head snapped toward the ceiling. The helicopter. His Subaru Bell 412 EPX was being powered up again, ready to fly. Masaru yelled, "Everyone on the roof now!" Chapter 5. Sam crouched low behind the stone lip of the stairwell, the metallic scent of blood still thick in the air. The clash of weapons and heavy boots echoed below as fresh enemy warriors poured into the lower levels of Enmyojo. They moved fast, disciplined, alert, like they knew exactly what they were here to clean up. Sam's eyes flicked to the others. No words were needed. They moved. Keeping to the shadows, the 5 of them slipped up the narrow staircase that wound to the top level of the castle. The air grew colder with each step, until they burst out onto the rooftop helipad, where snow had begun to fall again. Thin, sharp flakes carried on the mountain wind. The sleek, dark green form of the Subaru Bell 412 EPX sat waiting like salvation. Sam turned just as Pax and Tom, both built like siege engines, grabbed an old roof beam, likely once used as part of a snow-damaged support structure. It had been left near the service scaffolding, massive, weathered, and strong. With a grunt, they shoved it over the trapdoor entrance, jamming it tightly into place. Seconds later came the first thud of impact from below. The warriors were trying to use some sort of battering ram to destroy the sealed trapdoor from underneath. Sam was already in the pilot's seat. His fingers moved fast, muscle memory taking over. He flipped on the battery switch, then the avionics. The overhead panel lit up with soft green and amber lights. He reached for the fuel controls, lifted the levers, and felt the hum begin to rise beneath him. Engine 1, then Engine 2. The twin turbines spooled up, the whine rising into a mechanical howl as the rotors began to spin overhead. Amira and Hu clambered into the rear cabin. Tom took the co-pilot seat beside him, eyes scanning the snowfield like a soldier who'd done this 100 times. Outside, the trap door groaned under another impact. Pax stayed behind, gripping the odzutsu, the ancient hand cannon nearly the length of his arm. He stood like a sentry at the edge of the roof, waiting. The third strike cracked the trapdoor's frame. Sam checked torque and RPM, then released the collective brake. His hand eased up on the collective lever while his feet worked the pedals. The aircraft lifted, smoothly, steadily, rising off the icy helipad into the dark winter air. He was hovering 2 feet above the rooftop when he saw Pax turn and sprint toward them. "Time to go!" Pax shouted, running toward the helicopter. Sam didn't need to be told twice. As Pax hauled himself inside, Sam dipped the cyclic forward, gently tilting the nose of the 412 APX. The helicopter surged ahead, banking low and fast across the snow-draped ridgeline of Mount Hotakadaki. The castle behind them shrank into the storm. Below, the dark forest and steep cliffs waited in silence, and ahead, somewhere in the endless white, lay the path to Tir na Leon Termishka. Chapter 6. Masaru Takuda stepped over the shattered remains of the trapdoor. His boots crunched against splintered wood as he stepped onto the rooftop. Takashi, the brute of a man who'd broken through, had already moved aside, his massive frame still heaving from the effort. Masaru's mercenaries fanned out quickly, weapons raised, but there was nothing left to shoot. Only the fading blur of rotor wash and the fast-retreating shape of his own helicopter, disappearing into the snowy skies above Mount Hotakadaki. A few of the men raised their Minabiya PM-9s and fired in short, futile bursts. The stuttering rattle of submachine gun fire echoed through the mountains. Useless. Masaru didn't even bother to lift his own weapon. He knew the range. With a high-caliber sniper rifle, maybe, just maybe, one could land a lucky shot. But with a compact SMG like the Minabiya, not a chance. Not unless the gods themselves were pulling the trigger. He clenched his jaw, the cold wind whipping his coat as he scanned the rooftop. His eyes locked onto the second helicopter, sleek, lethal, waiting like a coiled serpent. The Kawasaki OH-1 Ninja, Renjiro's personal scout chopper, parked neatly on the second helipad. Masaru turned to his pilot, Kanji, who had just emerged through the trap door behind him. The man was lean, fast-eyed, and dangerous in a cockpit. Masaru jabbed a finger toward the helicopter. "Get in my brother's aircraft. I need you to run the weapon system in the back for me." Chapter 7. Masaru Tokuda couldn't believe his brother was really dead. Renjiro had been the most powerful man he'd ever met, the most dominating power in his life, and now he was gone. Which meant he, Masaru Tokuda, was now the head of the family castle, the private army. Everything belonged to him, and there was no way he was going to let a foreigner steal the Celtic treasure. He climbed into the cockpit of the Ninja. Twin-bladed, lightweight, and agile, the Ninja had always been Renjiro's prized aircraft. Masaru grinned as he realized it, too, was now his. He climbed swiftly into the forward cockpit, the pilot's position, his gloved hands moving with the confidence of a man who had done this 1,000 times. The seat was familiar. The layout hadn't changed. The faint scent of engine oil and composite resin clung to the interior. He strapped in, eyes scanning the instruments. Behind him, Kanji climbed into the observer's seat. He began booting up the systems, fingers flicking switches, his posture easy and practiced. Masaru powered on the engines. The twin Mitsubishi TS1 turbo shafts began to spool up, their hum rising into a high-pitched whine as the main rotor turned faster and faster. The controls came alive under his hands. Warning lights blinked through their checks. He tapped the MFD, multi-function display, confirming engine health, nav data, and thermal optics sync. Mounted forward of the rotor mast, the roof-mounted electro-optical sensor turret rotated silently into action. Inside it, the Fujitsu-built FLIR sensor activated, its thermal imaging painting a ghostly white and black silhouette of the frozen terrain ahead. It was flanked by a color TV camera and a laser rangefinder target designator, all critical tools for recon and targeting in difficult environments. Snow and distance were no longer obstacles. Masaru lifted the collective. The ninja surged upward, rotors screaming, snow blasting out in a spiraling cloud beneath them. He kept the bird low, no more than 15 feet above the slope, as he pushed forward, hugging the icy contours of Mount Hotakadaki. Kanji scanned the feed, his voice sharp. "I've got them! Target acquired!" Masaru's eyes flicked to the heads-up display. The FLIR feed synced with the HUD, locking onto a small but distinct heat signature moving through the mountain pass ahead. The Subaru Bell chopper. Distance closing. He dipped the nose, increased the power, and felt the ninja lurch forward, carving through the air like a blade. The terrain below blurred into a streak of white and shadow. His rotors thundered, kicking snowdrift into the sky behind them as they closed in. Masaru grinned maliciously. They were faster. He and Renjiro had raced these slopes countless times, and every time it had been the ninja that came out ahead. He made a promise right then and there. Whoever killed his brother was never getting off the mountain alive. Chapter 8. Sam felt good at the controls of the helicopter. There was nothing quite like a near-death experience to make you remember what you really enjoyed in life, and flying was one of those things. Over the last few years, Genevieve had quietly become the main pilot on board the Tehila, and with Tom and Elise also flying, Sam rarely got his hands on the controls. He made the decision, if he survived the next few weeks, he was going to make time to fly more often, to really fly, not to simply taxi from the Tehila to a nearby airport. He banked hard as he came around part of the mountain. The thrum of the Subaru Bell engines filled the cockpit, a constant mechanical growl punctuated by the sharp whup-whup-whup of the rotors overhead. Sam squinted into the haze ahead, the icy wind clawing at the windshield as he pushed the chopper low, far lower than he should have been flying. The treetops of the northern Alps whipped past barely beneath them, their snow-covered branches bowing and swaying in the turbulence of their rotor wash. This was really flying. His simple joy was pierced by a reflection in his rearview mirror. It was little more than a flickering light that caught his attention, but it was enough to make him look more closely. His eyes narrowed on the cargo mirror, which was designed to see things that might clip the helicopter's tail rotor, a.k.a. the aircraft's stinger. Someone had gotten the ninja airborne quickly, and the predator was closing in. He risked a glance over his shoulder. There it was, sleek, black, fast. The Kawasaki OH-1 Ninja slicing through the air in silent pursuit, its rotors eerily quiet in comparison, like a hawk stalking its prey. Sam cursed under his breath and dipped the cyclic forward, pulling the Subaru lower still, hugging the slope of the mountain so closely that frost-covered branches scraped the wheels. The helicopter vibrated slightly with the strain. Below them, a steep valley blurred past, blanketed in untouched snow, the terrain giving way in plunging drops and jagged rock faces. "They're gaining," Amira said, her voice tight from the rear cabin. Tom leaned forward in his seat, squinting out the side window. "I wouldn't worry too much. That's a Kawasaki OH-1 Ninja, used exclusively by the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force. Light Scout. Observation platform. It's not equipped with any sort of weapons." "I hope you're right," Sam muttered, angling hard around a ridge. The G-forces pressed into him as the world tilted. The rotors cut dangerously close to a tree line, and snow exploded into the air behind them. Then he slowed slightly, letting the chopper glide as they rounded the edge of the mountain. His heart still pounded, but the radar screen was clean. The sky was quiet. It looked like the Ninja had peeled off. He exhaled, relief creeping in. Then he saw it. The Ninja hadn't chased them into the mountain. Instead, it had gone the other way round. Now it was dead ahead, hovering just beyond the next cliff edge. Nose on, waiting for him. Sam swallowed down the fear that rose like bile in his throat. A moment ago, he was reveling in the joy of what might be his precious last few weeks of life, and now Amira, his twins, Tom, Pax, and Hu were all about to be killed. For a second, everything froze. Sam's eyes locked onto the chin-mounted Sumitomo Type 74, a 7.62 millimeter machine gun, fixed just beneath the Ninja's fuselage. Tom's voice was tight now. "Looks like Renjiro decided to upgrade his observer helicopter to something with military firepower." Sam swore. "Pax, tell me you have something you can fire out the side door, or failing that, anything you can throw." "I'm on it," Pax shouted, sliding the side door wide open. Sam yanked the cyclic left, banking sharply, the Subaru's frame groaning as they dipped out into open air. Below them was a wide ravine, snow-covered trees, and deep shadow. No time to plan, only to move. A split second later, the Ninja opened fire. The sound hit them first, a ripping, metallic roar. It was like tearing sheet metal, magnified by the noise from a hurricane. Brass casings spit from the weapon's side as bright, flickering muzzle flashes tore through the air. Tracer rounds streaked the sky in orange-red arcs, glowing like comets as they carved a line straight through the space they'd just occupied. Sam swore and yelled, "Hold on!" Chapter 9. Something punched into the tail boom of the Subaru. Sam felt the jolt through the seat. Warning lights blinked red across the control panel. "Tail rotors hit!" Sam shouted. The helicopter lurched sideways, fighting to stay level. Sam wrestled with the pedals and cyclic, trying to stabilize them as the chopper began to yaw, spiraling slightly. The snow-capped peaks of the Hakuba Range loomed just ahead now, unmistakable. Beneath them, Sam saw chairlifts, wide-groomed trails, and the distant roofs of Alpine-style lodges tucked into the valley. The helicopter began to spin. It was slow at first, a subtle, almost imperceptible yaw to the right, but Sam felt it immediately, that telltale shift in equilibrium, the kind that told any seasoned pilot something was catastrophically wrong. The rotation felt like it was happening in slow motion. As it rotated, Pax crouched at the open side door, the massive Odzutsu braced against his shoulder. He tracked the spinning horizontally, calmly, waiting. Then, as the Ninja came in a direct line of sight, he squeezed the trigger. The ancient Japanese hand cannon boomed like thunder. A round streaked through the sky in a black blur and struck the Ninja square in the main gearbox housing, just behind the rotor mast. The enemy helicopter shuddered violently in midair. Smoke burst from its top like a piston explosion, and it dipped immediately toward the treetops. "Great shot!" Tom shouted over the roar. Sam didn't take his eyes off the controls. "Let's not celebrate too early. I've just lost tail rotor control, and I'm losing main rotor power. We're going down," he said, his voice tight, hands gripping the cyclic and collective. The control panel flashed warning lights, amber, then red, as the Subaru began to corkscrew gently through the mountain air. Outside, the trees blurred. Branches shook violently in their rotor wash, and snow spiraled upward in wild gusts. The warning tone changed in pitch. The main rotor's RPM was dropping. "I'm going to try and auto-rotate," he said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "But we're going to come in hard." He pulled the collective lever down, reducing pitch on the rotor blades and allowing them to spin freely. The helicopter dropped, fast, but now the upward flow of air began to drive the blades on its own. They weren't powered anymore, but they still had the opportunity for one more chance at creating lift. Sam nudged the cyclic to level them out, adjusting their descent angle to a glide path. He kept the nose slightly down to maintain airspeed. Without it, they'd fall like a stone. The wind screamed past the windshield. Trees zipped by, dangerously close, their tips blurring into jagged green streaks. He didn't need the tail rotor to auto-rotate, but without it, the whole helicopter would start to spin as soon as he tried to use up that inertia near the ground. That meant if he did his job perfectly, he was going to crash hard no matter how well he performed the auto-rotation. The valley opened beneath them, a wide, snow-covered slope, Hakuba Valley, its ski runs carved into the mountain in pale, sweeping lines. A ski lift cut across to their right, but the basin below looked flat enough. Sam waited just a few seconds more. Then he flared, pulling the nose up and the collective slightly, dumping airspeed in exchange for lift. The helicopter slowed rapidly, skids angled toward the snow. That's when it started to yaw again, uncontrollably now, with no tail rotor to counteract the torque. The helicopter twisted left sharply, like something out of a Disney Space Mountain ride. The helicopter twisted, suddenly jerking left sharp and fast. "Brace!" Sam yelled. The right skid touched down first, dug deep and caught. The aircraft tipped hard onto its right side with a metallic crunch and then began to slide. Snow exploded around them in a blinding spray. The rotors chewed into powder and bark as the fuselage skidded down the slope. Trees blurred past in flashes. The sound was deafening, metal grinding, glass cracking, snow hissing beneath them. And then, deadly stillness. The Subaru groaned as it settled on its side in a shallow snowdrift near the bottom of the run. Steam hissed from the engine compartment. One rotor blade snapped off and lay twisted nearby. Sam opened his eyes. His heart was pounding, but they were alive. Amira pulled herself upright, eyes wide but unharmed. Sam exhaled and muttered, "Welcome to Hakuba." Chapter 10. Masaru Tokuda couldn't believe what was right in front of his eyes. He stared through the cockpit glass of the Ninja, his brain struggling to process the sheer absurdity of what he was seeing. The Subaru helicopter, with its damaged tail rotor, had begun to spin slowly, the side door fully open to the wind. And there, sitting in the doorway like it was just another Sunday afternoon, was an enormous stranger, grinning like a lunatic. The man was holding a massive weapon, too big to be a modern weapon. Then he saw it clearly, an odzutsu, the ancient Japanese hand cannon, one of the heaviest black powder weapons ever made. Masaru had held one once, years ago, in a museum in Kyoto. He remembered thinking it was ridiculous, more relic than weapon. That was before the man in front of him lit the fuse. With a sudden crack-thoom, the odzutsu fired. A sharp concussion shook the air loud enough that Masaru felt it inside his chest. The flash was brilliant, orange fire bursting from the muzzle like a dragon's fiery breath. Masaru instinctively pulled the cyclic, trying to jink right, but it was too late. The cannonball, a solid 6.6-ounce sphere of death, hit with such unnatural accuracy that he was sure it was more a matter of sheer luck than the skill of its shooter. The cannonball slammed through the ninja's upper fuselage, striking the main gearbox with a clanging metallic shriek. Masaru heard gears grind and twist as steel teeth were shorn clean. The whole airframe shuddered as shards of metal rattled through the transmission like gravel through a blender. He swore in Japanese and gripped the controls, fighting to stabilize. For a few brief seconds, he held it. The ninja hovered, jerking in place. The main rotor blade slowed, no longer driven by power but by raw inertia. Warning klaxons screamed through the cockpit. The smell of burning hydraulic fluid filled the air. Masaru didn't need to look at the gauges. He felt it immediately. They were falling. "Brace!" he shouted to Kanji, who was already curling tight in the observer's seat behind him. The ninja dropped like a stone. It hit the slope with a sickening crunch, landing tail first and rebounding hard. The wheels bent and snapped. The whole frame groaned like a dying animal. Then it began to slide. Snow exploded on either side of the fuselage as the helicopter careened down the steep white slope. Small trees snapped like twigs against the windshield and rotor mast, branches raking across the glass with sharp, scratching shrieks. The broken wheels offered no resistance as the ninja became an oversized, flaming toboggan. They picked up speed. The chopper bounced and skidded, spinning slightly as it barreled down the slope, shearing through a snow fence with a metallic twang and scattering debris behind them. Masaru grunted as the cockpit jolted again. Something heavy crashed loose behind him. The only thing keeping them alive now was the snow, thick and soft enough to cushion their brutal descent. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the remains of the ninja slammed sideways into a snowbank near the bottom of the ski field, carving a deep trench in the powder before it ground to a halt with a final groaning creak of tortured metal. Steam hissed from the engine. The rotor, now bent and useless, ticked softly as it slowed to a dead stop. Masaru sat motionless, hands still clenched on the controls, his chest rising and falling with each ragged breath. Outside the cracked windshield, neon-colored flags flapped lazily in the wind. Just beyond the tree line, he could see a chairlift and a wooden lodge. Chapter 11. Hakuba Valley, Nagano. Pax was the first one out of the downed helicopter. He hit the snow running, boots crunching into the churned-up powder as he jumped from the open side door of the wrecked Subaru. Hu followed close behind, landing with a practiced roll and popping up beside him. The cold bit into his skin, but adrenaline kept the chill at bay. He turned back to the cabin and reached up instinctively. Hu did the same. Amira stepped into view, one hand pressed protectively against her lower abdomen. Pax's eyes narrowed the moment he saw her touch her belly. He offered his hand with sudden urgency, steadying her as she climbed down. "You okay?" he asked, voice low but tight. Amira gave a brief smile. "Fine. Nice shot." "Thanks." Without another word, Pax pivoted toward the front of the wreck. The nose of the helicopter was a mess, crumpled like a tin can, half buried under the snow that had been churned up during their downhill slide. Steam still hissed from the engine housing, and the main rotor was warped beyond recognition. He pointed toward the snow-covered cockpit. "Over here," he said to Hu. "We need to dig them out." The two of them dropped to their knees and began to scrape away snow with their hands, pulling aside chunks of icy debris. The snow was soft and wet, recently disturbed by their crash, and heavy with moisture. It clung to their sleeves, freezing their fingers as they worked. Soon Pax saw the glint of metal, a door, just barely visible beneath a mound of white. He reached for it. Wham! The door blew outward, flinging snow into his face. Tom's boot remained planted where he'd kicked it from the inside. He readjusted, rising through the hole like some kind of frost-covered gladiator. Pax reached down and offered his arm. Tom grabbed it, and Pax hauled him up with a grunt. Sam followed a moment later, clambering out of the wreck, snow clinging to his jacket. His face was streaked with soot, but his eyes were alert. Sam looked at him. "Nice shot." Pax grinned. "Thanks. Nice flying." "Coordinated crashing, I believe the term is." Sam grinned and then turned, surveying the group. "Is everyone all right?" He asked them all, but his eyes found Amira. Amira smiled faintly. "I'm fine. The twins are fine." Pax barely had time to exhale before a thunderous roar echoed down the mountain. A mechanical growl like a freight train on ice. "What the hell is that?" Amira asked, her voice sharp with sudden fear. Pax turned toward the sound. The slope above them trembled faintly. "If I had to guess," he muttered, "I'd say that's a wrecked ninja helicopter." Tom stepped forward, Tetsubo slung over his shoulder. "Let's hope its pilot didn't do as good a job as Sam at putting it on the ground safely." "Agreed," Pax said, but his eyes never left the slope. From the white mist and swirling snow, he saw it, a blackened wreck, twisted but still mostly intact, sliding like a missile down the icy incline. His jaw clenched. The wreckage slammed into a snowbank a few hundred feet uphill, finally grinding to a halt. Steam hissed, and the battered shell groaned like a wounded beast. Pax held his breath. Then the pilot's door opened. Masaru Tokuda climbed out first, cut across the face but still moving with purpose. Beside him, the observer, Kanji, jumped out with a fluid motion. Both men were armed, each carrying modern submachine guns. Pax's heart sank. Their Minabia PM9s gleamed in the winter sun, sleek, deadly, compact, fully loaded. Pax glanced at his companions, who stood silently, holding Dragon's breath, his curved blade glinting. Tom shifted his stance, steadying the Tetsubo, spiked and massive. Amira looked pale, one hand still over her stomach, her bow nowhere in sight, probably lost in the wreck. Pax held onto the Odzutsu. He didn't have any spare cannonballs or gunpowder to fire them. Still, he was reluctant to relinquish his only weapon. If nothing else, he figured he could always use it as a club, or if the worst came to the worst, he could always throw it at his opponents. "We're outgunned," Pax said grimly. "Time to run." Chapter 12. Sam positioned himself directly behind Amira. With the shield of Hercules running through his veins, he was a moving bulletproof shield. He stayed close enough that her shoulder almost brushed his chest, his reinforced body deliberately aligned to cover her and the twins if the men from the downed ninja helicopter decided to gamble on long-range shots. The ski cabin sat half buried into the slope like it had grown there over generations. Dark cedar beams, blackened by age, snow-packed thick against its walls, the roof steep and heavy with white. Paper shoji panels were protected behind the glass, glowing amber from the firelight within. A carved wooden sign hung between the eaves, hand-brushed kanji announcing ski rental and mountain meals in the same elegant strokes. Warmth hit him the instant they crossed the threshold. A broad stone hearth dominated the center of the cabin, a fire roaring hot and bright, iron kettle hanging from a beam above it. Long wooden tables lined one wall, benches polished smooth by decades of skiers shedding gloves and eating bowls of steaming ramen. The other half of the cabin was pure function. Racks of skis rising like wooden fences, rows of boots stacked heel to toe, helmets hanging from pegs, the faint smell of wax, leather, and damp wool thick in the air. Pax didn't slow. "We need skis." Sam glanced at Tom. "Tom's not a strong skier." Tom didn't miss a beat. "I've worked it out." Sam raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Yeah. Amira gave me the gist of it." Sam nodded once. "Okay, great. We need skis then." Sam remained at the door as the others pushed deeper into the cabin, his body angled to block the entrance. Only when they had dispersed, boots being pulled free, skis sliding off racks, did he step inside and pull the heavy wooden door closed behind him. A young European man stood behind the counter, mid-20s, lean and athletic, sharp jawline, blond hair pulled back into a tight knot. He wore a fitted thermal shirt under a vest with the resort's insignia stitched over the heart. He looked like someone who skied every day and knew it. Pax strode straight toward him. "We need 5 sets of skis and boots, and we need them now." The man barely looked up from his clipboard. "Just take a ticket, and I'll be with you shortly," he replied in fluent English, the edges of a German accent cutting through the calm. Pax vaulted the counter in one smooth motion. Sam couldn't help the grin that tugged at his mouth. Better for the man to think Pax was rude than to waste precious seconds negotiating. Pax moved fast, hands already pulling boots from shelves, eyes flicking between sizes with a skier's instinct. He tossed the smallest pair to Hu, then another to Amira. "Here, put these on." The German's face flushed red. "What do you think you're doing?" Pax didn't even glance at him. Another pair of boots slid across the floor toward Tom. Sam watched the German straighten, shoulders squaring as he sized Pax up. The calculation was obvious: weight, height, reach. He realized Pax was enormous. To his credit, he didn't back down. He turned, grabbed an iron poker from beside the fire, lifted it with both hands. "I suggest you get back behind the counter," the man said, voice tight, "before I have to teach you some manners. Take it from me as a visitor. In Japan, bad manners are one of the greatest sins." Pax opened his mouth to argue. The ceiling exploded in splinters. Submachine gun fire ripped through the timber beams above them, wood fragments raining down as rounds chewed a line across the rafters. Sam felt the impacts vibrate through the structure, each shot a sharp crack, echoing off stone and wood. The German froze. He slowly lowered the poker. "On second thoughts," he said, swallowing hard, "take what you want." "Thanks," Pax replied, already grabbing the final pair of boots. Even then, he didn't stop moving. Skis sliding off racks, bindings adjusted by feel, poles thrust into hands. The entire time, Pax kept distributing gear like it was just another drill, another bad day that needed solving. They moved toward the rear exit as boots thudded into place and buckles snapped shut. The attackers burst through the front door just as the last of the team disappeared out the back. Sam stepped forward. He planted himself between the doorway and the others, feet braced, shoulders squared. Bullets struck him and vanished, flattened and harmless, clattering to the floor at his feet. He barely felt them. One of the attackers surged inside. Sam got a clear look at him. Japanese, early 30s, lean but powerful, the kind of strength built from discipline rather than size. His hair was cropped short, jaw clean-shaven, eyes sharp and cold. But it was the smile, brief, instinctive, almost unconscious, that made Sam's pulse hitch. A single dimple appeared in the man's left cheek. It was subtle, easy to miss, but Sam had seen it before. Renjiro had the same dimple, same placement, same faint crease when his mouth tightened with focus. Not identical, but close enough to betray blood. A shared line passed down through generations. This was Renjiro Tokuda's brother. Sam locked eyes with him for half a second longer than necessary, committing the face to memory. Masaru raised his weapon, surprise flickering as his shots did nothing. Sam didn't wait. He turned, clipped his boots into the skis in 2 practiced movements, grabbed his poles, and pushed off through the rear door. Cold slapped his face as he burst onto the slope. Ahead of him, Pax, Tom, Hu, and Amira were already carving down the mountain, their figures shrinking fast against the white. Sam leaned forward, dug his edges in, and launched himself after them, gravity taking hold as the mountain fell away beneath his skis. Chapter 13. Masaru Tokuda's breath steamed in the cold air as he raised his Minabiya PM-9, steady and calm. His sights locked onto the man his brother had insisted was the genuine Shogun ghost, Sam Reilly. But Masaru didn't believe in ghosts. He believed in bullets. The back door of the ski cabin hung open behind the man. The others had already vanished into the white. The tourists had fled, ducking for cover. Only this one remained. Masaru squeezed the trigger. The submachine gun barked a tight burst, short and surgical. A grouping his old drill sergeant would have commended. Dead center between the shoulder blades. He watched them land. The man's leather tunic tore in a precise circular hole. At least 3 9mm parabellum rounds struck home. Any one of them should have pierced the heart, should have dropped him cold. But the man didn't even flinch. Sam Reilly turned just enough to flash Masaru a grin, calm, confident, and impossibly alive, before he shoved off and vanished down the slope, carving into the powder like a seasoned skier. Masaru stood frozen for half a heartbeat. He remembered the stories his grandfather used to tell of a warrior with skin no blade or bullet could pierce, the Shogun ghost. Masaru had always dismissed them as superstition. Now he wasn't so sure. "Kanji!" he snapped. "After him!" He turned his weapon toward the ski hire operator, still cowering behind the counter. "We need 2 sets of skis, now." "Yes, sir," the man stammered in Japanese, scrambling to his feet. Less than a minute later, Masaru and Kanji were flying down the slope, wind screaming past their ears. Their skis sliced through the deep, soft powder that lined the upper ridge. Pine trees blurred on either side, tall and heavy with snow, their limbs bending with white weight. The slope dipped into a broad, gentle bowl before steepening again, dropping them into a maze of trees and narrow chutes, perfect for ambushes and worse for visibility. But Masaru knew this terrain. He had skied these trails since he was a child. So had Kanji. They flew downhill with lethal precision, navigating between trees with effortless grace. Masaru's heart pounded, not from exertion, but anticipation. He spotted him again, Sam Reilly, just ahead. He was the slowest in the pack, strong on skis, but not fluent. Kanji was closing fast, crouched low, focused like a missile. Then something moved beside a pine tree. One of Riley's companions stepped out, a slim, deadly silhouette with a sword. There was no time to react. The blade lashed out, slicing low, catching Kanji across the abdomen. The cut was clean, shallow. It shouldn't have stopped him, but Kanji screamed, not from pain, but from something deeper, terror. His cry tore through the forest, primal and high-pitched. Masaru's eyes widened as Kanji's body began to shudder violently. His arms withered, the muscles shrinking, skin shriveling inward, collapsing on itself, his entire body turning to a cloud of rainbow dust. Kanji gasped, hands crumbling into ash, fingertips curling into blackened claws, his eyes locked on Masaru, wide, pleading, then went blank. His mouth opened in a scream. It ended in a groan. Then his body folded in on itself like imploding paper, and with a faint burst of rainbow-colored particles, he was gone, erased. Masaru skied through the drifting dust, his mind spinning. What the hell was that? A trick? A drug? Some advanced chemical agent? Or had his brother been right all along? His thoughts fractured as a shadow moved beside another tree. He turned, too late. A massive man stepped out and swung a tetsubo, an ancient iron-studded club the size of a street post. It crashed into Masaru's right ski boot with a sound like a hammer hitting concrete. His leg was ripped sideways and his skis twisted beneath him. He went down hard, crashing onto his back. The world spun in white and gray as he slid out of control, feet first, plowing through snow and snapping branches. He tried to slow his descent, to dig his hands into the powder, but the ice slope steepened, and he hit the edge of a partially frozen river with a violent crack. The ice shattered. Masaru had just enough time to spread his arms to brace. Then the surface gave way, and he plunged into black water. The cold hit him, piercing his skin like 1,000 tiny blades. His chest clenched, lungs seized, and he thrashed as the river swallowed him whole. The freezing water closed over his head, dragging him into the dark beneath the ice. The world narrowed into blurred shadows and choking panic. His limbs moved, but the cold dulled his strength. His heart pounded, frantic, erratic. He kicked upward, but he couldn't find the hole he'd fallen through. No, no, no! Air burned in his chest. He reached for anything, light, ice, breath. Nothing came, only darkness, cold and endless, an infinite world of oblivion. Chapter 14. Snow crunched under Sam's skis as he carved along the last bend of the slope, the chill air biting his face and filling his lungs. The forest closed in around them. Tall pines dusted in snow, their limbs sagging under the weight. Tree trunks flicked past in a blur as he wove between them, knees bent low, body shifting with each turn. Tom was just ahead of him, his broad frame surprisingly nimble as he leaned into the descent. Hu moved like a ghost, smooth and silent, his skis whispering over the snow. Pax thundered through the trees with fearless momentum, not bothering with finesse, just speed. Amira, steady and graceful, followed close behind Sam, her posture upright but sure. They broke through the tree line and spilled into open ground near the base of the mountain, where the slope gentled out into a broad, snowy clearing. Beyond it, a narrow bridge of stone and timber crossed the Kago River, the water below partially frozen, sheets of pale blue ice cracking around swift currents. Sam slowed, letting his skis glide as he followed the others across the bridge. Beneath them, the Kago flowed fast and dark, flecks of ice swirling in tight eddies. Just downstream, near a jagged break in the ice, he saw where their last attacker, Renjiro Tokuda's brother, had vanished beneath the surface. The river showed no sign of him now, only black water and silence. They followed the flow of the Takase River, which curved gracefully along the valley floor. The snowy banks rose gently around them, framed by the towering white-capped peaks of the Hakuba Range, now distant and growing smaller behind them. The morning sun lit the mountains in gold, their sheer cliffs whitened by winter's breath. Ahead, the small town of Kita-Omachi emerged from the snow-covered plain, a quiet settlement tucked between forest and river. Traditional wooden homes lined narrow streets, their rooftops buried beneath thick drifts. Smoke curled from chimneys, and red lanterns swayed gently from poles strung along the central road. At the heart of the town stood a tiny train station, a platform, and a waiting area dusted in frost. A train horn echoed faintly. Sam turned and saw it, a silver, snow-dusted commuter train, easing its way down the track from the north, its lights shining through the mist like twin stars. It was headed south, toward Nagano. Sam pointed. "Let's take that." No one argued. They reached the station just as the train slowed to a halt, brakes hissing softly. Without a word, the team unfastened their ski gear and left it behind, propped neatly against a bench. Snow boots were replaced by regular shoes pulled from their packs. Pax shrugged into his jacket. Hu checked the weight of Dragon's breath beneath his coat. Amira placed a hand protectively over her abdomen. The train doors slid open. They climbed aboard and took their seats silently, scattered among the back of the car. Sam sat near the window, breath slowly returning to normal as the doors closed with a soft chime. The train began to move. It eased away from Kita-Omachi Station, the platform disappearing into the snow. Through the glass, Sam watched the Hakuba Range grow smaller in the distance, the pale morning light catching on the peaks, making them glow. He leaned back in his seat and exhaled. Chapter 15. Masaru crashed beneath the frozen surface of the river. Every nerve in his body ignited at once, screaming as near-freezing water wrapped around him like a living thing. The force of the fall drove him deep, and a heartbeat later his back slammed into the rocky riverbed, the impact knocking what little air remained from his lungs. He forced his eyes open. The water was impossibly clear, cruelly so. Pale light filtered down through the ice above, refracted into wavering ribbons. The surface was frozen solid, a smooth, unbroken ceiling, but beneath it the river flowed fast and alive, currents tugging at him, spinning him sideways, trying to steal what little control he had left. "Where am I?" His mind clawed for bearings, instinctively mapping terrain he had known since childhood. Then memory flared, bright and sharp, skiing this exact route with Renjiro years ago, laughing, racing. A frozen river, a fast undercurrent. The Kago. The realization hit like another blow. Masaru kicked hard off the riverbed and surged upward. Fear and shock still held the true pain at bay, but he knew it wouldn't last. His lungs would soon begin to burn, begging for air they would not receive. He reached the surface, and the real nightmare revealed itself. His head struck solid ice. His fingers scraped desperately along the underside as the current dragged him downstream, the water so clear he could see the blurred shapes of pine trees on the bank above. He must have smashed through the ice when he landed. There had to be a hole, but the current had already carried him past it. For one desperate moment, he tried to swim against the flow. It was hopeless. The river was stronger than he was. If escape lay upstream, he was already dead. His hand went instinctively to his weapon. Nothing. The Minabia PM9 was gone, ripped free during the fall. He twisted, scanning the riverbed through the drifting light. Nothing. Panic crept in, cold and sharp. Renjiro was dead. Everything Masaru had built, everything he had sacrificed for, had been within reach. The Celtic treasure, power, legacy, and now he was going to die here, entombed beneath ice, alone in a frozen river like some obscene punishment. Masaru Tokuda had not risen by accepting fate. He dived deeper. The cold bit viciously at his eyes as he searched the riverbed, fingers brushing stone after stone. He found a large chunk of quartz, edges sharp, but it was too heavy. The current dragged him sideways the moment he tried to lift it. He abandoned it and grabbed a smaller stone instead. Back at the surface, he pounded the underside of the ice. Nothing. The stone shattered uselessly in his hand. His chest convulsed. The burn finally arrived. Hot, violent, undeniable. His vision blurred at the edges. He dived to the riverbed once more. His movements slowing now, the cold seeping deeper. Hypothermia was a strange ally, slowing his metabolism just enough to keep him conscious, but it would kill him as surely as the lack of air. Another stone, bigger, another futile strike. Reality flickered. Time stretched and compressed. His limbs felt distant, heavy, like they no longer belonged to him. He drifted downward, surrender creeping in despite his will. Then he saw something black against the pale riverbed. The submachine gun. Adrenaline detonated through him. Masaru seized the Minabia PM9, fingers numb but obedient, and kicked for the surface with everything he had left. He shoved the barrel upward, pressing it against the ice. He aimed indiscriminately upward and fired. The gun roared underwater, muffled and violent. Bullets slammed into the ice above him, spiderweb cracks racing outward. He emptied the magazine. The ice gave way. Masaru punched his fingers through the opening, gasping soundlessly, but it was too late. His arms had no strength left. His body refused to respond. Darkness closed in. His hand froze mid-reach, fingers locked in the air above the surface. Just as consciousness slipped away, something gripped his hand. Strong. Human. He felt himself being hauled upward, breaking free of the river at last. His eyes, frozen wide, struggled to focus. A bridge, a road, a car idling nearby. A stranger's face swam into view. Masaru tried to speak. No sound came. Someone shouted from the car, urgent and panicked. "Quick, get him in the car! He'll die of hypothermia if he doesn't—" Masaru's eyes finally closed, and he drifted into peaceful oblivion. Chapter 16. Doonkin, Ireland. Liam O'Connor had the best job in the world. He casually pulled himself up the small ladder and hauled himself onto the seat of the bulldozer with the ease of someone who had done a task 1,000 times before. He was 32, lean, and at 5 foot 10 inches, he had the wiry kind of slim physique that still managed to carry muscle like coiled steel cable. Years of outdoor labor and regular surfing in the unforgiving waves of the west coast of Ireland's world-class waves had shaped him. His arms sun-darkened and corded, his back strong, his hands calloused and certain. He wore a tattered flannel shirt under a padded vest, faded jeans, and boots that had seen more seasons than most of the visitors who came to Doonkin. The bulldozer, a Komatsu D85 EX18, was a beast of a machine. The bright yellow paint was dulled by salt and wind, but it still ran like a dream. Its wide serrated blade at the front glinted in the morning light, while the single-shank hydraulic ripper mounted at the rear waited like a drawn sword. He was in a good mood today. The field he was clearing sat on a gentle rise that looked straight out across the North Atlantic. From his perch in the cab, his intelligent, soft blue eyes could see all the way to the Blasket Islands, scattered like stepping stones into the western sea. The sky was a rare crystal blue, not a cloud in sight, a gift of a day in March, where it usually rained sideways. The air was 53 degrees Fahrenheit, warm enough to feel like spring, but still cool enough to bite the tips of his ears. A massive wave broke against the rocky cliffs below, exploding into white spray. Liam watched it roll and smiled. He had to give it to the owners, who were spending a fortune to build some sort of monstrosity overlooking the North Atlantic. They had picked a great place to build a house. He hit the ignition, and the bulldozer roared to life with a satisfying grumble and cough before settling into a deep mechanical purr. The smell of diesel and grease filled the cab, familiar and comforting. He shifted into gear, and the bulldozer rumbled forward, chewing through the tall grass and shrubs as easily as if they were paper. The methodical work was almost meditative. Blade down, push, back up, turn, repeat. He leveled the terrain, layer by layer, carving the hilltop flat as per the specs. Half an hour passed in a rhythm of motion and engine noise until the front blade struck something solid. It was hard enough to jolt the whole machine. Liam frowned. He checked the depth measurements from the building plans, did a mental calculation, and cursed under his breath. He needed another 2 feet down to meet the foundation requirements. Whatever he'd hit, rock or otherwise, had to go. So much for a short day. He had hoped to get down to Communal Beach for a surf. The swell had looked promising. He could kiss that plan goodbye now. He turned the bulldozer around, reversed slowly, and lowered the hydraulic ripper. With a hiss and a clang, it settled into place. He engaged the tapping mechanism, a rhythmic thunk, 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 that hammered the ripper into the surface like a miner's pick, designed to penetrate bedrock by force rather than finesse. It was slow going. 20 minutes passed. The rock was tougher than expected. The ripper chewed inch by inch, the tapping turning into a staccato pounding as he pushed deeper. Then suddenly, the sound changed. The thunk became a crack, a hollow echo, followed by a mechanical lurch. The ripper dropped with a jolt, vanishing into a void below. Liam quickly disengaged the drive and reversed the bulldozer, easing the dozer away from the hole. He cut the engine, and silence returned to the field, broken only by the wind and distant gulls. He climbed down and stepped toward the opening. It was wide, roughly circular, and sloped downward through layers of broken rock. At first glance, it looked like the top of a domed chamber, too perfectly shaped to be natural. The air from within was cool and still, untouched for who knew how long. He grabbed a flashlight from the tool kit, flicked it on, and aimed the beam downward. Beneath him lay a neolithic burial cairn, or so it looked, the fallen stones forming a jagged slope down into the darkness. The floor seemed stable enough to climb. Liam stood at the edge for a long moment, his instincts warring. One voice told him to fill it in. Forget he'd ever seen it. No one would know. But another, deeper one drew him to at least inspect it farther. The second feeling won. He climbed down. The chamber was large, shockingly so. The stone ceiling arched high overhead, built with precise masonry, stones fitted without mortar, arranged in concentric circles, narrowing like a beehive. Whoever had been buried here had been powerful, maybe even royalty. Any fear of collapse vanished, replaced with the possibility of ancient treasure. The chamber he entered was only a side cell, an antechamber of sorts. He moved deeper. The flashlight cut through the dust and darkness, illuminating the meticulous Neolithic stonework, each block placed by hands long dead. Symbols began to appear, carved carefully into the walls. He recognized several. A triskele spiraling outward, a shield knot interwoven like eternal protection, a triquetra, symbol of unity and eternity, and a cron beha, the Celtic tree of life. Liam shrugged. So it's Celtic, not Neolithic. Did the Celts make anything out of gold? His breath fogged the air as he stepped into the main chamber. It was massive, almost cathedral-like, with high walls and a domed ceiling lost in shadow. But there was no gold, no swords, no bones, just the stillness of time. He sighed, turning to go. Then the flashlight's beam swept across the far wall and stopped on something. His breath caught. Etched into the stone, with astonishing clarity and color, was a depiction of a lion with a golden mane, its cub curled at its side. They were in a cave, drinking from what looked like a well of molten lava, glowing red and orange, painted with a craftsmanship he had never seen in Neolithic art. The colors were still intact. Liam stared, heart pounding. He'd heard of Picts before, Celtic pictographs scratched into stone, but never like this, never so vivid, never untouched by time. This wasn't just a burial chamber. This was something more. He knew instantly what it meant. There'd be no mansion built here now, no luxury house hanging over the cliffs. This place would be declared a protected archaeological site, and every permit would be revoked. He could bury it, just backfill the chamber, level the ground, and no one would ever know. But he'd know what he'd done, what he'd hidden from the world forever. He took a step back, but the lion's eyes burned, even in the beam of his flashlight, bright, knowing, eternal. Liam exhaled slowly. He stepped out of the chamber and into a future changed forever. Chapter 17. On Board the Tehillah, Exmouth, UK. The Tehillah sat quietly at her mooring, bobbing gently with the slow rhythm of the tide in Exmouth Harbor, England's southern gateway to the sea. The harbor, shielded by the long sweep of the estuary, was calm and glassy under a low winter sun. It sparkled like scattered diamonds across the water surface, reflecting the masts of nearby sailboats that stood like needles against the pale sky. Beyond the water, a row of colorful buildings lined the quayside, cheerful facades in pastel hues of robin's egg blue, soft peach, lemon yellow, and seafoam green. Their windows shimmered in the light, many with flower boxes under the panes, even this time of year, stuffed with ivy and cold-resistant blooms. Cafes and seaside shops nestled beneath them, shutters open to the cold but clear day, as locals meandered along the cobbled foreshore, wrapped in scarves and sipping takeaway coffees. They had sailed into port from Ile de Bas, across the choppy channel, after the chaos that had unfolded there, the gunfire, the smoke, and the wound that had left Genevieve pale and clutching her shoulder. Exmouth had seemed the closest, safest place to find a proper surgeon. Now Genevieve was resting below deck, her bandages fresh and her pain managed for the moment. On shore, Elise and Matilda had Caliburn and Excalibur for a walk along the foreshore. The brisk air carried the brine of the sea and the distant salty cry of gulls. They found a small grassy clearing beside the path where the dogs could run without worry. The grass was damp and cool, the kind that would cling to your clothes if you knelt on it. But it didn't bother Matilda, who threw the tennis ball with the kind of focused joy only children and retrievers shared. Excalibur bounded after it every time, ears flapping, tail high, legs kicking up little sprays of turf. He returned with the ball proudly in his jaws, wagging and eager for the next throw. Caliburn, on the other hand, was a more discerning participant. He gave chase a few times, just enough to show he hadn't lost his touch. Then, satisfied, he turned and trotted back to Elise, settling beside her with a deep doggy sigh and resting his broad head squarely on her lap. Elise smiled, fingers sliding gently through his thick, warm fur. She let herself settle into the moment, watching Matilda's cheeks flush with exertion. The dog leaped beside her like they were kindred spirits. The harbor in the background was calm, the colorful buildings almost too perfect, like a postcard come to life. Then her phone rang. She flinched slightly, the sound cutting across the peaceful morning like a blade. She reached into her coat pocket and pulled it out, eyes scanning the screen. Sam's name lit up. Her heart lurched. She answered on instinct, thumb slapping the green icon. "Sam, you're alive!" Chapter 18. "Indeed I am," Sam replied. Elise heard the sound of something rocking in the background. "Where are you?" "On a bullet train on the Hokuriku Shinkansen line from Nagano to Tokyo with Amira, Tom, Pax, and Who." Elise listened as he quickly brought her up to speed about what had happened in Japan, being kidnapped, forced to fight in some psychopath's ancient warrior arena in a hunt to locate the shogun ghost. He told her about a self-proclaimed shogun named Renjiro Tokuda and his brother Masaru Tokuda, who had come after him. When he was finished, Elise said, "So it's over then?" "Not quite." "Why not?" "When I was trapped in Matsumoto Castle, I used the shield of Hercules to survive a katana fight with a real samurai." "Wait, I thought the virus that caused the shield of Hercules to trigger the molecular changes to strengthen one's skin was irreversible." "It is." "And everything you eat won't be able to be absorbed because the virus makes your bowels nearly impervious to everything, including nutrients?" "That too." The implications struck Elise like a rock. "You knew it was a death sentence." It was the only way. Without it, I was going to die in that arena. And then every other person I was trapped there with would have died too.
Amira must be livid.
Yeah. Elise suppressed the flurry of emotions and focused on the practical.
What will you do with the time you have left?
I'm going after Shane Roberts' Celtic treasure. That jolted Elise out of her cocktail of emotions.
What? You have weeks to live, a beautiful wife, unborn twins.
She paused mid-sentence. Her eyes landed on Matilda, happily unaware of the news Sam was dying, still playing ball with Excalibur.
Not to mention Matilda, who absolutely adores you, and yet you want to spend your remaining days on Earth searching for gold? Ancient Celtic treasure you can't even take with you?
Sam didn't argue with her. Legend has it that while an adult Nemean lion's claw causes the shield of Hercules virus, a Nemean lion cub's claw is the antidote. Apparently, it's the only thing tough enough to pierce the skin and deliver it. Elise smiled.
You're going after Tir na Leon Tirmishka.
Right, the forbidden land of the lions, a.k.a. the Nemean kingdom. Elise watched Excalibur catch the ball midair.
But what does any of this have to do with a 19th century convict named Shane Roberts?
Shane Roberts found the Celtic treasure in 1830. Something inside that treasure, the Oblatio Leonis, made him decide that it was too valuable to simply be spent. He decided that the treasure needed to be hidden until a future shogun ghost arrived to make use of it.
You think you're the shogun ghost?
Well, I certainly fit the description, Sam said smugly.
Really?
Yeah. According to legend, Shane Roberts prophesied that a shogun ghost, a warrior with skin tougher than steel, would one day arrive in Japan. That warrior would unite the most powerful members of his family, who owned 4 separate parts to an ancient map, and use it to locate the ancient Celtic treasure.
Did you unite the 4 members of the Tokuda family?
Sam paused a beat. In some ways, I did. Elise frowned.
They're all dead, aren't they?
Hey, I didn't start this fight.
What about the 4 pieces of the map?
I have them, Sam said. We're working it out now.
And you're hoping Oblatio Leonis will reveal the location of the Nemean kingdom?
Yeah. What do you think?
Elise drew a breath. It sounds like a long shot.
It is, but it's all I've got.
Is there anything we can do to help?
Yeah, I need you to perform whatever computer wizardry you do to find any reference to Nemean lions. We need anything we can use to point to the location of the Nemean kingdom. Elise, I have to find it. He paused, then added, It's literally life or death.
I get it, Elise said. But there's not a lot out there. In fact, without the evidence of the shield of Hercules, I would have thought by now that Nemean lions were nothing but mythology.
I understand. See what you can find. I'm working on a forlorn hope right now, so I'll take whatever you can find.
Okay. Good luck finding Shane Roberts' hidden treasure, and I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, Elise, Sam said. Is Genevieve around? Tom's desperate to talk to her and find out if her shoulder's all right.
Elise said, Tell him to give her a call. She's at the surgeon's now, getting her wound checked.
All right, I'll let him know. Thanks for everything, Elise. Chapter 19. Private Surgical Rooms, Exmouth. As a general rule, Genevieve didn't like surgeons. It wasn't that she didn't appreciate what they did, but more the long way they went about trying to inform you of every possible thing that could go wrong before they performed an upcoming surgery. The private surgical rooms were housed in a weathered sandstone building that sat a few blocks from the harbor, tucked between a pair of old Victorian terraces. Ivy crawled along one side of the facade, and the original sash windows had been polished to pristine clarity, giving the place the aura of an old-world apothecary or a university office from another time. Inside, the walls were painted a soft eggshell white, the air faintly scented with antiseptic and old wood, and the floorboards creaked underfoot, not out of disrepair, but age and character. Genevieve sat on the edge of the examination bed, the paper cover crinkling beneath her as she shifted. Her top lay folded neatly on the chair nearby, leaving her in just a black sports bra which hugged her athletic frame. Her shoulders were broad, her arms toned, and her torso lean, carved from years of discipline and training. Her blue eyes had a mischievous glint, and her brown hair, loosely tied back, had dried into soft waves from the sea air. The doctor, a man in his late 60s, white-haired, with a lean face and the eyes of someone who'd seen plenty, pressed gently around the edge of the bullet's entry and exit wounds on her right shoulder as he examined the wound. His Irish accent curled warmly at the edges of every word, gestured toward her shirt. "You can put that back on. I've seen enough." Genevieve grabbed her top. "What's the verdict?" "Well," he said, stepping back and peeling off his gloves, "you're lucky the bullet passed clean through. Missed anything vital. A bit of tendon damage, but no signs of anything that'll permanently restrict movement. If you were to get shot in the shoulder, I'd say it's probably the best one I've seen anyone get." Genevieve suppressed a grin. "Have you seen a lot of gunshot wounds in the Exmouth?" "No, but I trained in Belfast during the Troubles. So, yes, I've seen more than my fair share of gunshot wounds." Her tone changed. "I'm sorry, I should have guessed. It must have been a hard time." "For humanity, yes. But I'm ashamed to say this for a young surgeon. It was an incredible experience. Does that sound selfish?" Genevieve shrugged. "I'm not one to judge. If you're going to be a surgeon, and there's going to be a war anyway, you may as well gain experience from it. I'm not one for dismissing the small silver linings of life." The doctor laughed at that. "No, I imagine not, especially given that you arrived here with a bullet wound and no history of where or how you got it." It was Genevieve's turn to laugh. "Okay, so how long until I can fully use my arm?" "You should be fine to use it now. It will probably hurt. If it hurts too much, stop what you're doing. Otherwise, you can do what you like." She met his gaze, her expression serious. "Can I do what I did before the injury?" The doctor gave her a dry, almost rueful smile. "Well, I wouldn't recommend getting shot again." She cracked a grin. This surgeon she liked. "I mean my range of movement." He nodded. "Ah, right. It's mostly soft tissue injury. Take it easy and gently increase its range of movement, but you should be fine to do whatever you normally did with it. Start gentle exercises, gradually build strength back. I think you'll make a full recovery." "That's great to hear, thank you." He walked to the counter, scribbled something on 2 boxes, and handed them to her. "These are antibiotics and steroids. One is to keep infection away, the other is to help the muscle and reduce inflammation. Take them both until the packs are empty." "Got it." She paid him in cash, thanked him, and walked out the door. Back on the narrow Exmouth streets, The sun still shined low in the sky, casting long golden shadows across the pale cobblestones. Her boots clicked softly as she walked, shoulders loose now, the pain dull but manageable. She passed quaint shop fronts, little cafes with steaming mugs on outdoor tables, and the scent of fresh fish and salt air drifted up from the docks. Her cell phone rang. It was Tom. She hit the answer button and asked, "Did you get Sam?" "We got him," he said. "But he's taken the shield of Hercules, and now we're trying to find an antidote before he starves to death." "How?" "We need to find the Nemean kingdom and get the claw of a Nemean cub. The adult lion claw causes the virus, and the cub's claw contains the antidote, as well as the only material sharp and strong enough to deliver it." "Interesting. Any idea where this Nemean kingdom is?" "We're following some leads," Tom said. "Sam's currently going after the Celtic treasure in the hope that it will lead to the Tir-na-Lion Termishka, the forbidden land of the lions." Genevieve paused a beat. "What is it?" Tom asked. "After I had been shot, I went back with plans of having words with the druidic leader who I thought was responsible. I woke him up with the barrel of my gun at 3 a.m. His name was Loic. He told me that no matter what happens, we need to prevent anyone ever entering Tir-na-Lion Termishka." "Did he say why?" Tom asked. She exhaled slowly. "No, he was about to, but then someone shot him dead." Tom said, "Oh, about that. We found out who attacked you." "Really?" Genevieve's heart picked up a notch. "Who?" "His name was Masaru Tokuda. We searched for some photos based on the camera footage we got when we were attacked. His brother, Renjiro Tokuda, was the self-proclaimed shogun who kidnapped Sam and kept him fighting at the Matsumoto castle." "Interesting," Genevieve grinned. "So, where do I find this Masaru Tokuda?" "You don't," Tom replied, his voice firm and definitive. "Why, Tom, I love that you worry about me, but surely you know me well enough by now to know that there's no way I'm going to leave this one alone. I've never subscribed to the let bygones be bygones and turn the other cheek thing. I think it's safe to say Masaru Tokuda has to die." "I know." "So what makes you think I'm going to let him go?" Tom's voice relaxed. "Because I'm pretty sure Masaru Tokuda is currently lying dead beneath a sheet of ice on the frozen Kago River in Japan's Hakuba mountain range near Nagano." Chapter 20. Nagano Chuo Hospital, Japan. Masaru Tokuda awoke to the quiet hum of machines and the distant shuffle of nurses' footsteps. His vision was slow to focus, the ceiling above pale and unfamiliar. Nagano Chuo Hospital, he realized. The characters etched into the IV bag beside him confirmed it. His body was wrapped in warmth, not just the heavy hospital blanket, but from the gentle blast of hot air flowing over him. The name stitched into the warming unit's side read Bear Hugger. It sounded ridiculous, but he welcomed the heat all the same. A soft mechanical beep, beep, beep marked his heartbeat on the monitors beside him. Calm, steady. Too calm, he thought, for someone who had nearly died. He turned his head slightly. His neck ached. His shoulders felt like stone. A clear IV line ran into the back of his hand, feeding him fluids and, he assumed, some kind of cocktail to help with shock and cold exposure. He slowly flexed his limbs, one by one. His right shin throbbed, a deep, bruising ache, where that giant of a man had smashed him with that spiked iron club. But it wasn't broken. No sharp stabs of pain, no swelling, just sore. He moved his arms, chest, neck. Nothing else felt injured. He blinked, trying to piece the rest together. It came back in shards of memory, the fall through the ice, the frigid rush of the Kago River swallowing him whole, the Minabia PM-9 rediscovered in the dark, the mad, desperate burst of gunfire to break the surface, and then a hand. Someone had pulled him from death. He'd passed out after that. Someone had saved his life. He turned his head and scanned the room. Clean, efficient, minimal. Beige walls, laminated charts, a muted monitor showing his vitals in soft green waves. Beside the bed, a clear plastic bag hung on a hook. His clothes, still damp, bundled with a towel. His phone sat inside. Masaru reached for it, grimacing as his muscles groaned. He pulled the bag open and took the phone out. It was cold, but when he pressed the button, the screen came to life. Like most modern cell phones, this one was waterproof and unhindered by its icy immersion. He unlocked it with a swipe, found the number, and pressed call. Someone answered on the second ring. "You're alive," came the voice of Kaishiba, his chief of staff, on the other end, calm, clipped, but with a breath of emotion buried beneath. Masaru leaned back against the pillow. "Yeah," he said. "Now, listen. I need you to do something for me." "Anything you ask, Master." "I need you to find out everything you can about Sam Reilly." Chapter 21. Hokuriku Shinkansen Line, en route to Tokyo. The Hokuriku Shinkansen hummed beneath them, its smooth, hypnotic rhythm a constant backdrop as it carved through Japan's mountain heartland, heading south toward Tokyo. The carriage was quiet, the seats deep and comfortable, the air faintly scented with warm rice and soy. Overhead, the PA system chimed softly in both Japanese and English, announcing the next station. None of them were paying attention. Sam sat by the window, a traditional bento box unfolded on the tray table in front of him. His chopsticks moved quickly, alternating between slices of tamanoyaki, pickled vegetables, and grilled mackerel laid over sticky white rice. He ate with the focused intensity of someone who hadn't eaten in days, which, in a way, was true. The food was hot, fragrant, and beautifully prepared, arranged in perfect compartments like an edible work of art. Across from him, Amira grinned, her own bento box half-touched. "I thought you couldn't eat anything." Sam paused, mid-bite, his lips twitching into a smile. "No, I can eat as much as I like. I just can't absorb any of the nutrients." She blinked, amused. "Still nice?" "Delicious," Sam confirmed. To his left, Tom looked up from a tray of fried karane and edamame, brow furrowed. "Don't let the beauty companies find out. Can you imagine what they'd do with a product that lets people eat whatever they want and never gain weight?" Sam shrugged. "Not so much once they work out the product kills people." From the row behind them, Pax leaned forward with a half-suppressed grin. "Wouldn't be the first company, more than happy to get rich off of something that inconveniently kills its customers." Sam chuckled, setting down his chopsticks. The train swayed gently as it picked up speed, the landscape outside blurring into deep forests, terraced rice fields, and clusters of low-roofed farmhouses. Then suddenly the mountains opened up, and in the distance, framed perfectly in the train window, stood Mount Fuji, its snow-capped peak rising above the clouds like a vision from a myth. Sam turned toward it, his expression shifting. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the 4 parchment fragments, pieces of the ancient treasure map left behind by Shane Roberts, collected one by one in blood, fire, and legend. The corners were frayed, the ink faded in places, but together they formed something remarkable. He laid them out on the table, careful to align the edges. "On that subject," he said, voice lower now, almost reverent, "I think it's about time we work out where Shane Roberts hid that Celtic treasure." The others leaned in, the clatter of the train fading into the background. Beyond the glass, Mount Fuji watched in silence. Chapter 22. The Hokuriku Shinkansen surged southward, a silver bullet slicing through the heart of Japan. The muted roar of the rails beneath and the rhythmic sway of the carriage formed a calming background as Sam Reilly leaned over the table between them, frowning at the 4 weathered fragments of the ancient map. Each piece was made of thick, fibrous vellum, yellowed with age and lined with tiny cracks. The texture was almost like leather, brittle and ancient, with a faint earthy smell, as if it had been pulled from deep underground. The ink, dark brown-black, was faded in parts but still legible, revealing intricate Celtic designs, strange animal depictions, and fragments of terrain. "These don't mean anything," Sam muttered, his brow furrowed deeper as he shifted the pieces again. Each one had its own imagery. The first showed a lion's head ringed with a triscale above what looked like a spiraling tunnel. The second displayed crude terrain lines, perhaps mountains, but distorted, framed by a cron beha. The third had a branching tunnel system, almost like roots, with a triquetra symbol stamped faintly in one corner. The fourth was perhaps the most confusing, a celestial chart, stars connected by lines, and compass markings around the border. Amira tilted her head. "Maybe they're symbolic, like stages of a journey." "Or unrelated," Tom offered. "Maybe they're meant to mislead." "Who studied the terrain lines?" "Or they could be part of a greater image. What if we're seeing it wrong?" Pax reached out and turned 2 of the pieces. "They're not quadrants. Look." He aligned the edges of the first and second fragments, not as a square, but edge to edge in a curve. "These knot patterns connect. It's a linear design, like pieces of a scroll." Sam's eyes narrowed. He rotated the third and fourth pieces, sliding them next to the others. The lines and designs suddenly began to align. Swirls became outlines, symbols fell into sequence, and then, like a lens snapping into focus, the complete image formed. It was a side silhouette of a mountain ridge. Sam grabbed his tablet and did an image search based on the outlining shape. It depicted an old silver mine in Ikuno, in Japan. He downloaded the image of the mine site and began comparing the 2. He rotated the map again until the ridge line matched. "That's it," he breathed. "It's a topographic silhouette. This is Mount Mikobata and the entrance to Ikuno Mine." Tom peered over. "So, we know where, but not which shaft." Amira picked up the third fragment, the one with the root-like tunnels and the triquetra. She carefully overlaid it on the mountain silhouettes. "Here," she said, tapping a symbol that lined up with a specific hollow in the ridgeline. "That's not a tree. That's the triquetra symbol falling exactly on the Oborogoa shaft." Sam brought up the mine's history. He read aloud. "Oborogoa shaft, abandoned in 1831. Massive landslide blocked the western access tunnel. Site presumed flooded since." He looked up. I wonder if Shane Roberts caused that landslide to bury the Celtic treasure. Who gave a low whistle. That'd be one hell of a cover-up. Then Amira leaned forward again, inspecting the corners of each map piece. Wait, these corners? She began rotating the fragments. As she turned each piece 90 degrees and brought them into a wheel-like formation, something emerged. Runes at each edge formed a ring. Sam traced them slowly, deciphering the hybrid Gaelic-Japanese characters. As he translated, a sentence revealed itself. Only where lions drink fire shall the prophecy come to pass. He sat back. Well, that clears up where the Celtic treasure belongs. Amira's eyes didn't move. She was staring at the body of the map itself. There's more. Hidden letters, faint, almost blended into the knotwork. She began jotting them down as she found them, one on each map fragment. When they had all four, E-M-E-N-A-N. Sam stared at the letters. It's an anagram. For what? Who asked. There aren't a lot of words out there. Only Amin and Enema, neither of which I think this refers to. And they're both 5-letter words, Pax said. We're looking for 6. Sam looked at the rest of them. Any other takers? Amira grinned. What about Nemean? Chapter 23. All right, Sam said. So we're agreed. Our next stop should be this Equino silver mine. Amira was the first to speak. It's a long shot, but it's the best we've got. I'm here with you until we find a Nemean lion cub, Tom said, his words firm, his tone emphatic. Sam looked at Pax. You want to join us? No, thank you. I'm never interested in scuba diving into a narrow mine shaft. People my size shouldn't go cave diving. Pax exchanged a glance with Tom. No offense, Tom. You're the exception to the rule. None taken, Tom agreed. Pax said, I'll come for the journey and to keep Amira company. She smiled. Do you think I need your protection? Pax met her gaze with an amused grin. No, I've watched you firsthand back in Petra, practicing your shooting. I know very well you can look after yourself. All the same, I think I'll stay around and keep you company. Thanks, Amira said. Sam looked at Hu. What about you, Hu? If there's anything I can do to help, I'm here for you. He paused a beat. But Renjiro Tokuda and his brother are dead. No one's coming after you. This is a treasure hunt in a flooded mine shaft, and I'm no scuba diver. If it's all the same to you, I'm going to go fight in this underworld sword fight I've come to Japan to fight. Sam nodded. No problem. I understand. Listen, Hu said. If things change and you need me, I'll drop out of the fight in an instant and fly wherever you want me. Sam grinned. Go. Enjoy it. Hu met his gaze. You know, if there was something I could do to help, I'd ditch my fight right now. I know, Hu. Go. Fight. If there's anything you can do for me, I'll let you know. Hu nodded. I'll have my phone on standby. Thanks, I appreciate it. Sam smiled. Out of interest, where's this fight? Hu said, a place called Hashima Island. It's no longer used, and visiting the island is now illegal, which makes it perfect for an illegal sword fight. Sam looked at him and asked, Where? It's off the coast of Japan. Hu grinned.
but you most likely know it as Battleship Island.
Chapter 24. Ikuno Silver Mine, Hyogo, Japan. The train hissed to a stop at the small, snow-dusted station at Ikuno. Sam stepped off the Bantan Line carriage and looked around. A light snow fell from the overcast sky, soft and lazy, coating the platform and the surrounding hills in a fine white powder. The landscape was quiet, hushed under the weight of winter. Low mountains rolled across the distance, their wooded slopes tinged in white, and a faint mist clung to the valleys below. Ikuno itself was a quiet rural town, a scattering of traditional tiled-roof homes nestled against the hills, with narrow streets winding between them. The train station was small, just a pair of platforms and a squat building of aging concrete and faded signage. Sam inhaled deeply. The air was cold, clean, and carried a faint scent of pine and something mineral, as though the old mine still breathed beneath the earth. The group moved together toward the front of the station, where the taxi rank stood mostly empty. A few older sedans idled nearby, their drivers napping in their seats or reading newspapers. Tom glanced at Sam. "You have a guy dropping off a car for us." "Yeah," Sam replied, "along with all the dive gear we're going to need." Pax folded his arms against the cold and grinned. "I hope you found a bigger car than who to hire." Sam turned, curious. "What did who hire?" "A Nissan GTR Nismo R35, Pax said with a smirk. Sam laughed out loud. "And you all fit in that?" "To be fair," Pax said, "who didn't know he was going to end up giving us all a ride when he hired it?" Just then a vehicle rolled into view through the soft snowfall, a Mitsubishi Delica D6, its angular body and futuristic lines cutting a sharp contrast against the quiet rural town. The plug-in hybrid SUV looked like something designed for both lunar exploration and Japanese school runs, tall, boxy, and built for rugged terrain, with sharp LED headlights and matte alloy rims. The engine purred softly as it came to a stop in front of them, the electric motor nearly silent beneath the snow-muted world. The driver stepped out. He was a young Japanese man in his 20s, with slicked-back hair and oversized reflective sunglasses that seemed hilariously out of place in the soft gray weather. He wore a crisp jacket with a logo Sam didn't recognize, and held a tablet in one gloved hand. "You must be Mr. Sam Reilly?" the man asked in perfect English. Sam nodded. "Yes." "Everything you requested is there for you," the driver said, gesturing toward the rear of the Delica. "Dive gear, vehicle, maps, and permits." He glanced up at the slow-falling snow, his mouth curling into a skeptical smile. "Although I'm not sure where you're planning on going scuba diving in this weather." Sam returned the smile and took the offered key fob. "I'm not sure yet myself, but we'll find somewhere nice to explore." The driver gave a short bow, then headed off toward the train station. Sam turned to the others. "Everyone in." They climbed aboard the Delica, Pax taking the front passenger seat, while Tom and Amira loaded into the back. Sam took the wheel, the door closing with a soft hydraulic hiss as he set the navigation toward the old mining roads outside town. Snow fell quietly on the windshield as they pulled away from the station, the distant peaks of the Hyogo prefecture rising through the mist like sleeping giants. Chapter 25. Sam guided the Mitsubishi Delica D6 along the narrow mountain road that traced the Ichi River's serpentine path. The water beside them moved fast and clean, frothing over rocks and swirling beneath small wooden footbridges that connected pockets of dense forest. The road climbed steadily, flanked on either side by towering cedar trees dusted with snow, their dark needles swaying gently in the breeze. Occasionally birds darted across the road, flashes of white and gray, and the call of a Japanese bush warbler echoed somewhere in the trees. Tom sat in the passenger seat with a folded brochure in his hands, flipping through it as the Delica hummed along the incline. "Listen to this," Tom said. "The Kuno silver mine started operation just after 800 AD, during Japan's Warring States period. That's over 1,200 years ago. Later it became known as Tenryō because it funded the Tokugawa shogunate's empire. The whole thing goes down about 3,000 feet and stretches over 1.5 miles in length. They didn't just dig for silver either. They pulled out gold, lead, and coal, too. The government took it over in 1889, but eventually the mine dried up and officially shut down in the 70s. These days, it's just a museum." "Sounds about right," Sam said, eyes on the winding road. "But what makes Ikuno different is the engineering. The people in charge of mining here were centuries ahead of their time in terms of safety and efficiency. The old mining company started building large horizontal tunnels through the mountain's base, not just to dig, but to let air flow in and water flow out. Natural underground rivers formed exit points, some of them channeled through tunnels on purpose, others just found their way through centuries of erosion." Amira leaned forward between the front seats. "I read somewhere that the whole mountain is basically Swiss cheese, tunnels and rivers carving through it since the 9th century. There's an entire ecosystem down there?" "Right," Sam said, steering off the paved tourist drive and onto a snow-slicked dirt trail. The tires crunched over frost-covered gravel as the Delica followed a narrow path alongside a smaller river, one swollen from recent snowmelt. "Sounds like the perfect place to hide an ancient treasure." They drove in silence for the next 15 minutes, the only sounds the steady purr of the hybrid engine and the gurgle of water coursing beside them. The trail climbed higher, winding through rugged foothills until it ended at a steep granite ridge, scarred and crumbled. Snow clung to the uneven edges, and twisted tree trunks leaned at odd angles where the earth had given way long ago. Sam killed the engine and stepped out into the cold. The river here was louder and angrier, rushing against the rocks with a roar that echoed up the gorge. It surged along a jagged wall of stone, forced to change direction where a massive landslide had carved into the mountain centuries earlier. He gazed up at the collapsed escarpment, the whole side of the mountain a torn seam of craggy stone and packed earth, half swallowed by moss and ice. "This looks to be the accident that caused them to permanently close the Oborogoa shaft," Sam said. Pax shaded his eyes and looked up at the fractured slope. "I wonder how Shane Roberts managed to cause that." "Dynamite?" Tom offered. "Unlikely," Sam said. "Dynamite wasn't invented until 1867. Shane was here in 1831. Tom blinked. "Right. That'd make it tough. So what's your guess?" Sam gestured toward the raw wound in the mountain. "One of 3 ways. First, manual excavation, old-fashioned pickaxes and labor. But that would have left a paper trail. Second, fire setting, stacking wood in cracks to superheat and fracture the rock. And third, gunpowder. They could have drilled holes and packed them with black powder." He turned to face the river. The water here was several feet higher than it should have been, held back by the debris of the landslide. It formed a natural dam, one that had flooded whatever had once existed beneath it. A faint mist rose from the river's surface where it met a small, distant waterfall cascading over jagged rock. There was no sign of the old shaft entrance, only the roar of the river and the broken memory of what had once been a functioning tunnel deep within the earth. They opened the back of the Delica. Inside, secured with military precision, was everything they'd need: black dry suits, high-tech scuba gear, waterproof lights, reels of line, and two sleek diver propulsion vehicles, torpedo-shaped machines that would carry them through the flooded tunnels. "Either way," Sam said, "Shane Roberts made sure the Oborogoa shaft stayed flooded and hidden." Tom let out a low whistle. "Well, what do you say we put it back into service one last time?" Chapter 26. Sam and Tom moved with practiced precision, sealing their dry suits tight against the cold. Sam tucked the waterproof folder containing his phone and the map securely inside the inner chest pocket of his suit, feeling the reassuring pressure of it against his body. It wasn't going anywhere. He turned to Amira, kissed her gently, and smiled. "We'll be back soon," he said. Pax, standing beside her in the snow, gave a single nod. "We'll be here until you get back." Sam returned the nod and turned toward the water. He and Tom hoisted their twin air tanks into place. The regulators clicked into their mouths. Dry suit valves hissed, and they each clipped on a diver propulsion vehicle. Their bodies were swaddled in sleek black neoprene and sealed gear, tight against the frigid water. Tom gave a final tug on Sam's tank straps to check the harness. Sam did the same for him. Satisfied, they turned toward the river. Sam stepped in first. The cold, though insulated, still pressed like a wall against his body. The river was louder now, its roar deep and relentless, echoing through the forest as snowflakes drifted silently down around them. He raised his right hand and flicked on his primary flashlight. A bright beam lanced through the dark water, cutting a cone of silver-blue light into the murk. Small particles danced in the current, twinkling like dust in a sunbeam. He turned to Tom and gave the thumbs up. Tom returned the gesture. Sam took a deep breath, bit down on the regulator, and they descended. Their DPVs whirred quietly to life, barely more than a hum underwater, and the river rushed past in a soft, muffled roar. Sam held his flashlight steady, the beam carving through the submerged world with mechanical precision. They glided just above the rocky riverbed, which was littered with moss-covered stones and fallen branches. About 600 feet downstream, Sam slowed and raised his hand in a clenched fist, the signal to stop. The current shifted slightly, pulling to their left, where a shadowy opening yawned from the riverbank, the entrance to the Oborogoa shaft. It was a dark maw cut into the side of the mountain. Rough-hewn stone framed the opening like an ancient wound. Sam angled his flashlight and swept the beam inside. The tunnel extended straight into the mountain, a narrow man-made shaft that disappeared into absolute blackness. He turned and signaled to Tom to stay close. Then, without hesitation, he angled his DPV forward and kicked into gear. The shaft welcomed them with silence. Only the sound of their bubbles, the quiet hum of their propulsion vehicles, and the rhythmic beat of their hearts accompanied them now as they entered the forgotten depths of the mountain. Chapter 27. Sam's exhaled breath hissed into the dark water, bubbles rising past his mask and vanishing into the narrow rock overhead. The beam of his dive light swept forward in a steady arc, illuminating the jagged, time-worn walls of the flooded mine. It was a narrow passage, suffocatingly tight at times, where centuries of sediment clung to the stone like dust suspended in ink. He kept swimming, mindful of his tank and regulator, slow and controlled, just ahead of Tom. The tunnel sloped upward. Sam adjusted his buoyancy and kicked gently until the rock above broke away into a pocket of open air. He surfaced with a quiet splash, flashlight breaking through first, followed by the smooth dome of his dive hood. His breath echoed in the confined space. A small alcove had been carved into the tunnel wall, barely larger than a freight elevator, but mercifully dry and flat. It was just big enough for the two of them to haul out and rest. Sam reached up and gripped the edge, his gloves slipping once before he found purchase. He pulled himself up, his dry suit slick with cold water, and turned to help Tom up after him. They collapsed onto the rock floor with tired but focused movements. "Not bad," Tom muttered through his regulator, water dripping off his mask. Sam tugged off his gloves, then unclipped his tank and peeled off the top half of his dry suit, steam curling away from the warmth of his skin in the cold underground air. He sat for a moment, breathing, letting the tight pressure in his chest ease now that they were out of the water. Tom followed suit, groaning softly as he unzipped and pushed his own dry suit halfway down. Both of them were soaked with sweat beneath the thermal underlayers, but grateful to be breathing freely again. Sam reached for his flashlight, thumbed it on, and swept the alcove. The light caught the top of a vertical shaft cut into the stone, no more than 4 feet wide. Its inner walls were rough-hewn, lined with deep handholds and footholds, carved generations ago by miners who had used the shaft daily. The rock still bore their marks. Sam leaned forward, eyes tracking the grooves upward. "Looks like our next move is vertical." Tom was already checking his gear. "We climbing it?" Sam nodded. "We are." They stripped off the rest of their dive gear, BCDs, tanks, fins, and masks, laying them out in a neat row against the far side of the ledge. It would be safe here, dry, a waypoint for their return, if there was one. Then Sam reached up, tested the first set of holds, and began to climb. The shaft stretched upward for 40, maybe 50 feet. It was a tight squeeze, damp and narrow, but the handholds were solid, and Sam moved with care, every motion deliberate. The stone was cold beneath his fingers, the scent of ancient dust and iron growing stronger the higher he climbed. At last he reached the top and pulled himself into a small chamber, just large enough to hold 6 or 7 people huddled around a lantern. The walls were blackened with soot and mineral stain. Tom clambered up beside him, breathing hard but steady. Sam turned, raised his light, and froze. Set into the far wall was a small steel door, its surface dulled by time but still intact. At its center was a complex golden codex, ornate and cold in the glow of the flashlight. Sam stepped closer. The lock had 6 rotating sections, each engraved with Japanese kanji characters, ancient, deliberate script, arranged like a puzzle no one had solved in centuries. He stared at it for a long moment, then exhaled. "Well," he said, glancing at Tom with a faint grin, "that's going to slow things down a bit." Chapter 28. Matsumoto Airport, Nagano. The Gulf Stream G800 rolled along the taxiway at Matsumoto Airport, its long, sleek fuselage gleaming under the early afternoon sun. The twin Rolls-Royce engines growled to life with a low, feral rumble, their turbine whine rising in pitch as the jet picked up speed. Masaru Tokuda barely noticed the vibrations as the wheels lifted off the tarmac, and the private jet soared into the sky, climbing above the Japanese Alps with regal indifference. It was a flawless takeoff, smooth and assured. Masaru sat back in his cream leather seat and swirled the amber whiskey in his glass, a 25-year-old bottle of Yamazaki, hand-poured by Kai Shiba, his ever-efficient chief of staff. The smell was rich and oaky, with notes of dried fruit and smoke, as though it had been poured straight from a shrine. He took a sip and allowed himself a small smile. It was good to be the last Tokuda standing. The customs and immigration officials had scurried off the tarmac the moment their signatures were collected, bowing low and not asking questions. Regulations were for the common masses, not for those who inherited the kind of wealth and influence now at Masaru's fingertips. His brother's empire was his, the castle, the corporations, the buried secrets, the legend, and all its enemies. The cabin was quiet, save for the soft hum of the engines and the clink of ice in cut crystal. A small team of elite mercenaries occupied the rear seats, silent, disciplined, and loyal, so long as the money flowed. Masaru preferred it that way. Men who obeyed. Men who did not ask why, only how soon. He turned to Kai, who was already setting up the tablet. "The footage from Matsumoto Castle?" Kai nodded and passed it over. Masaru watched. The high-definition security footage had been pulled from private cameras hidden throughout the ancient structure. He watched a team of trained guards engage a single target, Sam Reilly. The man moved with ruthless precision, disarming and disabling combatants with lethal ease. Bullets struck him, clean hits, multiple times, and did nothing. Masaru narrowed his eyes. The camera caught Reilly walking straight through gunfire like it was rain, not even flinching. Masaru tapped the screen to pause the video, his gaze locked on the still frame. The man's face was calm, too calm, unbothered by wounds that should have ended him. He turned to Kai. "Is it possible Sam Reilly is the Shogun ghost?" Kai took a moment before answering. "It does look like it," he admitted. "The legends say the ghost cannot be killed by man-made weapons." Masaru scoffed. "Legends say many things." Kai met his eyes. "What do you want to do about him?" Masaru leaned back in his seat, resting the whiskey glass on the armrest. "Isn't it obvious?" he said coolly. "I want to have him killed." Kai's brow creased slightly. "If Sam Reilly is the Shogun ghost, he will be unable to be killed." Masaru chuckled, low and slow. "No, he can be killed. Death is the price we all pay to be alive." He raised the glass to his lips, took another slow sip, and added with quiet certainty, "We just need to find another way to do it, one that doesn't involve piercing his skin." Chapter 29. Ikuno Silver Mine, Hyogo, Japan. Sam studied the intricate mechanism. The codex was incredible. 6 interlocking golden rings embedded in the steel door, each etched with 8 Japanese symbols written in kanji script. He turned one experimentally, watching it click softly into the next position. Then another, followed by another, and so on. He looked over at Tom. 6 rings, each with 8 symbols. Any idea how many combinations that is? Tom didn't hesitate. 8 to the power of 6? That's 262,144 possible combinations. Sam raised an eyebrow. Why, Tom, I'm impressed. That's the kind of math I'd expect Elise to rattle off. Tom held up his phone, calculator still open. What can I say? Numbers have always come quick to me. Sam laughed. All right, smarty pants. Want to take a wild guess at what the actual code is? Tom held up his hands. Not a chance. I've hit the edge of my usefulness. I know almost nothing about Japanese locks. You're the one who's been vacationing here. Sam smirked. Most of that time I was being held hostage. Still counts, Tom said. I'm counting on you. I hope you picked up some kanji basics. Sam pulled out his phone and opened a Japanese translation app. As a matter of fact, I did. Tom took a breath. Okay, so we've got a 6-symbol kanji lock, over 250,000 possible combinations, and an app that can help us decode English meanings. What's next? Sam carefully rotated the rings again, observing how smoothly they turned. We need to think back to the map Shane Roberts left, the 4 fragments. Tom tilted his head. The ones you said were for you? Sam grinned. The Shogun ghost. Roberts must have known someone would come looking. He reached into a waterproof folder and unfolded the 4 pieces of the ancient map, laying them out on the ground between them. Each was aged, fibrous, and textured, made from some kind of old waxy vellum. The images were faded, but intact. Mountain lines, symbols, etched patterns that hadn't made much sense until now. Sam frowned. These don't mean anything on their own. Tom crouched beside him. What about something with 6 parts? Or something hidden in 6 places, Sam said, eyes narrowing. Tom snapped his fingers. Nemean! Sam blinked. What? The anagram from the map. All those hidden letters spelled out Nemean. 6 letters, 6 rings. That has to be it. Sam's eyes lit up. Yes, of course. He turned back to the codex and reached for the first ring, pausing as his fingers hovered over the engraved kanji. His smile faded. Tom noticed. What's wrong? Sam exhaled. You can't just spell Nemean in kanji. The Japanese writing system doesn't work that way. Kanji represents concepts, not individual letters. Tom frowned. So, how do we enter it? We need concepts that relate to the idea of Nemean. And the trick is, each concept has to end in the corresponding letter. Tom shook his head. That can't be it. Something like that will barely reduce the probabilities at all. Why not? Well, think about it. There must be thousands, if not tens of thousands of concepts that match the word Nemean. Sam's eyebrows furrowed. You think it's that bad? Worse, it could be anything. Give me some names or concepts that you associate with the word Nemean. Tom shrugged. Lion, Hercules, shield, fire, ancient, beast. Sam tapped the screen and entered the word lion. The app returned the kanji character, pronounced shi. He studied it, then rotated the first ring until it matched. He grinned. Lion. Perfect, that's it. Tom stared at it.
How does the word lion form the first part of the anagram for Nemean?
I'm not sure, but I'm certain it's right.
How? Tom asked. I mean, you normally have an almost uncanny knack for these things, but still, I don't see why it should be lion over any of the other tens of thousands of concepts that might match the letters for Nemean.
Sam said, "We don't need to come up with tens of thousands of concepts, as you so intelligently considered."
Why not? Tom asked.
Sam grinned. Because there are only 8 options per ring. So now we're down to just 8 combinations. We know the first one has to be N, Nemean. The word lion is the only option.
Tom said, but lion starts with the letter L. So what makes you so certain that it represents the letter N?
Sam smiled. Because the Japanese kanji is designed to be read backward. Tom grinned, patting him on the back.
So, we're working with kanji concepts that end in the letter we want to write.
Exactly.
Second letter E. Sam scrolled through the options and found the kanji symbol for flame.
Flame fits the fire theme.
Ends in E.
That works.
He rotated the second ring.
Third letter M. He tried several possibilities before settling on realm. Sam nodded. It fits. Describes the lion's mythic domain and ends in M. He set the third ring. Fourth letter E. Sam found the word endurance. He hesitated. Close enough in spirit, and it ends in E. The fourth ring clicked. Fifth letter A. He found the symbols for the word aura. The fifth ring locked in. Final letter N. Sam scrolled through options. Sam frowned. The only symbol that's close is the one for cave, but that doesn't end in the letter N.
Maybe something's lost in translation. What's another word for cave? Tom asked.
Sam's brow crunched together. Prison, tomb, lair? None end in the letter N. Tom leaned in, staring at the translation app.
Not just a cave, Sam. A cavern.
Sam blinked. That might do it. He rotated the final ring into position. The entire codex shuddered, and each of the 6 rings spun slightly backward, locking into place. A hiss of stale air rushed out as the ancient seal broke. Sam stared at it.
You've got to be kidding me.
Tom grinned.
Never trust AI translation. It's the nuances that it gets wrong every time.
Sam laughed and clapped him on the back. Remind me to never underestimate your literary flair. With a deep groan, the door ahead of them hissed, a seal breaking as ancient air spilled out. The path to the treasure had opened. Chapter 30. Sam slowly pushed the door open. The hinges groaned with age, echoing through the ancient chamber. Beyond, his flashlight beam revealed a narrow tunnel carved with crude precision. The air was stale, unmoving. A short distance in, a solitary plaque stood upright, embedded directly in the middle of the path. Sam stepped forward and trained his flashlight on it. The light caught on the engraved lettering, clear and unmistakable English, carved into the weathered stone. All are welcome to pass, but only the Shogun ghost is capable of reaching the Celtic treasure alive. He blinked once, then again. Tom, he said quietly. Tom stepped up beside him, his brow furrowed as he read the words. I'm sure it's just a threat, he said with a faint scoff, though the edge in his voice betrayed a tinge of unease. Sam didn't look away from the plaque. But then again, maybe this Shane Roberts knew something we don't. Tom turned toward him. Like what? Sam exhaled slowly. Maybe he knew that the Shogun ghost who'd one day come for the Celtic treasure would already have been infected by the shield of Hercules. Tom frowned. You think he planned this back in the 1830s? Maybe, Sam said. Maybe it's not planning. Maybe it's prophecy. Come on, Tom said, waving a hand. That's impossible. Nobody can see the future. Sam shrugged. What about Michel de Nostradamus? Tom raised an eyebrow. There's no record of Nostradamus ever visiting Japan. Maybe not. But what about Germany, Austria, Ireland, Scotland? He didn't have to come to Japan. The Celts weren't just here. Tom crossed his arms. Still a stretch. There's no proof he ever visited any Celtic strongholds. Sam tilted his head. What about Brittany, along the French coast? Tom's mouth opened slightly, a glimmer of recognition in his eyes. Ile de Bas, he said, slowly, remembering the windswept island where Genevieve had been shot and where the ancient druidic leader had made his last stand. That whole coastline is covered in old Celtic ruins. The Order operated there. Sam nodded. Nostradamus was born in Saint-Rémy de Provence, not all that far from Brittany. It's not impossible. Still, Tom said, rubbing his chin. Timeline's off. Nostradamus died in 1566. That makes him either too young to have influenced the original creators of the Lion's Offering, or too dead to have influenced Shane Roberts nearly 3 centuries later. Sam turned from the plaque and looked at Tom, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Unless, he said, voice quiet, Nostradamus wasn't the first person to learn how to read the future. Chapter 31. Sam met Tom's gaze and gave a small nod. I'll be all right. Tom didn't look convinced. How do you know? Because Shane Roberts predicted it, Sam said, his voice calm. And so far he's been right about everything. Tom paused, brows raised, then chuckled dryly. Well, I don't see why we shouldn't trust him any more or less than we trust Nostradamus to predict the future. Besides, Sam added, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips, I have the shield of Hercules. I'll never find it easier to get through a booby-trapped passageway. And if you're wrong, Sam shrugged, then this whole thing has been nothing more than a wild goose chase. There is no Celtic prophecy, no Nemean kingdom, and I'm going to die anyway. Tom studied him, then gave a resolute nod. I believe you'll come through this. You always do. Thanks, Tom. Sam stepped forward and pulled him into a firm hug. For everything. Tom returned it without hesitation, clapping him once on the back. Do you want me to wait here for you? No, Sam said, pulling away and glancing down the tunnel. I don't know what Shane Roberts had planned for any would-be treasure hunters or robbers, so I'd feel better if you make your way back to the entrance. Wait with Pax and Amira. Tom hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Anything else I can do for you? Sam's expression sobered. Yeah, if I'm wrong about this, make sure to look after Amira, Matilda, and the twins. Tom met his eyes, steady and unwavering. I will, but you're not wrong. You'll be there to see them born, see them grow up, and hopefully scare off any boys or girls who try to sneak their way into their lives. Sam cracked a grin. I think Amira, with her marksmanship, has the scary parent role already locked in. Tom laughed. I'm sure she does.
Go well, Sam." Sam gave a final nod, then turned. The tunnel ahead swallowed light like a void, the beam of his flashlight barely cutting through the thick darkness. He could hear, steady but tight. The damp air clung to his skin, and a silence pressed down on him. He looked back once, catching Tom's silhouette at the threshold of the passage. Then, with no more words, he turned back and walked into the dark. Chapter 32. Sam walked 30 or 40 feet into the darkness, his boots crunching quietly on the gravel floor of the ancient tunnel. The sound of his own breathing filled the silence, the air damp and cool against his face. He paused and glanced over his shoulder just in time to see the last flicker of Tom's flashlight disappear as his friend descended the vertical shaft. A strange calm settled over him, like a blanket lowered onto his shoulders. With Tom no longer at risk, something inside Sam clicked. There was no longer any hesitation, no space left for fear. If he stood still, if he did nothing, death was assured. And yet the certainty of it didn't unnerve him. It empowered him. This wasn't about morbidity, it was clarity, a pure, sharp sense of purpose. It filled him with momentum. He pictured Amira's face, then Matilda's. He imagined the twins being born, could almost see them, though in his mind's eye he still couldn't tell if they were boys or girls. Just the idea of them, the feel of their tiny hands wrapping around his finger, was enough to fill his chest with fire. He turned forward again and kept walking, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the dark. The tunnel ahead stretched tight and narrow, like a throat carved into the earth. The walls were rough, worn smooth in places by time or water or both. Then, without warning, a loud whooshing sound echoed from both directions. Sam barely had time to react. He tried to lunge forward, but the trap had already sprung. Nearly 30 blow darts sliced through the air. A deadly storm funneled perfectly along the corridor. They hissed past him like angry wasps, some pinging off stone, others striking his body. He flinched by instinct, but the darts bounced harmlessly off his skin. His shielded body absorbed the attack without so much as a scratch. He came to a stop, the tunnel now quiet again. Only the faint whisper of falling dust remained. Sam swung his flashlight around, illuminating the mechanism behind the ambush. It was ingeniously crafted, simple but brutally effective. A network of rotted string and bamboo levers connected to a pair of counterweights. A hollowed bamboo chamber served as the pressure chamber, and when the string had been tripped, the sudden shift of weight forced air through narrow channels, firing the Fukia darts all at once. It was amazing it still worked after nearly 2 centuries. He crouched and picked up one of the darts. The tip was still sharp, narrow like a toothpick, and darkened with the residue of something once dangerous. Ancient Japanese assassins had used tetrodotoxin, extracted from pufferfish, to lace their darts. It was a paralytic poison. Just a few micrograms could shut down a person's nervous system. Sam's gaze hardened. "If I didn't have the shield," he muttered to himself. He pressed forward. The second trap struck minutes later. Another sudden whoosh, another barrage of deadly darts. Then a third wave followed just as he passed a low bend in the tunnel. Again they hit, and again they failed. But they were escalating. Whoever had laid this out hadn't expected a second chance for anyone who survived the first barrage.
Sam pressed on, deeper into the mountain, until the walls abruptly opened up. He stopped short. The tunnel ended in a precarious ledge. Before him, a narrow stone bridge stretched across a vast chasm. There were no railings, no supports, just a narrow, slick strip of stone crossing a void that seemed to plunge forever into the mountain's bowels. Sam aimed his flashlight downward. The beam vanished into nothingness. He swallowed hard. There were no darts to worry about now. The shield of Hercules might protect him from poisons and blades, but it couldn't stop gravity. One slip here, and every bone in his body would shatter on some long-forgotten rock far below. He inhaled slowly, steadying himself. His breath fogged in the cold air. Then he placed one foot on the narrow bridge and began to cross. Chapter 33. Sam had always been afraid of heights. He stood at the precipice, staring down the impossibly narrow bridge, barely a foot wide, suspended over a bottomless void. The silence beneath it was haunting, as if the chasm itself was holding its breath. He shook his head, trying to push the fear away. "It's just a bridge," he whispered to himself. But it wasn't just a bridge. It was a remnant from another world, probably left behind more than 1,000 years ago, when the original miners had carved this enormous void out of the mountain's heart, mining for silver or gold, maybe even something more ancient. Sam swept the beam of his flashlight across the stone platform. The bridge was solid, rough-hewn but stable, the rock worn smooth in places. Along its narrow span, faint Celtic symbols had been etched into the surface. He crouched and examined them more closely. There was a triskelion, its triple spiral arms curling in elegant symmetry, a symbol of motion and progress. Next to it, a claddagh, the heart clasped between two hands beneath a crown, signifying love, loyalty, and friendship. Further down, he spotted a triquetra, the three-pointed knot woven tightly, perhaps representing life, death, and rebirth. Then came the Crann Beha, the tree of life, its branches and roots entwined in balance, a symbol of the ancient connection between heaven and earth. Sam's brows furrowed. Why had Shane Roberts, an 1830s convict turned treasure hunter, left Celtic symbols carved into a Japanese mine? It didn't make any rational sense. But then very little about this journey had. At least the carvings confirmed one thing: he was on the right path. He took a breath and reminded himself, only the Shogun ghost can reach the Celtic treasure alive. "I am the Shogun ghost," he murmured, and took a cautious step forward. Clang! A deafening metallic impact shattered the silence. Sam leaped backward just in time as a massive iron pendulum swept across the bridge, passing within inches of his chest. He stumbled back, eyes wide, breath caught in his throat. Before he could recover, a second iron ball came crashing through from the opposite direction, followed by a third, then a fourth. The entire passageway had transformed into an enormous Newton's cradle, the kind you might find on a desk. Except here, each ball was the size of a wrecking ball and swung with deadly force. The clanging echoes were deafening, bouncing off the stone walls in thunderous waves. The rhythmic whoosh of steel slicing through air rang out again and again. Sam crouched low near the tunnel wall, heart pounding. He could hear the roar of his own blood in his ears, like a second tide rising beneath the chaos of the swinging pendulums. He waited, hoping the momentum would naturally fade. But then he heard something else. Gears, grinding, turning, water flowing. Sam turned the flashlight beam forward and spotted the mechanism. A water-powered gear system built centuries ago was still functioning. Slowly but relentlessly, it pulled each pendulum back into position and released them again in perfect timing. The crash of the steel balls sounded again, the sequence playing like a mechanical heartbeat. Left, right, left, right. It never stopped. It had never stopped. He considered sprinting across the bridge. Maybe he could beat the rhythm, or wait until some of the balls were being reset. He edged forward again. Whoosh! The first pendulum dropped again, slicing the air a foot in front of him. He instinctively dropped to his stomach. The wind of it blasted across his face. He'd been inches from death. Sam rolled backward and sat upright, panting. He watched carefully as the pendulums reset. Only one was pulled back at a time, but the others kept swinging. That meant there was never a moment when the path was completely clear. There would always be at least one deadly obstacle in motion. "This is insane," he whispered to the dark. He reached into his dry suit and retrieved the waterproof folder. He opened it on the rock beside him and spread out the 4 ancient map fragments from Shane Roberts. The pendulums kept clanging and swaying. The gears kept turning. The bridge still trembled beneath the weight of every swing. Sam stared at the maps, eyes searching desperately. "There has to be a clue," he said aloud, voice nearly drowned by the rhythmic metallic carnage. Behind him, the tunnel echoed with the sound of ancient death in motion. He focused harder, blocking out everything but the parchment before him. Somewhere in the folds of time, Shane Roberts had found a way across. Chapter 34. Sam studied the 4 maps, the ancient parchment creased and damp at the edges from the tunnel's cloying moisture. He turned them in his hands, his eyes scanning every inch. The beam of his flashlight flicked over the surfaces, illuminating each faint line and symbol. He examined the Celtic symbols etched into the 4 sections of the map again. A triskelion, its 3 spirals swirling outward like a vortex of motion and change. A triquetra, a triple knot looping in perpetual union, said to represent earth, sea, and sky, or life, death, and rebirth. A solar cross, the simple circle with a cross through it, symbolizing the 4 seasons and balance of time. And a serch batal, 2 interwoven hearts forming a figure 8, a symbol of eternal love and loyalty. He traced each with a gloved finger. None of them made any sense. No matter which way he lined them up, right side up, upside down, back to front, they told him nothing he didn't already know. If I step on that bridge, I'm going to die. He crouched and tried placing the maps side by side again, the same way he had when he first figured out the mine's location. It yielded nothing. He rotated them again, this time 1 clockwise, 1 counterclockwise, 1 flipped. Still nothing. He held them up to the light, looking for hidden overlays or secret marks. The symbols etched into the bridge matched some of those on the maps. That had to mean something. He folded 1 map in half, then another, then halved them again, trying to align the Celtic symbols, wondering if he could create some pattern or sequence. Still, it meant nothing. But something about the way the folds overlapped sparked a memory. Origami. Before he and Amira had left for Japan, they'd spent a night talking about the uniqueness of the country, its deep history, proud traditions, and curious contradictions. Sam had tried to explain it all to her, and the conversation had drifted to origami. Later that night, he pulled up a YouTube video for Matilda. She'd been captivated. For 2 straight evenings, Sam had been roped into learning the art of paper folding. He'd practiced cranes, frogs, even a cherry blossom. But one shape had stood out: a bridge. He looked down at the 4 parchment pieces. There were 4 parts to that origami bridge, too. His heart kicked. Carefully now, reverently, Sam began folding. The first time he messed it up, creased it wrong, swore quietly, and started over. The second time, he overfolded the corner, and the paper resisted. Ancient parchment didn't take kindly to being bent like modern stock. He gritted his teeth. The third time, his hands moved with confidence, guided by memory and adrenaline. He folded precisely, each quadrant slotting into the next, and then there it was. A small origami bridge, crafted from 4 ancient maps, nearly 200 years old. He blinked at it. The Celtic symbols now formed a clear path across the folded paper, but more importantly, some of those symbols had been overlapped by the folds, crossed out by the design itself. A distinct route, winding across the paper bridge, was left unobstructed. Sam looked up at the real bridge, the impossibly narrow stone path stretching across the void. He traced the Celtic symbols carved into the real stone, one by one, matching them to the path on his folded map. The alignment was perfect. He exhaled, a grin pulling at the corner of his mouth. Unbelievable. In his hand, he held the answer, and now all he had to do was trust it enough to risk everything and cross. Chapter 35. Outside the Econo Mine. Tom broke the surface of the cold river, his breathing labored but steady. He reached for the muddy bank, pulling himself up and out of the water with effort. His dry suit sloshed and clung to his frame as he climbed the embankment. Pack stepped forward, grabbing his hand and hauling him the final few feet before reaching down to collect the heavy dive gear Tom unstrapped and passed up. He leaned forward, hands on his knees, catching his breath. The crisp winter air bit against his face, but it was a welcome change from the cold, oppressive stillness of the Oborogoa shaft. A few steps away, Amira approached. Her expression was tense, her brow furrowed beneath the brim of her hood. "Where's Sam?" she asked, her voice clipped. Tom straightened up, pulling off the top of his dry suit. "There was a warning for the next section. It said only the Shogun ghost would make it alive to where the Celtic treasure is hidden." Amira tilted her head. Her lips parted to respond, but then she paused mid-thought, frowning. "Sam sent you back because of some sort of voodoo about Shane Roberts being able to see the future?" Tom exhaled, half a laugh, half a groan. "It's a long story. Years ago, we uncovered the Book of Nostradamus. Inside was something called the Nostradamus equation, a mathematical formula he supposedly used to predict the future." "You're kidding," Amira said, blinking. "I wish I were." Tom gave her a knowing look. "Either way, Sam believes it, and he wouldn't let me follow. Said if he didn't make it, his life was already forfeited. No need for me to die, too." Amira's eyes narrowed. "And you just accepted that?" Tom shook his head. "No, but you of all people know how stubborn Sam can be about these things. Once his mind is set, that's it." Amira opened her mouth to speak again, but before she could say a word, Tom's phone buzzed in his hand. He looked down, grateful for the distraction, and saw Elise's name. He swiped the call open. "Elise," he answered quickly, maybe a little too cheerfully.
Good timing. Hey, Tom, Elise said, calm but direct. I'm trying to find Sam. Is he with you? Tom glanced toward the river, then back toward the tunnel entrance hidden beneath the swollen waters. No, he said. He's underground trying to get through a maze of deadly obstacles and booby traps in a disused silver mine in Hyogo, Japan. Traps set by a madman 2 centuries ago, by the way. There was a pause on the line. Tom braced himself for the scolding. But Elise's voice was cool and steady. Oh, all right. When he gets out, let him know I've made some progress. A local bulldozer operator on the west coast of Ireland broke through an old Celtic burial cairn. Inside he found the most vivid depiction of a Nemean lion ever recorded. Tom's heart jumped. Quick, you have to go there now. We're nearly there, Elise said. I've already spoken with the man who found it. He says we can join the archaeologists when they arrive to examine it. That's great news. Tom felt hope swell in his chest. Let me know what you find. Sam and I, well, hopefully we'll have answers soon too. But it's good to have a backup. We're on it. Elise, I have an unusual question for you, Tom said. What? Have you ever heard of Nostradamus having anything to do with the Celtic Prophecy? No. Why? Tom asked another question. What about any references to someone before Nostradamus's time learning how to predict the future? History has been filled with people who have purported to be able to predict the future, but as far as I know, Nostradamus was the only one who seemed to do so with any level of accuracy. And even if he used what we now know to have been the Nostradamus equation, why do you ask? Tom paused a beat. Because Shane Roberts knew that the Shogun Ghost, a.k.a. Sam Reilly, would have skin impervious to weapons. Sam thinks he knew the future. Whatever was inside the Celtic treasure showed Roberts something that motivated him to hide it until all paths collided and Sam arrived at this very spot in time. Elise said, I really don't know what to say. I'll do some historical searches. If there is a link to Nostradamus and the Celtic Prophecy, I'll find it. Chapter 36. Sam waited in absolute stillness, the only sounds around him the rhythmic ticking of water-powered gears and the occasional clink of metal, like a countdown echoing through stone. The massive steel pendulums of the Newton's cradle hung suspended again, high and motionless above the chasm. Reset. Still. Waiting. He could feel the tension in his back muscles, wound tight like a spring. Don't jump the gun, he told himself. Not now. Not when I'm this close. When he was certain the pendulums wouldn't launch again unless triggered, he turned his focus to the origami bridge still in his hand. The creased, ancient parchment trembled slightly from his breath. The folded map revealed a precise series of Celtic symbols, a path to follow across the stone bridge etched into the floor, the safe stones framed by the folds of the paper, the deadly ones crossed out by the origami's geometry. Sam glanced at the real bridge, then back at the map. Everything lined up. He took one final breath, steady, cold, purposeful, and stepped forward, placing his boot directly onto the first Celtic symbol the origami had marked as safe. He froze. Time slowed. Nothing happened. No clang, no pendulum, no death. Sam narrowed his eyes, double-checked the next few symbols, then leaped over 2 stones etched with a triquetra and a solar cross, landing instead on a triskelion, the next approved step. His boots thudded against the stone. Again the tunnel remained eerily silent. He moved faster now. 2 more to go. Hop, step, breathe. It felt absurd, like some ancient game of hopscotch carved into the mountain by Celts and shoguns across centuries of time. But it was working. And then he was there, safely on the far side of the bridge. He stopped, turned, and looked back across the void. The pendulums remained still. The bridge, just as narrow and deadly as it had seemed moments earlier, now felt like a conquered beast. A laugh bubbled up from Sam's chest, unbidden. At first it was quiet, then louder, freer. The sound echoed across the cavernous shaft, swallowed up by ancient stone and shadow. He looked down at the folded paper bridge still in his hand and shook his head in disbelief. "That's one for the books," he said, broadly grinning. "One day I'm going to tell my kids I really am a modern-day Indiana Jones." Chapter 37. Battleship Island, Nagasaki, Japan. Once a thriving coal mining facility, Hashima Island had risen from the sea like a steel and concrete fortress, giving it the nickname of Battleship Island. At its peak in the mid-20th century, the island had one of the highest population densities on Earth, crammed into the crumbling, windswept towers that stood like ghosts of Japan's industrial revolution. But after the mine closed in 1974, the island was abandoned. Nature took back its claim. Typhoons shattered buildings, salt and rust chewed through the rebar skeletons, and now it was illegal to set foot on the island without government approval, which made it perfect for what WHO was doing here today. The fights were unsanctioned, underground, and entirely illegal. They were held annually, each year at a different secret location, always off the grid, always invitation only. This year, someone had picked Battleship Island, maybe as an ironic statement, or maybe because if anyone died, like they had earlier today, it was easy to disappear a body among the ruins. It wasn't supposed to be to the death, but the line was thin, blurred, and willingly crossed. People lost fingers, arms, knees, eyes, and occasionally their lives. Who didn't know why he kept coming back to places like this? Not with words, anyway. But he knew the answer in his blood. He was the 76th generation of Yusha, the wandering warriors of ancient China, genetically enhanced and bred for battle. His ancestors had fought emperors, warlords, demons, and gods. He no longer had a cause, no war to wage, no kingdom to serve, but the instinct remained. Like a junkie seeking a fix, who sought out the one thing that still gave him clarity: a fight. He was in the middle of one now, his breathing steady, calm, his black armor scratched but unbroken. Opposite him, a man of similar build, clad in reinforced carbon weave and ceramic plates, wielding a long-bladed jian. Hu held his Chinese dao, a broad, heavy saber, not dragon's breath, but still beautifully balanced, ancient steel with modern craftsmanship. They circled. The ruins of an old tenement building loomed above them, the crowd of illegal spectators watching from crumbling balconies and makeshift scaffoldings. The cold wind howled through broken windows. Somewhere above, a gull screeched. His opponent lunged, fast and low. Hu sidestepped, caught the jian with the flat of his blade, spun, and brought the dao down in a controlled arc. Sparks flew as steel kissed steel. Another flurry, strike, parry, spin, block. Hu moved like water, precise, relentless.
Then he caught his opponent off balance, disarmed him with a brutal twist of the wrist, sent the Xian skittering across the gravel-covered concrete. Hu's Dao hovered over the man's throat. The crowd hushed. Hu breathed deeply. It was over. But the man didn't yield. Instead, he reached for a hidden blade tucked beneath his left bracer, a narrow, wicked spike, and lunged upward toward Hu's exposed side, aiming for his kidneys. It was a dishonorable move, and in this world, where honor was everything, it was inexcusable. Hu reacted instantly. With one swift downward diagonal arc, his Dao sliced through armor, flesh, and bone. The man's head dropped from his shoulders, rolling across the concrete like a stone. His body crumpled, lifeless. Blood pooled beneath him. Hu stood still. He didn't feel good about it. But that was the game. His life or the other man's. The crowd erupted in noise, shock, approval, fear. The organizers began to argue. The fight was over, the matches paused, but no one knew what came next. A death so public, it complicated things. Hu stepped back from the body. Then came the sound, deep and rhythmic, a distant thrumming that grew louder by the second. He looked up. 2 military helicopters swept in from the east, their rotors slicing the air with thunder. They banked low, wind ripping through the arena, dust and debris scattering as they descended toward the center of the old parade ground. Hu's eyes narrowed. Any hope he had of slipping away, gone. He had just killed a man, and he was about to be in a world of trouble. Chapter 38. Sam pressed forward, his footsteps echoing softly through the ancient mine as he followed the narrow, zigzagging tunnel. The air had grown colder again, damper, too, and the beam of his flashlight glinted off mineral veins embedded in the rock. Silver, maybe even gold. He figured the miners had once followed this very seam, digging deeper and deeper in pursuit of their fortune. The path angled downward in jagged steps until it finally opened into a vast subterranean chamber. Sam paused at the threshold, taking it in. The chamber was silent, eerily so. Its smooth stone walls arched like the belly of a cathedral, and the air smelled of wet rock and age. Before him stretched a wide underground lake, its surface as still and flat as polished glass. The water had a dark, almost mirror-like sheen, reflecting the faint glow of his flashlight in fractured patterns. The size of the chamber struck him. It must have been 50 feet wide, maybe more, and nearly as long. Sam swept his light across the black water. An occasional drip echoed from above, making a plip, plip, plip sound, falling from a vertical shaft high in the chamber ceiling. Each droplet struck the surface like a hammer tapping glass, sending out broad ripples that shimmered across the otherwise motionless lake. Then he saw it. There, at the very center of the water, sitting on 4 thick wooden drums, floated a small platform, like an island in the middle of a long-forgotten world. The drums were weathered but intact, lashed together with ropes now darkened and sagging with centuries of moisture. And standing at the center of that strange, man-made raft was a single treasure chest, squat and heavy-looking, its curved lid bound with iron bands, its wood the deep color of ancient oak. Sam's breath caught in his throat. He slowly lowered the flashlight, letting the truth of what he'd found wash over him. The Celtic treasure. Chapter 39. Sam checked the water for movement. Nothing but the faint ripple of his own presence. Satisfied, he slipped into the icy flood and swam slowly, steadily toward the raft floating at the center of the vast flooded chamber. His flashlight beam cut across the surface in steady arcs, illuminating the stone walls of the ancient mine, mottled with mineral streaks and time-worn tool marks. He reached the raft and hauled himself on board. It rocked beneath his weight, but held firm. Simple in construction, the platform was lashed together from old timber and buoyed by 4 sealed wooden drums beneath. It was surprisingly stable. At the center stood a tall wooden lever, nearly 6 feet high, and next to it, resting like an offering, was the treasure chest. Sam's breath caught as he approached it. The chest was a work of art, its surface aged to a deep bronze patina and carved with Celtic knotwork, interlocking spirals, and stylized symbols of nature and war. The craftsmanship was unmistakable and undeniably ancient, but the lock was anything but. It was brass and iron, with 8 narrow horizontal iron bands across the front. Each band was etched with 10 digits, 0 through 9, forming an 8-digit code. They looked like individual keys on a cipher wheel. As Sam rotated the first key, he felt the subtle click of gears turning inside the mechanism. Precise, mechanical, advanced, far beyond anything from the ancient world. He frowned. There were 10 options per wheel, 8 wheels. 10 to the power of 8. Even he could do that sort of math. It came to 100 million possible combinations. He blew out a frustrated breath. Great, he muttered. He tried a few guesses, a repeated number, a string of 8s, for good luck. Nothing. The mechanism didn't budge. Sam unfolded the 4 parts of Shane Roberts's map again. Scanned for clues, symbols, hidden numerals, anything that hinted at an 8-digit code. But the ancient Celtic illustrations told him nothing. The Celts didn't use numbers like this, not in this format. The only culture who might? Shane Roberts. Sam stared at the lock. Then he looked down at his phone, already open to the local cache of documents Elise had compiled. A quick search pulled up Shane Roberts's birth date. He entered it. No response. The date of his sentencing to Van Diemen's Land? Nothing. The day Shane and his crew hijacked the Cyprus off Tasmania in 1829? Still nothing. Come on, Sam muttered. Give me something. In desperation, he tried today's date. Nothing. Then he paused, froze. A memory surfaced. Elise joking about how only Americans insisted on putting the month first. He laughed a dry, hollow sound that echoed off the cavern walls. Of course. He re-entered the date. Day, month, year. British format. 1801-2026. He rotated each wheel until the digits locked into place. There was a heavy clunk, followed by a mechanical whir from within the chest. Then, with a final metallic snap, the great lock popped open. Sam's heart thudded in his chest. Slowly, carefully, he opened the treasure chest. The beam of his flashlight fell across its contents. His breath caught in his throat. Sam stared into the chest, and his eyes widened, because he couldn't believe what was inside. Chapter 40. Sam stared at the inside of the treasure chest. He was half expecting it to be filled with gold coins, gemstones, or ornate weapons, but there were just 2 items resting inside. The first caught the light immediately, a massive tome, nearly the size of a broad atlas, made of what looked like solid gold, though he could tell by the shimmer it had been alloyed with other rare metals. The surface wasn't smooth, but alive with intricate etchings. His flashlight moved slowly across it, revealing a strange spiral pattern from hundreds of tiny garnets set into the gold like blood-colored stars on a celestial path. The pattern twisted inward in a smooth, natural curve, hypnotic and precise, but Sam didn't immediately recognize it for what it was. Overlaying the spiral were numbers, etched delicately into the metal. Some were circled with the Celtic triscale symbol, but the meaning was unclear. Around the spiral and numbers were faintly engraved diagrams of hexagons, some interlocked, others isolated, almost resembling stones or columns, though again the purpose escaped him. At the base of the tome, a single line was etched into the gold in plain English, the letters raised ever so slightly from the surface. Only the Shogun ghost can use this tome to unlock the Lion's Gate with the purest numbers to spiral the earth. Sam frowned, reading it again, slower this time, as if repetition might reveal something hidden, but nothing leaped out at him. The words felt important, heavy with meaning, yet they didn't connect to anything he could grasp in the moment. His gaze returned to the tome's strange markings, the garnet spiral, the triscale-marked numbers, and the hexagonal diagrams, all beautifully designed, all seemingly cryptic. It was only after a long pause that his eyes shifted to the second item nestled alongside it, a large key, nearly the length of his hand, forged from solid gold. It gleamed under the beam of his flashlight, though not uniformly. Threads of silver and bronze ran through the shaft, twisting together like vines around a single emerald gemstone embedded in the head. It was a key of undeniable importance, ancient in shape, but flawless in manufacture. Sam picked it up. It felt heavier than expected, as though it had been made not only to open a lock, but to remind the holder of the gravity of doing so. There were words etched along the shaft, written simply, not as a riddle or poem, but plainly, as one might label an ordinary house key. He read the words aloud. The Forbidden Library. Chapter 41. Sam closed the lid of the treasure chest with a soft thunk, the iron hinges groaning slightly under the weight of the ornate lid. He took a breath, then crouched low and tried to lift the whole thing. It didn't budge. He adjusted his grip and tried again, muscles straining, teeth gritted. Nothing. He ran his hands along the sides and quickly discovered the reason it was immovable. The chest had been locked down to the raft's wooden platform by a series of thick, primitive latches. Sam examined them closer. Each one was crafted from aged timber, cleverly slotted to secure the base of the chest. He turned them one by one until he'd undone all 4. With the latches disengaged, he gave it another go. This time it shifted. Barely. Sam grunted, repositioned, and tried to lift just one corner of the chest. It came up an inch, maybe 2, but it was clear there was no way he could carry it alone. The damn thing must have weighed a couple 100 pounds, if not more, all gold and bronze and thick timbers. Even dragging it would be a struggle, and getting it out through the mine's death-trap corridors, practically suicidal. He opened the chest again and eyed the golden tome. It stared back at him, regal and unmoving. Sam reached in and wrapped both hands around it. Even that, lifted on its own, was almost too much, dense, awkward, and slick beneath his gloves. His fingers slipped, and he barely caught the tome before it slid back into its fitted cradle. Sam stood and turned in a slow circle, the beam of his flashlight swinging around the edges of the raft and the watery cavern beyond. His mind worked through the options. He could leave it for now, go back, maybe return with a proper climbing pack, rigging gear, and some help. But the thought of going back across that cursed Celtic bridge and the hulking Newton's cradle again made his stomach turn. There had to be another way. As he swept the flashlight around again, the beam caught on something, a rough patch on the wood beneath the towering 6-foot lever. Sam stepped closer and squinted. It wasn't part of the construction. It looked like etched writing. Not elegant, not carved by a craftsman's chisel. No, this had been scratched into the wood with a blade. It was hasty, uneven, and very human. Sam knelt down, brushing his fingers over the rough surface. He read the words out loud, his voice echoing softly in the chamber. Dear Shogun Ghost, to get the Celtic treasure out of the mine, pull the lever and hold on. Enjoy the ride, and Godspeed to you. Shane Roberts. Chapter 42. Sam shook his head as he reread the note. Well, Shane, he muttered under his breath, you haven't killed me yet. He set his feet firmly, wrapped both hands around the tall, ominous lever, and pulled. The mechanism resisted for a moment, stiff with age, then moved with a groaning creak until it clicked into place. There was a deep mechanical clunk, the kind of sound a gearbox made when someone dropped the clutch too early. Sam grimaced instinctively, expecting something to go wrong. Then, nothing. The raft rocked gently in the stillness. His flashlight beam swept across the chamber. Nothing had changed. He frowned. Was that it? And then he felt it. Subtle at first, a shift beneath his feet. The surface of the water quivered. Small bubbles began to percolate from beneath the raft. Sam stepped back instinctively as the bubbles turned to froth. A dull thud echoed through the chamber walls, like a heavy gate slamming open underwater. Suddenly the water surged. It didn't rise slowly. It rushed in, erupting upward from beneath the raft, the pressure lifting the entire platform like an elevator on invisible cables. Sam nearly lost his footing. He grabbed the lever for balance, his boots slipping on the soaked wood. The sound was thunderous, a mix of cascading water and ancient stone groaning with sudden motion. Spray hit Sam's face as the raft continued to rise through the vertical shaft above. It reminded him of the old lock systems on European canals, only this one felt far more primitive and violent. As he rose, the cone of light from his flashlight revealed slick walls of black stone, dripping with moisture. Water splashed down around him, cascading in mini waterfalls from fissures and seams. The air turned colder, sharper, a mix of ancient earth and moving water. The raft reached the top of the shaft with a soft bump as it floated into a narrow, higher chamber. For a brief moment, everything stilled. Sam blinked, letting his eyes adjust to the tight confines of this second chamber. It was smaller, darker. A single, narrow tunnel led off from one side, its incline slight but definite. He could hear the water rushing again, distant, echoing from deeper within the tunnel. It grew louder. Then came the jolt. The raft rocked and then moved. Slowly at first, then picking up speed. Water surged in behind it, propelling the raft forward. Sam instinctively gripped the lever, which now wobbled freely, swinging from side to side. He realized he could use it like a rudder, poling gently off the sides to guide himself as the raft careened forward. The tunnel curved left, then dropped. Oh, no. Sam braced just in time as the raft plunged down a sudden decline like a natural water slide. Water exploded in front of him. He ducked, holding on with one hand to the lever and the other to the treasure chest. The rush of cold spray hit his face. He tasted minerals, iron, earth, something metallic, as the raft splashed down into another tunnel. The sound was deafening. The roar of the underground river, the echo of it bouncing off the tunnel walls, the rhythmic slapping of water beneath the raft. Sam's flashlight, fixed to his shoulder, swung wildly, illuminating flashes of stone walls and whirling currents. It was impossible to tell how fast they were moving, maybe 15 to 20 knots, but the raft held. Sam blinked through the spray and laughed aloud. He'd done it. Shane Roberts had built an escape chute through an underground river that flowed through the heart of the mountain. A secret exit buried within the labyrinth of tunnels carved since the 8th century. The raft bounced over swells and curved into the darkness beyond. Sam held on tight. He was going home. Chapter 43. Battleship Island, Nagasaki, Japan. The twin military helicopters touched down on the island. A thunderous whump, whump, whump shook the loose concrete beneath Hu's boots. The rotor wash blew dust and blood across the makeshift arena, lifting ragged tarps and rattling the skeletal remains of rusted scaffolding. On Battleship Island, a ghostly relic of Japan's industrial past, everything felt abandoned, broken, forgotten. Everything except the fight. Hu remained still, his Dao sword still loosely gripped in one hand, the decapitated body of his opponent cooling at his feet. The man's blood pooled in the cracks of the ruined concrete. The crowd had already dispersed, melting into the shadows at the first sign of authority. But Hu stood tall, unmoved. He didn't run. Not now. From the side of the lead helicopter, a tall man in an immaculate gray uniform disembarked. He wasn't military, not exactly. His posture was too casual, his smile too practiced. He surveyed the field until his gaze locked onto Hu. Then he grinned. "I'm here to recruit fighters," the man said, his voice crisp over the still spinning rotors. "For my master, Masaru Tokuda." His eyes flicked down toward the corpse beside Hu, and the grin deepened. "Yes, I see I've come to the right place." Hu didn't respond. He didn't need to. "There's a bounty," the man continued. $100,000 US for any fighter willing to serve. $1 million for anyone who gets the man we're hunting. He paused for effect. "Sam Reilly, alive or dead?" Hu swallowed hard. Masaru Tokuda's alive? And he's put a bounty on Sam's head. Hu's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He said nothing. Instead, he reached for his phone, tapped out a quick message. "Sam, Masaru Tokuda is still alive. He's put a bounty on your head and is recruiting an army of mercenaries to come get you." He sent it. One of the uniformed men, younger, with a Minabia PM9 slung across his chest, stepped forward.
I'm going to need your phone if you're going to work for my master. Who said, What makes you think I want to work for your master? The man glanced at the beheaded fighter nearby. Then he looked directly at Hu with a knowing look. Some people are simply born to hunt. I bet you would join my master to hunt a man, even if there wasn't a bounty. It was a statement, not a question. Hu nodded. All right, I'm in. Good. Now hand over your phone. Hu tilted his head. Why? Only way to keep these sorts of things private. Hu nodded slowly. Right. He handed over the phone without resistance. The man took it, glanced at the screen, then smashed it against the nearest steel post. The device exploded into pieces, bits of plastic and glass skittering across the broken floor. He tossed the ruined remains into the shadows. Standard protocol, the man said, and turned away. Without another word, Hu climbed aboard the helicopter. As the blades roared and the aircraft lifted into the cold night sky, Hu looked out through the open door. The dying light framed the silhouette of the island, crumbling apartment blocks, collapsed smokestacks, the strange looming profile of a city frozen in time. From this angle, it really did look like a battleship, a monument to decay, a graveyard of industry, and now the birthplace of war. Hu grinned. He joined on for the fight all right, but he was coming to kill Masaru Tokuda. Chapter 44. Dunkin, Ireland. Liam O'Connor was almost as excited as his esteemed guests. He greeted the two archaeologists with a grin that barely managed to contain his excitement. They were the first of many. He knew that already, but that didn't dull the moment. One was Scottish, the other German. Both university professors, both vibrating with barely contained awe. Their enthusiasm was infectious. He'd lost a building job overlooking one of the best surf breaks on the West Coast, sure, but what he'd found instead was history, real history, the kind that changed things. This way, Liam said, clicking on his flashlight and leading them toward the opening he'd accidentally created with the bulldozer's hydraulic ripper. As they climbed down into the exposed void, Professor Shona Campbell's eyes widened immediately. This reminds me of a smaller version of Mace How. Mace what? Liam asked, wincing slightly at his own ignorance. Mace How, Shona said, instantly slipping into lecture mode. A neolithic chambered cairn and passage grave on mainland Orkney, in Scotland. Liam nodded. And you think this is the same sort of thing? Possibly, she replied, scanning the stonework with reverence. The layout is remarkably similar. They moved deeper, the flashlight beams revealing carefully stacked stone, impossibly precise for something so old. When they reached the main chamber, Liam felt his chest tighten all over again. The painting was there, unchanged. The lion with the golden mane and its cub, standing in a cave-like hollow drinking from a well of molten fire. The colors were vivid, almost alive. Surrounding it were tall, octagonal basalt columns. Liam froze. He hadn't noticed them before. Something about the shape tugged at his memory, unsettled him. Professor Otto Altberg stepped closer, awe written openly across his face. The Neolithic peoples had nothing like this, nothing even remotely comparable. Not on Rusay, what we call the Egypt of the North. Nowhere. Shona nodded slowly. He's right. This shouldn't exist. Before Liam could respond, he heard a car pull up outside. He glanced at them. Excuse me, that'll be Dr. Takuda from the University of Kyoto. Liam climbed back up into the daylight and found 3 Japanese men waiting near the bulldozer. The one in front wore an expensive coat and carried himself with the calm authority of someone used to being obeyed. He had a deep dimple in his cheek when he smiled. Not an academic smile, a CEO smile. The other 2 stood slightly behind him, broader, watchful. Bodyguards, Liam decided. Dr. Takuda greeted him cheerfully, his English flawless and casual. He mentioned studying at Oxford years ago, like it was nothing more than a footnote. Liam led them down into the cairn, gesturing for them to continue on toward the main chamber where the archaeologists waited. Then everything went wrong. One of the Japanese men reached inside his jacket. For a split second, Liam's brain refused to process what he was seeing. A submachine gun. The man raised it and opened fire. The noise was deafening in the confined space. Shona and Otto fell where they stood, cut down before they could even scream. Liam didn't think. He ran and vaulted over a chunk of fallen stone, and the ground vanished beneath his feet. Liam dropped hard, crashing into a second lower chamber. Pain exploded through his legs and back as he hit the stone floor. Dust filled his mouth. His flashlight skittered away, spinning wildly and throwing frantic shadows across the walls. He scrambled upright, heart pounding, eyes darting for an exit. There wasn't one. A moment later, one of Takuda's men dropped down into the chamber. He landed lightly, weapon already raised, barrel fixed on Liam's head. Liam lifted his hands. Wait, there's more. More artifacts. Things you haven't seen yet. The man shook his head, expression flat. We've already seen everything we need. His attacker's finger tightened on the trigger. The gunshot came from behind him. The sound cracked through the chamber like thunder. The man collapsed forward, dead before he hit the ground. Liam's terror-filled eyes landed on the man's head, where a single neat hole marked the back of his skull. Chapter 45. Liam picked up the submachine gun. He'd never touched a weapon in his life, but he'd seen enough movies to know that you point the barrel in the right direction and squeeze the trigger. It wasn't much, but it was a hell of a lot more than he had a few seconds ago. Above, a barrage of gunfire echoed, rolling like thunder through the ancient stone. Dust rained down from the chamber ceiling. Then 2 figures dropped into the chamber beside him. They moved with fluid precision, fast, coordinated, dangerous. The first was a woman with brown hair tied in a neat French braid, her blue eyes cool and alert. The second had a sharp Eurasian look, striking features framed by dark hair pulled back and unusual, almost impossible, violet eyes. Liam blinked. The blue-eyed woman shouted, "Get down!" Liam didn't hesitate. He dropped flat onto his stomach just as she raised her weapon and returned fire up the tunnel they'd come through. The second woman knelt beside him, unbothered by the chaos. "Hi, Liam. I'm Elise, and this is Genevieve. We spoke on the phone earlier." Gunfire crackled again above. Elise scanned the chamber quickly, her sharp eyes landing on a massive stone to their left. "I don't suppose there's another way out of here?" Liam shook his head. "Not that I know of. I just kind of fell into this place." She was already moving, her eyes falling on a large boulder that appeared unnatural in the chamber. "That rock. It looks like it was rolled here on purpose to block a passageway. Think we can shift it?" Liam eyed the boulder. Big, sure, but not immovable. He stepped up beside her, bracing his feet. "Yeah, I'll give it a go." They started to try and roll the boulder. It was incredibly heavy, but they only needed to get it to shift a little,
and then it would roll out of place. Genevieve fired again. "I don't mean to rush you two," she said, voice tight with tension, "but I can't hold them off forever." "We're working on it," Elise shouted back. They rocked it together, once, twice. On the third push, Liam threw his weight behind it. The stone grated against the ground, let out a deep groan of protest, and then rolled free with a heavy thud. Behind it, a narrow tunnel sloped upward toward a sliver of light. Liam looked at Elise. "After you." She suppressed a grin. "Very gentlemanly of you to offer, but you go and I'll be right behind you." Genevieve reached behind her without saying a word, and Elise tossed her weapon to Genevieve and smoothly reloaded her partner's spare with a fresh magazine from her jacket. Liam stared at the pair for a second, dangerous, lethal, calm under fire, and then scrambled into the tunnel. He crawled fast, his heart pounding in rhythm with the echoing gunfire behind him. The tunnel was tight and angled steeply. His shoulders scraped against the rough stone, and the earthy scent of soil and sea filled his nose. Then, suddenly, he was free. Liam emerged onto a narrow stone ledge that clung to the cliff face like a secret. He blinked against the sudden sunlight, wind tearing at his hair. 60 feet below, the Atlantic Ocean raged and foamed against the rocks, wild and untamed. Chapter 46. Elise scrambled out onto the narrow ledge, the salty wind whipping at her braid. Genevieve came right behind her, landing light on her feet. The ledge was tight, barely enough space for the three of them, and it sloped downward toward the crashing waves of the Atlantic far below. From inside the tunnel, they could hear the slap of boots and the echo of rapid Japanese as their pursuers followed. Elise glanced at Liam, who was already scanning the vertical cliff above them. "Think you can climb back up there to where we parked?" Liam followed her gaze. It was almost straight up, jagged rock broken only by tufts of grass and the occasional seabird's perch. He hesitated. Then the sharp bark of gunfire behind them shattered any chance of second thoughts. Genevieve tilted her head toward the ocean. "Either that or we go for a long swim." Liam swallowed hard. "I'll give it a try." He adjusted the weapon sling across his back and reached for the nearest handhold. Elise gave him a nod. "I'll be right behind you." One by one, they scaled the cliff. The wind tore at their clothes, and pebbles dislodged by their ascent clattered down toward the surf. Elise felt her legs burn with the effort, the weight of her gear making each move more taxing. Genevieve waited just long enough to be the rear guard, then climbed after them. At the top, Elise pulled herself up and flattened to the ground, scanning ahead. Her heart sank. 2 of the Japanese mercenaries had circled back. They stood between the trio and their Audi A4 Quattro, rifles at the ready. Worse still, a second vehicle had arrived, larger, black, and bristling with another 5 armed men. Elise ducked down behind a pile of fresh earth. "We're boxed in." Genevieve dropped beside her. "Ideas?" Elise shook her head. "Nothing good." "I have an idea," Liam said from behind them. He sounded crazy, or was it cheerful? Genevieve gave him a dry look. "Can you share it before we get shot?" He flashed a crooked grin. "Just cover me for a second." Without waiting, Liam sprang up and unleashed a rapid burst from the submachine gun he'd taken off the dead man. The mercenaries flinched, ducking behind the cars. Then Liam spun and sprinted, not toward the road, but toward the bulldozer parked beside the site's temporary fencing. Elise peeked around the mound and caught sight of his plan. A grin tugged at her lips. "He's got guts." Genevieve grinned. "Why, Elise, I think your new admirer's a keeper." The bulldozer roared to life with a deep, stuttering growl. Its diesel engine coughed once, then bellowed like a waking beast. Black smoke belched from the exhaust as Liam raised the massive blade in front of him, shielding the cab. The attackers shifted fire, bullets pinging off the dozer's metal frame. Liam didn't flinch. He gunned it forward, treads chewing up the loose gravel. The machine lumbered ahead with unstoppable momentum, straight toward the mercenaries. They scattered. The smaller car was demolished in seconds, crunched beneath the weight of the dozer's blade. The larger vehicle reversed wildly, veering off the path as its occupants bailed. Two attackers vanished back into the burial chamber for cover. Liam wasn't done. With a grim sense of satisfaction, he lowered the dozer blade like a guillotine across the entrance, sealing it shut with tons of steel and earth. Genevieve was already moving. She jumped into the Audi's driver's seat, cranked the engine, and shifted into gear. Elise sprinted over and slid into the rear passenger seat. "Nice work, Liam. Time to go." He vaulted into the back, breathless and grinning like a lunatic. "Did we win?" "Let's not hang around to find out," Genevieve said, planting her foot on the gas. The Audi's tires screeched, gravel flying as the Quattro tore down the coastal road, cliff to one side and open sky to the other. Elise looked in the side mirror and watched the scene shrink behind them. Genevieve seemed to ease off and slowed down to a speed in which they were more likely to reach their destination alive instead of getting killed on the drive. Liam seemed to look up and glance at her face for the first time. "Why, you're beautiful." He stopped himself. Elise pressed her lips together. "Excuse me?" Liam frowned. "I'm sorry. I meant to say thank you for saving my life." "You're welcome. Although I've got to say, you seem to hold your own pretty well, too. I don't know. I would have died if you two hadn't shown up. You made up for it with that sort of Hail Mary you did with that bulldozer." "Oh, that wasn't bravery. That was a deep desire to live. That was pure fear of dying driving me on." Elise nodded. Then, with an impish grin, she said, "So you don't think I'm beautiful?" Liam grinned. "No, you're definitely beautiful. I just figured you probably get that all day long anyway. The last thing you want is some surfer kid from the coast of Ireland trying to pick you up while you're getting shot at." Elise held his gaze and smiled. "You'd be surprised what I might want." She reached to squeeze his hand, not so much with affection, but a shared connection of two people who nearly died together. Also, if she was to be honest, he had a nice face. And even though she didn't know him much at all, there was something she couldn't help but like about him. Their hands touched for a split second. Then several shots rang out from the distance. Genevieve said, "We've got company." Chapter 47. Genevieve slammed her foot down on the accelerator. The Audi A4 Quattro growled as it tore along the narrow track carved into the western cliffs of Ireland. The road twisted like a serpent, winding, uneven, and hemmed in by a low stone wall that barely separated them from a sheer drop to the sea below. Behind them, the black SUV roared in pursuit, its engine bellowing, tires spitting gravel as it skidded across the corners. Gunfire cracked. Sparks flew from the side mirror. "They're shooting!" Liam shouted from the back seat. "I noticed," Genevieve snapped, wrenching the wheel hard as she cut into a tight bend, the Audi drifting with terrifying grace. Elise turned in her seat, flicked the safety off her Uzi, and lowered the window. Wind howled through the cabin. "I've got them," she said coolly. A burst of 9mm fire erupted from the Uzi, short, controlled. Liam leaned out the opposite window, gripping the Japanese Minabia PM-9. The weapon felt awkward in his hands, but the basic principle was clear enough. Aim, squeeze, pray. He fired. The sharp mechanical chattering of both guns echoed off the cliffs, mixed with the rising scream of the enemy engine and the thudding pop of return fire. Glass shattered. A round punched through the rear window, sending safety glass raining across the interior. "Everyone duck!" Elise barked, firing again. Genevieve barely flinched. Her focus narrowed to the ribbon of road ahead. The tires squealed as she pushed the Audi into another curve. The edge of the cliff loomed to the left, just meters away. The enemy vehicles swerved to match them, gunmen firing from the open windows. Another round of fire peppered the Audi's side, and a rear tire exploded with a loud bang. The wheel yanked against Genevieve's grip, the car lurching into a slide. She fought it, white-knuckled, jaw clenched. The Audi fishtailed. Screeching metal howled as the alloy scraped the blacktop. The smell of burned rubber filled the car. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, Genevieve thought she had it. She threw the car into the turn, hoping momentum and instinct would save them. It almost worked. Then the front wheels caught a raised edge in the road, and the back end lost grip entirely. The car spun sideways. Genevieve shouted, "Hold on!" The world flipped. The Audi rolled violently, once, twice, then a third time, glass exploding around her like crystalline rain. She could hear Liam shouting, Elise grunting, metal crumpling. Each impact was like being punched in the spine by a wrecking ball. Then, finally, silence. The car landed with a crunch, upside down, its frame mangled and steaming on a slope of flattened grass and broken stone, about 20 feet from the edge of the sea. Genevieve hung suspended from her seatbelt, breath heaving, heart pounding in her ears. The world spun slightly. Chapter 48. Elise blinked awake. Her head throbbed with the dull pain. For a moment everything was still, too still. The world tilted, and it took her a second to realize she was upside down. She and Liam were unrestrained in the overturned Audi. His arms were wrapped tightly around her. Blood trailed down the side of his face, and his body bore the bruises and cuts of the crash. But even in his battered state, Elise instantly understood what had happened. He had shielded her during the roll. The moment the car flipped, Liam had instinctively wrapped himself around her like a human shield, absorbing the worst of it. It hadn't been calculated. It had been reflex, automatic. But still, it moved her. Then she saw his head. His eyes were closed. Her heart jumped with panic. Was he breathing? Then, slowly, his eyes opened, and they met hers. They were an impossible blue, and he smiled. "Are you okay?" he asked, voice hoarse. "I think so," Elise said softly. "You?" "I'll live." Elise turned toward the front of the car. Genevieve was upside down in the driver's seat, pulling a knife from her boot. Without hesitation, she cut the seatbelt and dropped onto the inverted roof with a dull grunt. "You okay?" Elise asked. "Never better," Genevieve muttered, rolling her shoulders. "That's the last time I let you talk me into driving." Together the three of them scrambled out of the wreckage, crawling through a shattered window onto the sloped grass. Elise looked up the hill. It was a miracle they'd survived the crash. The road was nearly 50 feet above, and the path they'd tumbled down was littered with jagged rocks and broken fence posts. Movement caught her eye. At the crest of the slope, the black SUV was parked sideways, engine idling. 5 men in dark combat gear were making their way down with precision, silent, armed, and coming fast. Genevieve swore. "Anyone still have a weapon? Mine flew out somewhere mid-roll." Elise scanned the wreckage. "Nothing in the car, not even my Uzi." "I've got a knife," Genevieve said, holding it like she meant business. Elise and Liam picked up a few rocks from the dirt. It was laughable, but better than empty hands. They took cover behind the overturned car. The attackers spread out, closing in. Each footstep crunched louder, closer. Elise braced herself. Then a thunderous roar shattered the air. Heavy machine gun fire ripped across the hillside. Elise spun around, her eyes wide. The Tehila had appeared behind them, and on its aft deck, Veyron stood behind a tripod-mounted M2 Browning, emptying belt after belt of 50 caliber rounds into the slope. The hillside erupted in dirt and smoke. The 5 attackers didn't stand a chance. In seconds, it was over. Silence returned, broken only by the lapping of waves against the rocks. Veyron shouted from the deck, voice full of laughter, "Are you girls okay?" Genevieve stood and dusted herself off. "Never better," she called back. "And I've never been happier to see you." Elise let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. She turned to Liam, who was still leaning against the car, breathing heavily. "It's over. We're okay." Liam looked at her. His eyes then drifted to Genevieve, who was still clutching her knife, before his gaze landed on Veyron. "Who are you guys?" Elise said, "Ever hear of Sam Reilly?" "No. Should I have?" "He's a maritime archaeologist, part of the global shipping family. Found the Magdalena, the last airship in the Swiss Alps, located the Aleutian portal, and found the master builders." Liam spread his hands. "Nope, sorry. Never heard of him." Elise suppressed a laugh. "Well, that's who we work for." Chapter 49. Ikuno Silver Mine, Hyogo, Japan. Tom sat on a flat rock beside the Delica, a half-empty bento box balanced on his knees. Light snow drifted down from the gray sky above, settling softly across the mossy stones and the bare branches that lined the riverbanks. 2 narrow rivers converged nearby, their icy waters merging into one, winding lazily downstream beneath a traditional arched bridge that looked as though it belonged in an ancient ink painting. The gentle murmur of water provided a calming backdrop to the cold afternoon. Inside the van, Pax was curled up asleep, dead to the world. Amira sat next to him, cross-legged on a travel blanket, using her chopsticks to pluck pieces from her own bento tray. Her long coat was open at the front, and Tom could see the small swell of her stomach beneath her sweater. He watched her pick up a slice of raw fish and raised an eyebrow. "Aren't there things you're not supposed to eat when you're pregnant?" Amira shrugged without concern. "Probably. I don't know. They say no sushi. Something about the iodine. But Japan has some of the healthiest babies in the world, so I figure I'll be fine." She took another bite and smiled. "Besides, I never get food poisoning. One of the perks of growing up in Chad. I was always grateful for food, and my gut learned from a young age to be happy with whatever it got." Tom chuckled. "That might be the most dangerous logic I've ever heard, but I respect it." She smirked and kept eating. After a moment, Tom asked, "So, do you want boys or girls?" Amira chewed, then swallowed. "2 healthy kids, and I'm happy." "No preference?"
She shook her head. None. Come on, not even a tiny one. Nope. I asked Sam the same thing. He said exactly what I did. Happy, healthy kids. That's all that matters. Tom leaned back on his hands and looked at the falling snow. Well, Matilda wants one of each. Amira turned her head, an amused look in her eyes. She said that? Yeah. Said if she wants to play dolls, she'll have one to play with. If she wants to play cowboys or something else, she'll have someone for that too. Amira frowned, confused. I didn't think Matilda would care about having a boy or a girl to play with. Besides, I don't even think we have dolls or cowboy toys lying around. I'm not even sure she knows what a cowboy is. Tom grinned. No, she meant the babies. Like if she wants to play dress-up, she can make the girl a doll, and if she wants to roughhouse, she'll dress up the boy as a cowboy. Amira burst out laughing, and Tom joined her. Their laughter faded into comfortable quiet, interrupted only by the soft rustling of the river and the occasional snores from Pax inside the van. Then Tom heard something distant but distinct. He sat up straighter. Did you hear that? Amira's brow furrowed. No, what was it? I don't know. Thought I heard something. A beat passed. I hope Sam's all right, she said. Tom looked toward the river, exhaling a puff of steam. He'll be fine. You really think so? Yeah. He'll find the Celtic treasure and then find his own way back. He'll be here any minute. Amira gave a slow nod. Knowing Sam, he's probably stolen a ship, sailing beneath the mountain as we speak. Tom grinned. Or a raft. She laughed. Right, a raft, filled with ancient Celtic treasure. That's exactly what'll happen. She gave him a side glance. How can you be so sure? Tom stood up, the beginnings of a wide grin stretching across his face. He pointed toward the bend in the river. Because that's him, coming back now. Amira turned, skeptical, but her expression quickly shifted into one of disbelief and then laughter. Tom could hardly believe his eyes. Drifting down the widening river, riding a large makeshift wooden raft, was Sam. One hand gripped a tall wooden lever fixed to the raft's deck. The other rested triumphantly on top of a heavy, bronze-bound treasure chest. His hair was wind-blown, his coat soaked with spray. He was grinning like a man who had just cheated death and found something worth the trouble. And then Tom heard it clearly. Sam was standing up now, arms raised high. Yee-haw! He yelled. Tom laughed until his sides hurt. There's Sam now on his raft, with his treasure chest, screaming like a cowboy. Amira grinned. So I guess we now know why Matilda wants to play with her very own cowboy. Chapter 50. Amira traced her finger along the base of the golden tome and read the inscription aloud. Only the Shogun ghost can use this tome to unlock the Lion's Gate with the purest numbers to spiral the earth. Silence followed. Tom stared at Sam. What the hell does that even mean? Sam exhaled slowly and spread his hands. Beats me. If the prophecy's right, somehow I, as the Shogun ghost, am supposed to use this tome to unlock the gateway to Tirna Leon Termishka, the forbidden land of the lions. He shook his head. Why or for what purpose, I have no idea. Pax snorted. Who cares what the ancient Celts wanted you to do? Take the damn key, unlock this lion's gate, grab your Nemean puppy's claw or whatever it is, and let's get on with life. Sam laughed despite himself.
There was something reassuring about Pax's blunt, relentlessly practical view of the world. I think they're called cubs, not puppies. What? Pax asked. Dogs have pups. Lions have cubs. Pax spread his hands as if it didn't matter. Whatever. Let's just do whatever we're supposed to now. Take photos or something. I've already taken photos, Sam said. Sent them to Elise. She's working through it now. Tom lifted the golden key, turning it in his fingers. Any idea what the Forbidden Library is? Sam shrugged. No clue. Sounds like a bad title for a thriller. Amira smiled faintly. You know, the ancient Celts really liked the word forbidden. First, the forbidden land of the lions, now a forbidden library? Sam nodded. When most of this was written, language wasn't exactly overflowing with adjectives. Maybe forbidden was just the most dramatic word they had. Pax waved a dismissive hand. Again, who cares? Let's find the library, put the tome where it belongs, unlock the lion's gate, and move on. Tom froze. Say that again. Pax blinked. What? What you just said, Tom insisted. Pax frowned. I said let's move on. No, Tom said, a grin slowly spreading across his face. Before that, you said find the library, put the tome where it belongs, and unlock the lion's gate. Sam felt a spark of recognition. What are you thinking, Tom? Tom's eyes widened. The tome is a book. There's a key to a library. Maybe this isn't about carrying the tome with us. It's about returning it, putting it where it belongs. Sam nodded slowly. That makes sense, but it still leaves one problem. Which is, Pax asked. We have no idea where this forbidden library actually is. Right on cue, Sam's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. Elise. Sam swiped to answer it. Elise? I think I found the forbidden library, she said. Sam straightened. You're kidding. Where? Elise said, Giant's Causeway, Northern Ireland. Chapter 51. Tokyo International Airport. Sam sat in the lounge at the airport, the low murmur of departing passengers and clink of cutlery fading into background noise as he stared at the digital images on his tablet. The golden tome filled the screen, its intricate carvings, spirals, and hexagonal patterns refusing to give up their secrets. Amira watched him over the rim of her coffee, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Finding anything? Sam shrugged. Not much. That's better than nothing, she said. What have you got? He zoomed in on one of the images. The hexagonal patterns match the basalt columns at Giant's Causeway. Whatever this lion's gate is, it's tied to how those columns fit together. I'm hoping it'll make more sense once I'm standing there. And Elise? Amira asked. What did she find? Not much yet, Sam said. But she and Genevieve visited a guy on the west coast of Ireland who uncovered a burial chamber. Inside was a Celtic Pict, Nemean Lion, and its cub drinking from a pool of fire. The image was surrounded by carvings of hexagonal columns identical to the ones at Giant's Causeway. Amira frowned slightly. Couldn't those columns exist somewhere else? It's possible, Sam admitted, but it feels like too much of a coincidence. Giant's Causeway is practically next door to where the burial chamber was found. She nodded. Fair point. She paused, then asked, So, once you find the forbidden library, what do you actually do with the tome? Sam leaned back, exhaling slowly. No idea. Maybe, Tom's right. Maybe I find an empty spot on an ancient shelf, put the tome where it belongs, and that opens the gateway to Tir na Leon Termishka. Amira raised an eyebrow. You think? It does sound a little too easy, Sam admitted. She laughed. You'd better hope it's a small library. Sam nodded. 3,000 years ago, I doubt they had thousands of books. Maybe 2 or 3, hopefully. Hopefully, Amira echoed, crossing her fingers. Tom, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. I've been thinking about that inscription. Sam looked at him. What about it? What if it's literal? Tom said. What if there's an actual key or map inside the tome? Amira blinked. Inside? How? Sam felt a chill ripple through him. He turned to Tom slowly. You think this is another Zhang Jiajie situation? Tom frowned. Another what? Amira looked between them. Again? Sam met her gaze. This isn't the first golden tome we found. Pax snorted. That's right. Who mentioned this once? Didn't you have to melt the thing down to find a hidden map? Sam nodded. Gold melts at a lower temperature than the alloy used in Dragon's Breath. The map was embedded inside. I had a goldsmith friend in Venice melt it down for me. Easy then, Pax said. We stop in Venice again. Sam shook his head. Won't work. Pax frowned. Why not? Gabriel Volpata died helping me recover that map, Sam said quietly. The table went silent. After a moment, Pax cleared his throat. Okay, so we find another goldsmith. Sam thought for a few seconds. There's one in Singapore, best in the business when it comes to fake antiques and forged jewelry. Amira tilted her head. Why does that matter? Because, Sam said, before anyone melts this thing, we need spectrometry. We need to know exactly what's inside it, how much gold, how much of anything else. If there's a key embedded in there and someone melts it without knowing, they could destroy the only way to open the Lion's Gate. Pax nodded slowly. All right, then you and Tom go to Giant's Causeway. Amira and I head to Singapore and find out what's inside the tome. Sam looked at Amira. You okay with that? She smiled without hesitation. Of course. You and Tom go find the Forbidden Library. That's what you do best. She glanced at Pax. I think we can handle Singapore. Sam felt a strange mix of release and unease settle in his chest. Good, he said quietly. Then we split up and hope we're not making a very expensive mistake. Chapter 52. On board the Tehila, off the coast of Ireland. Liam leaned against the railing, eyes on the distant coast. Why don't we just go to the police? Elise didn't even pause. We don't do that. Why not? She glanced at him, her expression unreadable. We just don't seem to do that. Liam frowned. That's not really an answer. Elise exhaled. Because Masaru Tokuda, the man responsible for all of this, will have already compromised the local authorities. Maybe not with money, but with blackmail, threats to their families, that sort of thing. Liam blinked. You really think he has that kind of reach here, in Ireland? You don't know what Masaru is capable of. Liam looked away, troubled. So, what are you suggesting? We deal with it ourselves. Like the way you dealt with the several dead bodies back there. If we have to. He fell quiet for a moment, then asked, And where does that leave me? Elise gave a small shrug. Maybe take a few days off work? Liam gave a short laugh. I've been building my own house by hand. It's nearly done.
Just the kitchen left to finish. Maybe I'll use this time to get some of my own work done."
Elise smiled. "Sounds like a plan. Want me to drop you home?"
"Sure. Although I don't think the Audi's going to get us very far."
Elise nodded.
"That's all right. We have other means of transport."
Liam raised an eyebrow.
"Oh, yeah? Like what?"
Elise motioned for him to follow and led him to the aft cargo hold of the Tehillah. She tapped a panel and the hydraulic doors hissed open. Liam's jaw dropped. Inside, resting in its launch cradle, was a massive Mi-24 Hind gunship helicopter. Its distinctive double-bubble canopy gleamed under the overhead lights, and the heavy rotors sat like sleeping blades of war.
Is that a Hind?"
Liam asked, half stunned. Elise grinned.
"Known for three things: flying like a battle tank, its twin cockpit design, and hitting top speeds of over 200 miles per hour."
Liam let out a low whistle.
"And here I was impressed by the Audi."
Elise chuckled.
"Welcome to the upgrade."
Chapter 53.
"You're a pilot?" Liam asked, without hiding the fact he was impressed.
Elise spread her hands.
"My background is in computer cybersecurity evader."
A wry grin formed on Liam's handsome face.
"You're a hacker?"
"Something like that."
"And you fly helicopters? What, as a hobby?"
"Sam likes us to be multi-skilled." Elise pressed her lips together, meeting his gaze, an impish and teasing smile forming on her lips.
"It's part of the modern-day employment policies. Most employers like their staff to be useful in a variety of areas." "And if you work for Sam Reilly, you have to be a good shot, a quick driver, capable of flying a helicopter?"
Liam laughed.
"Did I miss anything?"
Elise shrugged.
"Able to hack the Pentagon?" "Is it just your own military intelligence agency you need to digitally infiltrate? Or do you have to include other countries' agencies to your repertoire of hacking abilities?"
"All of them. The Ministry of Defense in Whitehall, the Ministry of the Armed Forces in Paris, or the Ministry of Defense in Moscow. They're all the same. Evading their firewalls are all part of my day."
"And you really do fly helicopters?"
Liam looked at her, curiosity and something else she couldn't quite place written across his face. She nodded.
"Yeah, you'd be surprised how much use it gets when people are constantly coming and going from an offshore boat."
Liam nodded along with her.
"No, I can't imagine. It's probably useful. One of the first things all of Sam Reilly's staff must learn to pilot. Next, you will have to learn to pilot the submarine."
"Don't be ridiculous, Liam. I learned to pilot the submarine long before I took flying lessons for the helicopter." Chapter 54. 10 minutes later, the elevator platform finished its slow rise, locking into place with a heavy clunk as the Tehillah's massive Mi-24 Hind settled onto the aft deck's helipad. Sea air whipped across the deck, cool and clean, tangling Elisa's hair as she climbed into the pilot seat. Inside the cockpit, the controls felt solid and familiar beneath her fingers. She flipped a series of switches overhead: battery, fuel pumps, avionics. The cockpit lit up with amber and green indicator lights. With a practiced hand, Elise moved through the startup sequence, her fingers dancing over toggles and switches. The turbine engines ignited with a low whine that rose to a deep, steady roar. A vibration spread through the aircraft as the main rotors began their slow, rhythmic churn, gradually building momentum. The Hind shuddered with restrained energy, like a coiled beast ready to pounce. Elise glanced to her left. Liam was already in the co-pilot seat, helmet in his lap, shaking his head in disbelief.
"This is insane," he muttered, "and I love it."
She gave him a quick grin, then eased the collective upward. The helicopter lifted smoothly off the deck, climbing into the open sky. The Tehillah shrank beneath them as they banked north along Ireland's rugged west coast. The scenery was breathtaking. Below them, the Atlantic churned and glittered in the late afternoon sun, waves crashing against sheer cliffs and craggy headlands. They passed over fields sectioned by ancient stone walls and dotted with white sheep. Small villages with narrow winding roads and slate-roofed cottages peeked through the undulating green landscape. Elise brought the Hind lower, skimming just above the ocean spray as they swept past the dramatic rock formations of the Bridges of Ross. Jagged sea arches jutted from the coastline like the spine of some ancient submerged creature. The wind buffeted them lightly, but the Hind rode steady, cutting a clean line above the crashing waves. From there, they followed the river Shannon, its broad silver-blue waters carving a winding path inland. The open fields of Kilpadog rolled beneath them, lush, endless green, broken only by the occasional stone ruin or grazing cattle. Elise took them in a wide, smooth arc as Glynn Castle came into view. The castle stood proudly on the banks of the Shannon, its ivy-covered towers rising above manicured gardens and thick woods. From the air it looked like something out of a forgotten fairy tale, isolated, regal, and untouched by time. Surrounding it, the countryside seemed impossibly green, the kind of color only Ireland could conjure. Liam pointed suddenly. "That's me, over there in Tarbert." Elise looked ahead, spotting the small harbor town nestled along the shore. A squat lighthouse stood proudly at the edge of a rocky point, and behind it a line of brightly painted cottages climbed up the hill in cheerful shades of red, yellow, and blue. She nodded and gently guided the Hind down toward an open field just beyond the houses. The grass swayed in waves beneath the rotor wash as she set the helicopter down with a light touch. She powered down the engines. The turbines wound down, and the thumping rotors slowed with a heavy sigh, until at last the blades came to a complete stop. Elise climbed out with Liam, the cool air rushing up to greet her. The scent of salt and wild grass filled her lungs. She glanced around. "So where's your house?" Liam pointed past a line of trees toward the coast. "There, the old lighthouse." Elise followed his gaze and grinned. "You bought a lighthouse?" "Oh, I did," Liam said, smiling. "I've been doing it up for a few years now." She turned to face him. "That's incredible." He held her gaze for a moment, then asked, "Do you want to come inside and have a look?" "I'd love to," she replied. They walked side by side across the open, grassy field toward the lighthouse. It stood tall and weather-worn, its white paint faded from decades of wind and sea spray. The structure had a certain rugged charm, a sentinel watching over the bay. But as they approached the front steps, Liam stopped dead in his tracks. "What is it?" Elise asked. He swore. "Someone's kicked my door in." Chapter 55. Elise's hand slipped into a concealed seam of her cargo pants, fingers closing around the familiar grip of a Glock. In one smooth motion, she brought it up, muzzle steady, eyes scanning the shattered doorway. Liam froze. "Whoa! What are you doing?" "One of Masaru Tokuta's men may have figured out who you are and where you live," Elise said quietly. "They could still be here." Liam blinked. "Why?" "To capture you."
No, he said, shaking his head. I mean, why me? I drive a bulldozer for a living. I accidentally uncovered a burial chamber. What does any of this have to do with you? Elise met his gaze. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Her jaw tightened. And I'm sorry. I never should have dragged you into this. He studied her for a moment, then smiled. It's all right. She frowned slightly. You're being awfully calm about that. For what it's worth, he said. The whole thing's been worth it. Elise arched an eyebrow. Really? Yeah, Liam replied. It brought me to you. The words landed harder than she expected. Elise pressed her lips together. It was ridiculous, dangerous even, to feel anything like this now. And yet, a part of her couldn't deny it. A selfish, reckless part of her was grateful that fate, violence and chaos included, had crossed their paths. But this wasn't the time. I'll go first, Elise said, refocusing. We'll clear the place. No, Liam replied. I will. She turned toward him, ready to argue, but he lifted a hand gently. Before you say this is pointless chivalry, hear me out. He nodded toward her pistol. You've got a gun, I don't. If someone jumps you, there's nothing I can do. If they jump me, you can shoot them. Elise considered it, then nodded. That's mathematically correct. Liam grinned. I'll take that. He reached beside the door frame and picked up a heavy axe, one he clearly kept for chopping firewood, then stepped inside with surprising confidence. They moved through the lighthouse together. The interior spiraled upward through multiple levels, connected by a wide iron staircase that curved elegantly toward the lantern room at the top. The renovation work was beautiful. Polished wood floors, exposed stone walls, carefully restored beams, but every room had been ransacked. Drawers were pulled out, cabinets stood open, the sole mattress overturned. Someone had been thorough. They climbed level by level, Elise covering angles, Liam moving steadily ahead. No voices, no movement, just the hollow quiet of a place that had been violated and abandoned. At last they reached the top. The lantern room opened out onto a panoramic view that stole Elise's breath. Below them, the bay stretched wide and calm, sunlight dancing across the water. Beyond it, the entrance to the Shannon River curved inland like a silver ribbon, framed by rolling green fields and distant hills. It was stunning. Elise lowered her weapon and smiled. I can see why you bought the lighthouse. Liam turned to her. He opened his mouth, then hesitated. She could see it in his eyes. Uncertainty, sincerity, something gentle and unguarded. He looked nothing like a man who'd been in a gunfight hours earlier. He looked kind and unbearably human. Something inside Elise snapped. Not fear, not reason, but resolve. They could have died today. She stepped closer, rose onto her toes, slipped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. It was slow at first, tentative, a question rather than a demand. Then Liam responded, hands finding her waist, the kiss deepening, urgency overtaking restraint. For a moment, the world narrowed to nothing but warmth, breath, and the steady reassurance that they were alive, together. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 56. Elise pulled back from the kiss, breath still a little unsteady, but her hand found his and held it.
She gave it a gentle squeeze, then said, "We can pay for the damages to your lighthouse." Liam scratched the back of his head, glancing at the kicked-in door and the chaos inside. That would be great. I wouldn't impose, but I've been on your boss's ship, his helicopter, and although I didn't see it, I believe you mentioned something about a submarine. So he sounds like he's doing okay financially." Elise laughed. "He comes from the Reilly global shipping family." Liam's eyebrows rose. "Oh, that Reilly family. Yeah, I'm more than happy to take his money then." Elise almost protested. She'd wanted to say that Sam wasn't in this for money, that he barely thought about it and certainly didn't throw it around to show off. But she stopped herself. It didn't matter. If Liam stuck around, he'd meet Sam eventually, and when he did, he'd see the kind of man Sam Reilly really was. There wouldn't be any need for Elise to defend him. Instead, she asked, "Do you have somewhere to stay? Somewhere safe until all this blows over?" Liam considered the question. "I could get a motel or something." She shook her head. "No, I mean somewhere safe, somewhere out of the way, where none of Masaru's people are going to find you." He looked thoughtful for a second, then nodded. "I've got an old friend. We haven't seen each other in a while, but she'd take me in if I told her I was in trouble." "That sounds promising. Where is she?" "She's got a vacation house on Inisheer Island. She won't be there now. It's the off-season. But I know where she keeps the spare key." "Inisheer Island?" Elise asked. "Yeah, it's one of the Aran Islands, about 40 miles northwest, off the coast." Elise nodded. "Perfect. Grab what you need and let's go." Liam moved quickly, throwing a few essentials into a rugged hiking backpack, spare clothes, a torch, and a thick paperback. Elise caught the title, a new Harlan Coben crime thriller. She raised an eyebrow. "No laptop?" she asked. He shook his head. "Nope. There's no power at my friend's place. Definitely no internet." Elise blinked. No power. No internet. And he was fine with that? Chapter 57. They were in the air a few minutes later. Elise kept the Mi-24 Hind low as she banked eastward, taking the long route around Limerick just in case someone had eyes on them. The last thing they needed was to leave an obvious trail. The sun hovered above the horizon, casting a golden sheen across the patchwork of green fields and winding rivers. Once clear of the city, she turned north, then angled the nose due west, flying out across the open Atlantic. The land gave way to an endless stretch of ocean, broken only by the wind-carved waves and the occasional fishing trawler far below. As Inisheer came into view, Elise eased off the throttle and brought the helicopter lower. The island was small and wild, crisscrossed with dry stone walls and dotted with low houses and ancient ruins. Its coast was rugged, and the water surrounding it churned in relentless swells. From above, it looked like a green jewel clinging to the edge of the Atlantic. Elise's eyes landed on the rustic skeleton of the MV Plassey, the shipwreck that had become a kind of local landmark. Its twisted hull was a stark reminder of how unforgiving the waters of the Aran Islands could be. Waves broke against its corroded frame, foaming white against orange iron. Liam leaned forward and gestured to a wide-open field near a low stone wall. "There, that's a good spot." She nodded and brought the Hind in for a soft landing, the downdraft of the rotor blades sending a flurry of dust and seagrass spiraling into the air. Engines powered down, the blades slowed, the world returned to quiet. They climbed out and started down a cobbled path. The ancient road wound between stone fences and low rolling hills. They passed the ruined remnants of O'Brien's castle, standing tall and weather-worn, its stone walls crumbling but dignified. "It served as a stronghold," Liam said, "but was later captured and fell into ruin after the Cromwellian conquest in 1652. Elise looked around at the windswept landscape. "Pretty spot." "Yeah," Liam said, "but terrible internet connection. I don't think that would be very good for a professional hacker." "And jack of all trades," Elise shot back with a grin. Soon they reached a heavy metal gate with a keypad. Liam quickly entered a code, hiding the combination with his hand. Elise let out a soft chuckle. "You think I'm going to rob a house with no power and no Wi-Fi?" He grinned but said nothing, pushing the gate open. She hesitated. "Shall I walk you in?" He shook his head. "No, it's fine. I'll see you off here." There was a pause, that in-between moment where neither of them quite knew what to say next. Elise leaned in and kissed him again just once, soft, honest. "I'll give you a call when this thing's over and it's safe to come get you." Liam smiled but shook his head. "You can't. There's no power, so no charging my phone. No signal, no anything." She frowned. "Then how are you going to live for the next week?" He shrugged like it was no big deal. "I'll make do. And I've got your number. There's a general store down on the main street with a payphone. I'll call you in a few days. Check in. See how you're doing." "Okay." She gave him a quick hug. "Stay safe, and when this is done, I'd really like the chance to get to know you properly." "Oh, I'd like that too." Elise turned and began walking back toward the helicopter. A few 100 feet later, she patted her pocket and stopped cold. Liam's phone. She'd plugged it into her power bank earlier to give it a quick charge and forgotten to give it back. She turned to call out to him, but he was already gone, vanished behind the gate and down the long drive. Happy for an excuse to see him one more time before she left, Elise walked back. She considered leaving the phone in the mailbox, but doubted Liam would even check it. He had no reason to. She tried the gate, but it was already locked. With a quiet groan, Elise climbed over the low stone fence and started walking toward the house. The drive curved gently through the landscape. The wind was picking up. She spotted the house ahead, a simple but spacious cottage nestled between stone walls and green fields. Then something odd. A light came on inside. Elise stopped mid-step. That didn't make sense. "No power," he'd said. She moved closer, staying low behind the stone wall until she had a clear view of the front window. A woman. Stunning. Maybe 10 years younger than Elise. The woman squealed in delight and leaped into Liam's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist, arms tight around his neck. Elise stood there, rooted to the spot. Every instinct told her to look away, but her eyes stayed locked on the scene. The embrace was familiar, intimate, and it crushed something inside her. She stepped back, heart pounding, mind racing. Was this an ex-girlfriend? A current one? Why would he lie about being alone? About the house, the power, everything? The feelings she'd been starting to entertain, the connection she thought they'd shared, was it all in her head? She marched up to the house, but her phone buzzed. A message from Matthew on board the Tehillah. "Sam's flight is coming in now. Can you pick him up? And Tom from Belfast International." Elise stared at the screen for a moment, thumb hovering. Then she typed, "On my way." She turned away from the house. No confrontation. Not now. She climbed back over the fence,
reached the gate, pulled Liam's phone from her pocket, and dropped it gently into the mailbox. Then she walked back toward the Hind, the wind sharp against her face, clearing her head the way only the Atlantic breeze could. Chapter 58. Marina Bay Sands, Singapore. Pax tilted his head back and stared up at the Marina Bay Sands, squinting slightly under the afternoon sun. The hotel looked like it had been dropped from orbit, with 3 gleaming towers stretching into the sky, crowned with what appeared to be a full-sized cruise ship balanced across the top of all 3 like some kind of architectural dare. The Sky Park, infinity pool, helicopter pads, gardens in the sky. It was absurd and equally cool. Together, Pax and Amira entered the palatial foyer and strolled through the B2 shopping concourse of Marina Bay Sands, feeling a little out of place amid the surreal opulence of it all. Beneath the vast glass canopy, the canal shimmered, snaking its way through the polished marble floor like something out of Venice, if Venice had been designed by tech billionaires and tailored exclusively for the 1%. Sampan boats floated by silently on the crystal-clear water, steered by uniformed gondoliers who barely seemed to ripple the surface. The quiet splash of the oars was the only sound, competing with the gentle hum of ambient music and the low murmur of designer-clad clientele. Pax couldn't help but glance around at the high-end storefronts. Names like Patek Philippe, Boucheron, Van Cleef and Arpels, and Hermes whispered wealth in every window. It was the kind of place where a silk scarf cost more than a used motorcycle, and no one batted an eye. There was a lot of money being tossed around in this kind of place. Real money. Generational money. The kind that didn't blink at a $20,000 bottle of champagne, or a suite that cost more per night than most people's rent for the year. They stepped through the glass doors into the mall below the hotel, and Pax found himself momentarily distracted by the sheer luxury of it all. It was a world away from crumbling tombs and half-collapsed cave systems. The shops were elite, full of brands he couldn't pronounce, displays that looked more like museums than retail stores, diamond boutiques, Italian leather, tailored suits so sharp they looked like they could cut you. He passed one jewelry store and did a double take. In the window was a brooch, old world, delicate, shimmering with gemstones. The placard beneath it read, U.S. $6 million. Pax stared. People still wear brooches, let alone ones that cost $6 million? Amira gave a faint smile and kept walking. He leaned slightly toward Amira and murmured, I didn't realize the path to ancient treasure involved dodging so many luxury handbags. Amira smiled without looking at him, her eyes catching on a shimmering watch display. You'd be surprised how many priceless artifacts pass through places like this. Yeah, Pax muttered, but it's the only shopping mall I've ever been in where the boats are faster than the escalators. One of the sampan boats glided past them, carrying a couple snapping selfies, the woman's dress trailing like silk smoke over the edge of the vessel. Pax watched it drift under a small archway carved into the concourse and vanish into a side channel. The absurdity of it all made him grin. Where else, he said, gesturing around, can you go from inspecting a $6 million brooch to watching a guy row past you inside a mall? Amira chuckled, looping her arm through his as they walked. Singapore has a flair for the theatrical. He let out a low whistle.
How does Sam know this guy? Amira adjusted her sunglasses.
I don't know. I think he said he's a friend of Sam's father.
Pax grunted. Right, that figures. They found the private elevator, gave the 2 security guards their details, and were taken to a secret room on the 55th floor. They reached the goldsmith's office, tucked behind a velvet rope partition, near a more private wing of the building. 2 security guards gave them the once-over with practiced scrutiny before waving them through after a scan. The moment Pax stepped inside, it felt like stepping back in time. The room smelled faintly of aged leather and old money, polished wood paneling, glass cases, brass fittings. It had none of the modern glamour of the hotel above, more like an exclusive banking salon from 2 centuries ago. The kind of place you'd come to deposit sovereigns and be offered a cigar while you waited. A smartly dressed woman in a tailored charcoal suit greeted them at the entrance. She smiled with practiced warmth.
"May I help you?" she asked.
Amira stepped forward.
"I spoke with Szilard Kovács about getting something assessed."
"Ah, Mrs. Reilly," the woman said smoothly. "Yes, he's expecting you, although he wasn't expecting you this early. He's had to step out for a little while."
Amira frowned.
"When is Mr. Kovács due back?"
"Tomorrow morning." "But I thought you said he was expecting us."
The woman didn't flinch.
"Yes, but when James Reilly visits, he always stays in the penthouse, spends a day after his flight catching up on his sleep. Then Mr. Kovács sees him the following morning, after he's had a chance to recuperate from his flight. I really hope that will be all right."
Pax raised an eyebrow. "If I said it wasn't, could you get him back here any earlier?"
She smiled. "No, sir, I'm afraid not. Mr. Kovács doesn't work like that. He's an expert. His family has been in the goldsmithing industry in Hungary for nearly 200 years. And while he appreciates Mr. Reilly's patronage, he considers himself an artist, not a merchant, and operates as such."
A moment later, the secretary answered a phone call. She spoke for a few seconds, then turned to Pax.
"Were you expecting a delivery, Mr. West?"
"Oh, yes, I was," Pax replied. "Thank you."
The secretary said, "Please send it up."
5 minutes later, 2 security guards in impeccable Armani suits came in with a large box on a delivery trolley. One of the guards greeted the secretary and said,
"A Mr. Pax West is one of your clients?"
He could have said distinguished and rich clients, but by the simple fact that he was welcomed into this office meant Pax was part of the ultra-elite, and as such was allowed certain unique privileges, one of them being able to order anything they like and have it delivered with no questions asked. The secretary nodded.
"Yes, Mr. Mason, you can put it here."
Mason, the team leader for the goldsmith's private security team, nodded and said, "Very good, ma'am," before leaving. The secretary looked at Pax.
"Your delivery, Mr. West."
Pax said, "Thank you. Do you mind if I impose you to store it here until our business with Mr. Kovács concludes?" The secretary, someone who was used to the unique nature of the whims of her ultra-wealthy clients, nodded and simply said,
"I can keep it here under my desk."
"Thank you. That's very kind." Pax smiled politely. "We will see Mr. Kovács tomorrow morning, then?" The secretary said,
"Yes, sir."
He exchanged a glance with Amira. "Shall we check in and have a swim?"
"I guess we'll have to."
15 minutes later, Pax was waist-deep in the world's most surreal swimming pool, floating at the edge of the sky.
He meandered to the edge of the infinity pool, the skyline of Singapore stretching beyond like a digital dream. But his eyes weren't on the city. Amira removed her kaftan and followed him in. She wore a pale blue two-piece bikini, and despite being 36 weeks pregnant with twins, she looked striking. He'd never understood the reason why people often referred to pregnant women as glowing, but if ever such a statement was true, it was in the case of Amira Reilly. Despite the stress of knowing what was at stake with Sam, in addition to being heavily pregnant with twins, she looked healthy, vivacious even, and beautiful. Pax politely turned his gaze toward the skyline. The infinity pool stretched across the rooftop like something from a sci-fi movie. No railings, no barriers, just water fading into the horizon. Below them, the city of Singapore glittered like a jewel, sunlight bouncing off glass skyscrapers, and the bay's endless shimmer. Cargo ships drifted in the distance, tiny specks on the South China Sea. Amira looked at him, a curious glint in her eyes. "What was that delivery back there?" Pax nodded. "Shopping." "You've been doing some online shopping while you waited?" Amira asked.
"Yeah."
"What did you buy?"
Pax grinned. "An insurance policy."
Before Amira could question him any further, a poolside bartender approached, a polite smile on his face. "Can I get you anything to eat or drink?"
Pax looked at Amira. "What would you like?"
She glanced at the sky. "Just an iced lemonade, and whatever food you've got."
The bartender nodded.
"We can have just about anything made and brought up."
Amira pressed her lips together.
"I'll have a pizza, Napoli, with anchovies."
"Very good, ma'am. And for you, sir?"
Pax grinned.
"I'll have a lemonade, too, and whichever pizza has the most meat on it."
The bartender bowed slightly and walked away. Pax leaned back into the submerged lounger, arms spread along the edge, city at his feet. He closed his eyes and sighed.
"This definitely beats crawling through an ancient Celtic cave system."
Amira pressed her lips together. "I'd crawl through much worse if it meant saving Sam's life."
Chapter 59. Giant's Causeway, Ireland. The roar of the Hind's rotors echoed across the rugged coastline, but inside the cockpit, Sam Reilly barely noticed the noise. His eyes were fixed on the landscape unfolding beneath them, the legendary Giant's Causeway, sprawling out in its stark geometric wonder. From the air, it looked almost unnatural, like some colossal god had carefully arranged the stones in an intricate mosaic along the shore. Tens of thousands of basalt columns jutted from the earth in perfect interlocking hexagons, forming a vast tessellated surface that stretched from the cliffs down into the sea. Some of the columns were short, stubby, barely rising a foot. Others reached skyward like broken fingers, some towering over 30 feet high. The crashing waves of the North Atlantic struck the base of the causeway in rhythmic pulses, washing foam across the lower stones before retreating again. Sea spray misted into the air, catching the low afternoon sun and turning the coastline into a shimmer of light and shadow. Elise leaned forward slightly, pointing to the heart of the formation as the Hind circled overhead. "There are roughly 40,000 of them," she said over the intercom, her voice calm, confident. "They were formed between 50 and 60 million years ago during a period of intense volcanic activity. Lava pushed through the Earth's crust and cooled rapidly when it reached the surface. As it cooled, it contracted and cracked into these hexagonal columns." Sam nodded, absorbing every word. Why hexagons?
It's the most efficient shape in nature for compact packing, Elise replied. They form when cooling tension distributes evenly, like drying mud, in this case, basalt lava.
Sam narrowed his eyes, studying the pattern. The golden tome's etchings came back to him, the spiral overlaying a cluster of hexagons. The markings on the page had felt symbolic before, but seeing this from above, the design took on an eerie familiarity, like the drawing had been traced from this very site. As the Hind continued its slow loop, Genevieve adjusted their altitude, dipping low over the edge of the waterline. Matilda peered out a side window, nose nearly pressed to the glass. Even she had gone quiet, mesmerized by the strange beauty of the place. For 15 minutes they surveyed the site from every angle, cataloging visual details, natural cracks, pathways, and possible entry points. Sam leaned closer to the window, watching how the sunlight shifted across the basalt, how shadows fell between the deeper crevices. Eventually he sat back and exhaled, his decision made. Okay, he said, turning toward the others. I've seen enough. He looked down at the ancient stone puzzle below. Let's go find out how we're supposed to get inside this place. Chapter 60. On board the Tehillah, anchored off the coast of Northern Ireland. Sam sat at the digital round table inside the Tehillah's mission room. Caliburn rested his paws on the base of the golden orichalcum golem, which loomed silently in the corner. A 3D holographic projection of the golden tome hovered in the center of the table. It slowly rotated, glowing with runes and faint mathematical symbols etched across its surface in ancient Celtic script and Proto-Greek notations. This was the same tome Pax and Amira were having assessed in Singapore, an identical twin to the one now before them in digital form. Sam sat with Elise, Tom, and Genevieve, the mood intensely focused. Elise leaned forward and said, Okay, here's what we know. There are 3 numerical principles hinted at in the markings on the tome. First up, Fibonacci sequence. She tapped the table, and the holographic tome shifted, highlighting the golden spiral engraved along the cover. The Fibonacci sequence is a mathematical pattern where each number is the sum of the 2 before it. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, and so on. When visualized, it forms a logarithmic spiral. It's found everywhere, in galaxies, nautilus shells, even hurricanes. And in architecture and art, it's often considered a model of natural perfection. Sam nodded, watching the spiral overlay itself onto a diagram of the Giant's Causeway. Now, Elise continued, the next element is prime numbers. The tome has triscales engraved next to certain numerical sequences. These triscales correspond to prime values. Prime numbers, as you know, are numbers that can only be divided by 1 and themselves. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. As she spoke, the hologram transitioned to a hexagonal grid, labeling certain columns with prime values. These triscaled columns represent steps. Columns that are both part of the Fibonacci spiral and prime numbered are safe. The others are likely dead ends, or worse. Sam leaned in. So when it says only the Shogun ghost can use this tome to unlock the Lion's Gate with the purest numbers to spiral the earth, the purest numbers are prime numbers. Elise nodded. Exactly. The purest, indivisible, irreducible. And the spiral part, that's the Fibonacci sequence. She turned to another screen and called up satellite imagery of the Giant's Causeway. The camera panned down over thousands of tightly packed hexagonal basalt columns, some just inches tall, others rising up to 30 feet. She began tapping and overlaying filters on the image. "I've tried 3 variants, prime only, Fibonacci only, and intersecting Fibonacci prime. Still no clear pattern through the columns to indicate a door or mechanism." Genevieve leaned forward. "So what are we missing?" Before Elise could answer, Veyron entered with Matthew. They stepped through the sliding doors with a quiet hiss. "What are you up to?" Veyron asked, his eyes already scanning the display. Sam replied, "Elise worked out the Fibonacci and prime sequence correlations. She thinks that's part of the key to activating the entrance to the Lion's Gate, but there's something missing." Veyron cracked a grin. "You started without me? I'm wounded." Elise raised a brow. "More than happy to let you show off your PhDs, Veyron. Or you, Matthew." Matthew raised his hands. "I know when I'm outclassed. I'll leave this to the pros." Elise turned back to Veyron. "So, what do you think we're missing?" He leaned closer to the projection, eyes narrowing. "Okay, before I answer, I just want to say you actually cracked the 2 hardest parts already. I just walked in and saw the easiest, most obvious one." Elise looked skeptical. "There's no way you're about to say something obvious." Veyron grinned. "You're right. Maybe not obvious, but maybe something elegant. Have you considered magic hexagons?" Elise stared at him for a moment. Then her lips parted. "Of course!" Sam looked between them. "What the hell is a magic hexagon?" Elise was already typing. "It's like a magic square, but using a hexagonal tiling. Every row, whether horizontal or diagonal, adds up to the same constant sum, the magic number." She pulled up a new layer of hexagonal tiling over the satellite image of Giant's Causeway. "The ancient builders must have used this concept. They wouldn't have just scattered basalt columns at random. This is the 3rd key." The hologram glowed as the magic hexagon template aligned with the coastline. A small number of columns lit up, those that were part of the Fibonacci spiral and prime numbered, and arranged in rows summing to the same constant. Sam stared. "That's it." Tom leaned over. "You've got your golden spiral, your primes, and now a perfect balance of numbers. So what does that give us?" Elise's fingers flew over the interface. She dragged the combined overlay into place, matching it precisely with the known topography of the basalt columns. She picked up a tablet. "I'm mapping the route now." A virtual path traced itself through the hexagonal columns, a winding, elegant path, cutting across the terrain like an ancient keyhole. "Got it," Elise said. "We have a walkable pattern, about 60 yards long. If we follow it exactly, it should lead us to the mechanism that opens the gate." Sam exhaled. "Finally." Genevieve folded her arms. "Just one question. What happens if we step on the wrong column?" Everyone fell silent. Tom said, "I guess we'll find out." Chapter 61. The wind blew steadily off the sea as Sam, Tom, Elise, and Genevieve walked along the worn paths that crisscrossed Giant's Causeway, boots crunching over gravel and volcanic rock. The sun hung low behind a bank of clouds, casting long shadows over the basalt landscape. Thousands upon thousands of hexagonal columns, some only ankle-high, others towering like broken spires, spread out before them like a geological puzzle carved by divine architects. The air was sharp with sea salt, and the crashing waves below echoed between the black rock walls and tidal pools. In the distance, the Tehillah floated peacefully off the rugged coast, its sleek lines a strange contrast to the raw primeval coastline. Matilda skipped ahead of them, her dark curls bouncing with each leap from one hexagonal column to another. Caliburn walked along loyally beside her, while Excalibur played ahead of her. Sam couldn't help but smile at the sight of it. They had been searching for nearly 2 hours, using laser measures, satellite overlays, and painstakingly counting and mapping the hexagonal stones one by one. Sam was just about to suggest a break when Elise straightened up abruptly. "We got it wrong." Sam blinked. "What, the formula?" Elise shook her head. "No, not the math. The location. We're close. This is almost perfect, but it's not here." Genevieve raised an eyebrow. "Then what exactly are we looking for?" "This," Elise said firmly, gesturing around them. "This exact formation. The unique basalt columns, the orientation of the coastline, the same geological fingerprint, but not this one." Tom frowned. "You mean another Giant's Causeway?" Elise nodded. "Yes, something nearly identical, but not in this location. There's nothing else like this for hundreds of miles." Sam's eyes lit up as the memory struck him. "Actually, there is." All three turned to look at him. "There's a place," Sam continued, a slow grin spreading across his face. "It's on the western coast of Scotland, about 70 miles away. Same basalt columns, same geological origin, just across the sea." Elise's brow furrowed. "I've never heard of it. What's it called?" Sam grinned. "Fingal's Cave." Chapter 62. Fingal's Cave, Scotland. The Zodiac's outboard motor buzzed against the cavernous echoes of Fingal's Cave, the sound reverberating across the walls like the humming of a distant, angry insect. Beneath the boat, the waves slapped and gurgled against the basalt pillars, rhythmic and strangely musical, their watery percussion filling the cave with a low, haunting resonance. Each surge into the maw of the sea cave sent gentle spray against their faces, cool and salty. Sam was at the helm, navigating with calm focus as the sheer basalt cliffs narrowed around them, like the jagged, toothy grin of a sleeping giant. Genevieve, Elise, and Tom sat spaced out across the inflatable craft, their eyes fixed ahead as the boat slowly penetrated deeper into the volcanic tunnel, the towering hexagonal columns on either side shimmering in the watery light. Elise broke the silence, her voice echoing clearly in the massive chamber. "In these locations, cooling on the upper and lower surfaces of the solidified lava resulted in contraction and fracturing, starting in a blocky tetragonal pattern and transitioning to a regular hexagonal fracture pattern with fractures perpendicular to the cooling surfaces." Sam smirked, still gripping the throttle. "You make it sound so romantic." Unfazed, Elise continued. "As cooling continued, these cracks gradually extended toward the center of the flow, forming the long hexagonal columns we see in the wave-eroded cross-section today. Similar hexagonal fracture patterns are found in desiccation cracks in mud, where contraction is due to water loss instead of heat." Sam throttled back as the Zodiac reached the terminus of the cave, where the water ended in a natural hexagonal stone beach, like nature's own ancient dock. He tied the boat's rope to a protruding column and climbed out, switching on his tactical flashlight and scanning the rock formation. They ascended carefully, each step a hexagonal column of varying height, stacked like a staircase carved by gods. The rocks were damp and slick, but strangely uniform. Sam couldn't shake the feeling that they were placed rather than formed. At the top, a wide platform of basalt columns stretched out before them in a natural plaza. Elise dropped to her knees, her tablet already lit, stylus flying across the screen as she ran the formulas: Fibonacci sequence, prime number mapping, and finally, magic hexagon theory. 15 minutes later, she stood up and said, "Here!" She handed the iPad to Sam. The display showed a patterned path drawn across a grid of columns. "These ones here?" he asked. "Yes." "What do I do? Step on them?" Elise nodded. "I think so. There was nothing on the tome that suggested anything else. You're the Shogun ghost. Maybe it's keyed to you. Could be weight, could be proximity, could be just legend. But I'm certain these are the right ones." Sam pressed his lips into a line. "This is madness." He stepped onto the first stone, then the second, the third. It was like playing high-stakes hopscotch, each jump calculated and tense. His boots echoed on the stone, but there was no shift, no sound, no indication anything had happened. He reached the end of the pattern and looked back. "Well, that was anticlimactic." Tom stepped forward. "Can I see that?" He took the iPad, rotated the image, then pointed. "I think you missed this one here. It's subtle, overlaps the others diagonally." Sam glanced at the stone. "Right, let's try again." He made his way back, adjusted his path, and started over, this time stepping precisely on each marked hexagon, including the newly identified one. He reached the end and paused. Nothing. Then Elise gasped. She raised her flashlight and directed the beam toward the back wall of the cave. There, in the far side of the platform, a series of columns began to descend, one after another, like a massive mechanical staircase unlocking a hidden path. A diagonal corridor now sloped downward into the darkness, deeper into the cave. Sam grinned. "All right," he said, glancing at his companions, the thrill of discovery glowing in his eyes. "Who wants to come inside with me?" Chapter 63. Sam and Elise descended the diagonal staircase of hexagonal basalt, each step cut so precisely it felt less like a natural formation and more like deliberate architecture. The air grew colder as they went deeper into Fingal's cave, heavy with salt and stone. Above them, the distant boom of waves echoed like a giant breathing in its sleep. Sam led the way, his flashlight cutting a pale arc through the darkness. The beam skipped across walls of black basalt, slick with moisture, the hexagonal columns twisting and interlocking as though the cave itself had been folded inward. Every footstep echoed, sharp and hollow, swallowed almost instantly by the vastness around them. Behind them, far above, Genevieve and Tom remained outside, guarding the Zodiac and keeping watch for any sign that Masaru Tokuda's growing army had managed to track them this far. Sam pushed the thought aside. Down here, there was only the path ahead. The tunnel opened abruptly into a large chamber. Sam stopped short, raising the flashlight higher. The beam spread across a curved stone wall, and there, carved deep into the basalt, were lines of text, precise, elegant, unmistakably deliberate. Latin. Sam felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. He stepped closer, tracing the letters with the light, and began to read aloud, translating from Latin to English. Divided fivefold. The truths were laid in stone, where hammer guards the dark beneath the hill, where owl in Yarso watches high alone, and Tuik's twinfold paths lie deep and still, where eagle sleeps beside the tidal breath, and how convenes the kings beneath the mound. When brought as one, they break the gate of death, and guide the star to where the lost are found. The last words echoed softly through the chamber before fading into silence. Sam lowered the flashlight and turned to Elise. Do you have any idea what that means? Elise stared at the wall for a long moment, her brow furrowed, her mind clearly racing through layers of history, mathematics, myth, and geography. Finally, she pressed her lips together and shook her head. I'm really not sure, but there's one thing I do know. What's that? Sam asked. Elise's eyes widened, and she drew an almost reverent breath. Those clues were written in the same style of enigmatic quatrains that Nostradamus used to make his predictions. Sam drew a sharp inhale. And I guess that means someone learned how to calculate the Nostradamus equation nearly 2,000 years before Michel de Nostradamus was born. Chapter 64. Sam could barely contain his excitement. It had been a long time since he'd felt this kind of rush, the pure adrenaline-fueled thrill of discovery, that moment when everything clicked together like some ancient lock finally turning. He knelt quickly on the basalt floor, reaching into the cargo pocket of his pants. From the waterproof dry bag, he pulled out a weathered notebook and a stub of a carpenter's pencil. With fast, practiced movements, he began scribbling, the graphite scratching across the paper as he translated each line of the quatrain, breaking the code that had been etched into the stone wall above them in Latin. Elise watched him, a slow smile forming on her lips, her violet eyes catching the narrow beam of his flashlight. She recognized the look on his face, sharp focus, wide-eyed wonder. She was already caught up in his excitement, the buzz of shared discovery crackling between them. "What have you got?" she asked, crouching beside him. Sam looked up, his grin stretching across his face as he jabbed the pencil at the list of locations he had underlined. "I know this place," he said breathlessly. He read aloud the lines, tapping each corresponding phrase as he spoke. "Where hammer guards the dark beneath a hill," he said, tapping the first. "That's Blackhammer Cairn. Where owl in Yarso watches high alone," refers to No of Yarso. And Tuik's twinfold paths lie deep and still. That's Taverso Tuik. Where eagle sleeps beside the tidal breath, tomb of the eagles. And finally, he said, voice rising, how convenes the kings beneath the mound, mid how cairn. He stood, nearly vibrating with energy, and lifted Elise off the ground in a spontaneous hug, spinning her once before setting her down like a victorious striker, celebrating the winning goal. She laughed, both startled and delighted. "That's great," she said, catching her breath. "But what the hell are you talking about?" Sam looked at her for a long moment, her hair wind-blown, face lit by the soft beam of her flashlight, and eyes filled with curiosity. Then he said it slowly, like it was the answer to a mystery that had been chasing him his whole life. "Rousay Island," he said. "Scotland." "I've never heard of it," she admitted. Sam grinned deeply and said, "That's because it's more commonly known as Egypt of the North." Chapter 65. Marina Bay Sands, Singapore. Szilard Kovacs was the kind of man time had respected. He stood stooped but dignified, his spine slightly curved with age, but his movements precise, like an old clock still perfectly in rhythm. His face was a network of fine creases, deeply carved by decades of intense scrutiny and quiet genius. A narrow nose, sharp cheekbones, and an impressive sweep of silvery white hair that was slicked back with old-fashioned discipline gave him the appearance of a master violinist, or a relic from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. His eyes, a pale gray-blue, gleamed with a perpetual, distant focus. He wore a three-piece wool suit in charcoal, complete with a pocket watch and a heavy gold ring on one gnarled finger, the kind of ring someone earned, not bought. Pax studied the man as he worked, intrigued by his intensity. Szilard hadn't said much since greeting them. After Amira introduced them, Kovacs had merely nodded politely. No small talk, no questions. No interest in why they had come or who they were. Only a silent reverence for the artifact now resting gently on his padded examination table. Like a true artist, he was obsessed with the object, not its origin. The golden tome sat before him like a relic from another world. Szilard circled it slowly, his gnarled hands hovering above it with near reverence before finally lowering to touch the surface. He ran his fingers along the edges, muttering to himself in Hungarian, noting its weight, the detail of the engravings, the density of the alloy. Then, with the care of a surgeon and the delight of a child, he began scanning it with a high-frequency spectrograph. The low hum of the machine filled the ornate office, an old-world chamber out of place within the sleek modernity of Marina Bay Sands. Despite the billion-dollar skyline visible beyond the window, Kovacs's office was all carved mahogany, green velvet, and old brass. It felt like stepping back 2 centuries in time, fitting for a man who had spent his life working with the past. A 3D scan appeared on the monitor, topographic layers rendered in real time. Kovacs leaned in, narrowing his eyes as the image built itself piece by piece. He murmured in Hungarian again, mostly to himself. Finally he spoke. "As expected," he said in a low, thoughtful tone, "it's not solid gold. There is a mixture of other metals inside." Pax leaned forward. "Such as what, exactly?" Szilard did not look up. "There's a matrix of silver near the surface. Below that, traces of platinum. And that's a core. Buried deepest, tungsten." Pax nodded. "Do you know what these metals form? What they are?" Kovacs spread his hands, his thin lips curling in a half-smile. "I have some ideas. But I am not a magician, Mr. Hightower. I am an artist." Pax grinned. "Do you know their melting points?" "Of course. Why?" Sam Reilly once found a similar golden tome. It housed a hidden map. We melted the gold to reveal what was inside. Could the same be done with this one? Szilard paused for a moment, his fingers resting on the tome. "It would be a tragedy," he said softly, "to destroy such craftsmanship. But yes, technically, it could be done." "How?" "I have a kiln, custom built, capable of producing the necessary temperatures. We would place the tome inside, heat it gradually until it reaches the melting point of gold. The surface would melt away, leaving behind the denser metals." Pax crossed his arms. "Silver melts at a similar temperature?" "Silver will melt, yes. Platinum and tungsten, however, will not." "So we'd lose the silver." Szilard nodded slowly.
Yes, but I suspect that is intentional. The silver, I believe, is a veil, a shadow.
Amira, who had been quietly observing, tilted her head.
Like a painter who uses negative space, she said. Or a composer who uses silence to give meaning to sound. Beethoven, Chopin, Mozart, they were all masters of that technique.
Sillard's face lit up for the first time since they'd arrived. He turned fully toward Amira, eyes sharp with recognition.
You understand, he said, delighted. Mozart once said, the music is not in the notes, but in the silence between. I believe the master craftsman who made this tome would have understood that concept implicitly.
Amira smiled.
Exactly.
Pax chuckled. Okay, that's beautiful. So how do we do this? How do we see what's inside? Sillard's voice dropped to a reverent hush.
I can begin immediately.
Perfect, Pax said, rubbing his hands together. Thank you. Szilard reached for the tome again, but then paused.
There is one more thing, he said, slowly.
Pax blinked. What's that?
The core. The tungsten piece buried deep inside,
Szilard said, voice filled with wonder.
Unless I am gravely mistaken, I believe it is a key.
Chapter 66. Egypt of the North, Rousay Island, Scotland. The Tehillah lay at anchor just off the coast of Rousay Island, her dark silhouette cutting a quiet line against the cold, steel-blue waters of the North Atlantic. From the deck, Sam took in the island rising from the sea, green slopes broken by ancient stone, low hills shaped by wind and time, and an unmistakable sense that this place carried far more history than its size suggested. Egypt of the North. Sam had heard the name countless times in academic circles, but standing here, this close, it felt earned. Genevieve lifted the helicopter smoothly from the Tehillah's aft deck, the rotors biting into the air as they climbed toward the island. Tom, Elise, and Sam were on board too. From above, Rousay unfolded like a map of prehistory, stone-lined fields, narrow tracks threading between low walls, and the faint outlines of cairns dotting the landscape like scars left by forgotten kings. Rousay Island, often called the Egypt of the North, is home to over 160 known Neolithic burial cairns, an extraordinary concentration of ancient tombs on an island barely 19 square miles in size. Scattered across its windswept hills and coastal ridges, these stone-built chambers form a vast prehistoric necropolis, silently chronicling the lives and beliefs of a people who lived more than 5,000 years ago. Each cairn, from the imposing Midhow chambered cairn to the smaller weather-worn mounds hidden in the heather, represents a sacred place of ritual, remembrance, and community. Together they make Rousay one of the richest archaeological landscapes in Europe, a place where history isn't just studied, it's carved into the land itself. Sam had a contact, Amy Spohr, who worked extensively at the archaeological site. Sam had given her a list of the sites he needed to visit. They were all now tourist sites, where people could be given guided tours. Amy agreed to meet him at the Tomb of the Eagles and give him an official key to privately open any of the major sites. Genevieve brought the helicopter in low, skimming over rolling pasture land before settling into a field opposite the Tomb of the Eagles. The skids touched down gently. The engines whined down. The rotor slowed, thudding rhythmically before ticking into stillness. Sam climbed out, boots crunching softly against damp grass. The air smelled of salt, earth, and something older, stone warmed by centuries of memory. Tom, Elise, and Genevieve joined him, all instinctively quieter now, as though the island demanded it. Waiting near a low stone wall stood a woman in a weatherproof jacket and hiking boots, blonde hair pulled back against the wind. She looked to be in her early 30s, her expression equal parts curiosity and restrained excitement, the look of someone who loved this place deeply and rarely met people who truly understood its importance. She stepped forward and smiled. "Well," she said, her eyes locking onto Sam. "Sam Reilly, you're the last person I expected to call me today." She gestured broadly to the island behind her. "Welcome to the Egypt of the North." Chapter 67. Sam introduced Amy Spohr to the rest of the team. "Amy, this is Tom, Genevieve, and Elise," he said, gesturing to each of them. "We're hoping you can help us figure something out." Amy smiled warmly, her windswept blonde hair tied back in a loose ponytail. "I'll do my best. What exactly are you trying to figure out?" Sam pulled a folded page from his jacket pocket and handed it to her. "We found this inside a sealed chamber at the end of a basalt staircase in Fingal's Cave. It's written in Latin and references 5 specific burial sites: Midhow Cairn, Blackhammer Cairn, Now of Yarso, Taverso Tuic, and the Tomb of the Eagles. The inscription said that when the 5 become one, the way to the Forbidden Library will be revealed through the sky." Amy's brows lifted as she scanned the text. "I don't know anything about a forbidden library," she said, handing the page back. "But the part about the sky, that might relate to something very curious about these cairns." Sam tilted his head. "Curious how?" Amy nodded toward the entrance of the Tomb of the Eagles. "All the Neolithic cairns on Rusay were built using local sandstone, flat, weathered slabs cut from the hills. But in the domed ceilings of these 5 specific sites, there's something different. They each have scatterings of obsidian stones embedded in the stonework." "Obsidian?" Elise asked. "Volcanic glass?" "That's right," Amy replied. "Obsidian doesn't occur naturally here. It had to be carried across great distances, possibly traded from as far as mainland Europe or even beyond." "So why put them in the ceilings of just those 5 tombs?" Tom asked. "No one really knows," Amy admitted. "Some think it was symbolic, others believe the stones were meant to represent stars. Constellations, maybe? A kind of celestial map built into the architecture?" Chapter 68. Sam ducked beneath the low stone overhang at the entrance to the Tomb of the Eagles, the cold Atlantic wind licking at his back as he crouched into the narrow opening. Beside him, Tom gave a low whistle. "Can't believe they buried people in here," Tom said. "It's like crawling through a bad dream." "That's because it is a tomb," Sam replied, gesturing to the small wheeled trolley laid out just inside the entrance. It looked like a rudimentary skateboard, flat, wooden, and built for one purpose: pulling yourself through the impossibly low tunnel ahead. A thick rope was coiled beside it, ready to help them navigate the stone chute. Sam lay on the trolley, grabbed the rope, and began to inch himself into the tomb, the cold stone brushing his shoulders. Tom followed behind, grunting as he maneuvered his way through the confined space. "Whoever designed this place was not a tall man," he muttered. They emerged into the central burial chamber. The air was cool and still and ancient. Above them, the domed ceiling rose like a low stone sky, its sandstone surface embedded with glittering fragments of black. Sam turned on his flashlight and raised the beam. Obsidian shards, dark, glossy, and completely out of place in the geology of Rusay, glistened in the artificial light. "They're all over the ceiling," Sam said, stepping carefully around the stone floor and aiming his phone upward. "You don't bring obsidian here unless it matters." He began snapping a series of high-resolution photos, cataloging every stone, every pattern. The scattered black fragments stood out like constellations in a stone sky. Once finished, they crawled back out and stepped into the sharp, salty air once more. The Tequila's Hind helicopter was set in the open field nearby, rotors still and gleaming under the pale northern sun. Genevieve stood guard, in case Masaru's men were still following them, and inside, Elise had her laptop balanced on her knees, already searching for connections. The back cabin had been converted into a makeshift command station, and she glanced up as Sam climbed aboard and handed her the phone. "Got your pictures," she said, already plugging the device into her system. "Wow, that's a lot of obsidian." Sam dropped into the seat beside her, catching his breath. "Think they're random?" "No way," Elise said, scanning the images as they uploaded. "These look placed, deliberate. There's enough here to form a rough star chart." "You can match them to known constellations?" "I can try," she replied. "I'll layer them against the night sky at various epochs, cross-reference for geographic alignment. This will take some time, but it's a start." Tom climbed aboard and flopped into a seat across from them. "So, how many more caves do we have to crawl into before you finish this celestial jigsaw?" Sam smiled. 4. Ready to go?" Tom groaned. "Born ready. Still hate that skateboard, though." Chapter 69. Sam and Tom worked through the remaining tombs with the efficiency of men on a mission. After the Tomb of the Eagles, their next stop was the Blackhammer cairn. The entrance was tucked into the hillside, its stonework low and severe, with a slabbed roof built to outlast the weather of millennia. They ducked through the entry and into the single long chamber. The structure was simple but solemn, built with heavy sandstone blocks. On the ceiling, just like the first tomb, were scattered black shards of obsidian. Sam took out his phone and began photographing the placement. Next came the Knowe of Yarso, perched high on a ridge with panoramic views across the island and the Einhallow Sound beyond. They climbed the hill in wind that cut like ice, despite the sun. The tomb was smaller than Blackhammer, more circular, but no less purposeful. Sam and Tom took their time recording the obsidian shards embedded in its domed roof, noting their patterns and directionality. The fourth site was Taverso Twick, unique for being a 2-story chambered cairn. Sam remembered the reference in the Latin inscription, Twick's twinfold paths. It was an apt description. They entered the upper chamber and then descended into the lower, the dimness almost absolute without their flashlights. Once again, the obsidian markers were there, like stars preserved in stone waiting to be rediscovered. Their final visit was to Midhow Cairn, the largest and most elaborate of the 5. The site had been fitted with a protective hangar-like structure by modern archaeologists, making it feel almost like a museum. They crossed a raised walkway above the long central chamber, surrounded by segmented burial stalls. The ceiling here was higher, and the obsidian shards were more dispersed, but unmistakable. When they returned to the helicopter each time, Elise had barely looked up. She sat with her laptop balanced across her knees, her face lit by the glow of shifting celestial charts and layered software scans. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she plotted the obsidian data and matched it against known star maps. After the final upload from Midhow, Elise leaned back and exhaled sharply. "None of these celestial maps match any known locations," she said, eyes still on the screen. Sam froze. "Really?" Elise smirked. "Don't look so concerned. Let me finish. I meant on their own. But when I superimpose them one on top of the other, it forms a very specific constellation." Sam stepped closer. "Which one?" "Cygnus," she said. "The swan. It forms a perfect cross pattern in the sky, prominent, ancient, and it's visible from Hallstatt." Sam's eyes widened. "As in the Hallstatt, birthplace of the Celtic Empire?" Elise lifted a hand, her eyes sparkling. "Just wait, it gets better. Within the overlapping charts, there are 3 anomalous points, 3 stars not part of Cygnus, but marked clearly in the obsidian patterns." "Please tell me those stars can only be seen from specific locations." Elise nodded, zooming in on her composite model. "Exactly. These 3 stars form a unique triangle. By plotting them from observable points and calculating the intersection, we get a triangulated location." Sam stared at her, grinning. "You're amazing, Elise." Elise gave a modest shrug, but her eyes twinkled. "You want to see where it leads?" Sam gestured toward the screen. "What are you waiting for?" Elise typed quickly, entering the GPS coordinates. The digital map zoomed in with mechanical precision, narrowing from Europe to Austria, then into the Alps, until a familiar town nestled beside a glittering lake appeared. "There," Elise said, pointing. "That's our triangulated location." Sam leaned in. "That's right in the heart of Hallstatt." His eyes narrowed as he zoomed even further. "There's a building there," he said. "Any idea what it is?" Elise clicked to bring up the property name. The satellite imagery resolved into a modern structure nestled along the lakeside. She read the search result aloud. "Gemeinde Bücherei, Hallstatt." Sam tilted his head. "Any idea what that means in English?" Elise met his gaze and shook her head. "You're not going to believe it, but it means the Library of Hallstatt." Chapter 70. Sam laughed. "You have to be kidding me." "I'm not," Elise promised. Genevieve folded her arms across her chest. "Didn't you once tell us about something to do with Occam's razor, and the fact the easiest path is normally the right one?" "I'm not sure this is really what Occam was thinking when he coined the phrase." Sam shook his head. "Still, all this effort to find the forbidden library, and the damned thing is just the local modern library in Hallstatt, of all places? I mean, that golden tome might as well have just given us the address." "There will be more to it," Tom said, over Elise's shoulder. "You think? Perhaps we should just fly there and ask the librarian." "It's not the worst idea, actually," Elise said. "I mean, you'd be surprised what a good librarian can help you find. They're experts in research." Sam said, "All right, let's take stock of what we have. We know the location of the forbidden library. We have a key to something there. We have no real idea what we're supposed to be doing or looking for there. Pax and Amira are in the process of having the golden tome melted, and the craftsman told them that the spectrograph revealed what appears to be a topographical map and a tungsten key hidden inside the gold and silver. What's next? Tom said, We have to go to the Forbidden Library. Of course, Sam agreed, a.k.a. the local community library in Hallstatt. We're also going to need to wait for Pax and Amira to deliver the key to the Lion's Kingdom. Right. They can fly to Hallstatt once they have it, or meet us wherever the Lion's Kingdom ends up being. Sam looked between Tom, Genevieve, and Elise for any other suggestions. What else? Elise pressed her lips together. I'm afraid you need to work out a way to fight a Nemean lion. Sam drew a breath. What? Think about it. Have you ever been game hunting? Elise asked. There's an entire skill and strategy to big game hunting in Africa. Just imagine how much more complex it's going to be to kill a Nemean lion. Not to mention, if you harm its cub, its parents are going to be pretty upset. Hell, you may have an entire pride of Nemean lions after you. First off, Sam swallowed the dryness in his mouth. Who said anything about killing any sort of cub, let alone a Nemean lion's one? How else are you planning on getting close enough to get scratched by the creature's claws, which contain the antidote to the shield of Hercules? Sam shrugged. I was hoping maybe I could just pat it and make friends with it. You have no idea what you're getting into, do you? Not really, Sam shrugged. Listen, I was hoping to sort of wing it. I figured there was so much to overcome just to find the location of the Lion's Kingdom that anything else would be easily addressed once I got there. Besides, maybe these claws fall out like shark's teeth, and I'll be able to find plenty of them just lying around. Maybe, Genevieve said. But let's work on the principle that you have to kill this cub. Sam frowned. Really? Genevieve pressed her lips together. Are you going to suddenly choose animal altruism after a lifetime of being a natural omnivore? No. Good. Genevieve's voice came out more confident now that they were in her sort of domain. Then let's work on the basis that it's either the Nemean cub or you, not both. Then the question comes, how do you kill any sort of Nemean lion? I assume, like the big game hunters of Africa, I go in with a big shotgun, something with plenty of stopping power. Wrong answer, Genevieve said. Why? Sam asked. Look what the shield of Hercules has done to your own skin. Can you imagine what it would have done to a lion's fur? No, you will need some other way to kill it. What about an explosion? Tom suggested. I mean, shoot an animal like a lion with a bazooka, and I don't care how tough its fur is, the creature isn't going to be getting up any time soon. It's not a bad idea, Genevieve considered it. The alternative is a type of trapping device, like a net or something, but I don't know how you could contain it. So if we do that, perhaps I don't have to kill it, Sam suggested, his voice hopeful. Genevieve shook her head. Forget it, Sam. I'm sorry to say this Nemean cub probably going to have to die. I'll be there to help, Tom said. No, you won't, Genevieve said. Why not? Because of everything we know, little though it is, about this lion kingdom. Suggests that nobody who doesn't have the shield of Hercules on board will ever survive inside the ancient world. Even the picture in the burial chamber in Ireland that Elise and I visited depicted a lion and its cub drinking from a pond of pure fire. Sam suppressed a wry grin. It may be a little bit of artistic hyperbole. Writers do it all the time. I'm sure they do, Genevieve replied. All the same, I'll bet you whatever you like that this place is going to be hot,
and without the shield of Hercules, your skin is going to be burned as if you walked through the brimstones of hell. Then, the risk of you surviving meeting a real-life Nemean lion while still armed with the shield of Hercules is low, but without it, the chance of survival will be impossible. No, once we reach this place, you're going to have to go in on your own, find the antidote, and bring it outside. Then we close the gates to this ancient world forever, and only then do you take the antidote.
All right, Sam agreed. The problem is, we just don't know anything about these Nemean lions. For all we know, they're entirely docile, sort of like the Labradors of the underworld. Even so, I wish there was someone who'd seen one alive.
Elise grinned. I might just know someone who can grant that wish.
Really? Sam asked.
Who?
Elise smiled.
Merlin. And last time I checked, he owed you a favor for saving his life.
Chapter 71. Aberdeen International Airport, Scotland. Sam called Merlin while they were waiting for their flight. The plan was to fly direct to Munich, Germany. Salzburg, Austria would have been closer, but there were no direct flights, and even if he could have gotten one, the drive would have taken quite some time. Instead, he'd organized to fly to Munich, where a seaplane was fueled and waiting for him at Lake Starnberg. He hit Merlin's number and pressed the call button. It took what appeared to be forever for the old man to answer his cell phone, and he began to wonder if the great blacksmith had finally lost his touch with technology. Perhaps nearly 800 years on Earth was too much for anyone. Sam expected it to go to voicemail or something, but instead it kept ringing. Then, after roughly 40 or more rings, Merlin answered in his classic British baritone.
Hello, Sam.
Without preamble, Sam said, I need your help, Merlin.
It's about time,
Merlin laughed.
I did say not to bother me unless you needed the help of a particularly old man, but then I expected you would fall into trouble and need my help soon enough. I've been expecting it, and if anything, I've been much too bored lately. So what can I do for you?
I'm looking for some information about something particularly old.
Have you tried Googling it? Merlin suggested. They have this AI assistant that brings up amazing stuff. You know, much of the time it's made up, but sometimes it's just what you're looking for. And failing that, it's smart enough to convince you that it is.
Sam interrupted him. Google isn't going to have the answers I need.
Well, then why didn't you say so? Merlin replied cheerfully. It's always nice when the youth discover that there really is something that they can learn from the very old people. I can say that without offense, you see, given I had my 800th birthday only about 2 decades ago.
Sam laughed, not even sure how much Merlin was joking. How old are you, really?
Never you mind, young Sam Reilly, Merlin scolded. Now, what do you want to know?
Sam pressed his lips together. Well, that depends. Have you ever had anything to do with Nemean lions? Chapter 72.
For goodness sake, Sam, Merlin admonished him. For whatever God-forsaken purpose do you want to go after Nemean lions?
For the next several minutes, Sam quickly retold the story of how he became infected with the shield of Hercules, the victory as a shogun ghost, and finding the Celtic treasure, before eventually finishing with the fact that he'd located the forbidden library and was hoping to enter the kingdom of the Nemean Lions any day now. When he was finished, Merlin said,
I don't know how you're going to fix this, but I do wish you'd leave those Nemean lions alone and where they belong.
Yes, well, I can't do that. So can you help me work out what sort of weapon I should bring in case it's necessary to fight them? Have you considered how Hercules once slayed a Nemean lion? Merlin asked. Sam said, Well, for a start, he's a mythical demigod, so I guess that helped. Really, Sam, you of all people must start to believe in the simple truths that hide behind our most glorified and ancient legends. All right, Sam agreed. What weapon did Hercules use to slay a Nemean lion? Legend has it, young Hercules used a sword to kill it. But how? Sam asked. A Nemean lion's fur is tougher than diamond. Indeed it is. So what did he do? Merlin said, He used a very special weapon. Care to share what type of sword? Sam asked. Merlin paused a beat, as if trying to think the best way to play out the next part of the conversation. For someone 800+ years old, he really did like to drag things out on the phone. From what I've heard, he stole it from his father Zeus. Wait, Hercules stole it from his father Zeus, Greek king of the gods? Well, yes, some of us like to greatly exaggerate stories of our incredible escapades. Sam's tone went up a notch. Hercules wasn't a demigod. Not even close. Really? Don't sound so shocked, dear Sam, Merlin laughed. How many gods, Greek or otherwise, have you seen walking around showing off their strength? So where did the legend come from? Who was Zeus, actually? He was nothing more than a lowly merchant. Really? Yes. Then what made him so famous? Nothing, Sam frowned. And yet, as you say, stories of him being the Greek king of the gods, along with the father of Hercules, demigod, have been around for more than a millennia. All stories of great exaggeration, Merlin replied, referencing his earlier assumption. But one must at least have a story to exaggerate, Sam argued. So what did Zeus do? Ah, now you're asking the right question, Merlin said, his voice fatherly, almost didactic. What was he doing? You already know what he was doing, Merlin reprimanded him. Honestly, Sam, I thought you were supposed to be this great adventurer, an archaeologist and expert in rare histories, with several successes to your name in terms of exploring the truth of ancient legends and myths. I genuinely would have expected more from you. I won't hide the fact that I'm disappointed. Zeus was a merchant. Sam drew a breath, closed his eyes. Merlin was one of those people you simply could not speed up. He'd lived nearly 800+ years and had succeeded in doing so by never rushing into anything. The least of all was an answer to a question. Sam said, Where was Zeus a lowly merchant? Ah, now you're getting there. Merlin beamed. Well done, well done. Okay, so we know that this has everything to do with where Zeus was a merchant. Sam felt a rush of blood in his ears as his heart picked up a notch, and he could feel himself getting somewhere. Are you going to make me keep guessing, or do you think you could just let me know? I don't mean to rush you or anything, Merlin, but it has now been several days since I've eaten, and when the portmanteau hangry was first coined, they weren't thinking of people who have to solve some of the world's greatest puzzles before they can eat again. Merlin laughed. It was loud and boisterous, and reminded him exactly of the way all Merlins were depicted in every King Arthur of the Round Table film ever made. Finally, when Merlin stopped, he said, I do enjoy our discussions, young Mr. Reilly. I really do. Thank you, Sam said through gritted teeth. But I'm not sure I do.
Look, the answer to your question lies in the timeline when Zeus was alive. If you think about that for a minute, I really do think it will all come to you.
Sam frowned. Merlin, you don't want to just tell me?
No, and miss out on all the fun? Of course not.
Why not? Sam asked.
That's not how I do things. Besides, I think you will feel much better, prouder even, if you get this one on your own.
I think I would feel much better if I got to eat a steak or something and actually absorb its nutrients.
Come on, Sam, I really think you can do much better than this. When was Zeus around?
Zeus is just a legend.
The myth of Zeus might be, but he was a very real person. A simple search on the internet will give you the answer.
I know the answer, Sam said, frustrated. Zeus lived sometime around 2nd century BC.
Ah, well then, why didn't you simply say so? Merlin chided. I thought you wanted to get to the end of this.
I don't see how that helps.
What certain trades might an ancient Greek merchant have begun around the 2nd century BC? Something so particularly noteworthy that Zeus would establish himself as such a famous figure with so many capabilities that he might even one day be remembered as being the Greek king of the gods.
Sam drew a sharp breath. Oh, my goodness, of course.
Ah, there you go, Merlin said happily. It took you long enough.
Zeus established the Silk Roads with China during the 2nd century BC. Sam almost cried out the answer. The Greeks traded goods like Athenian pottery, wine, olive oil, and bronze for Eastern luxuries such as silk, spices, precious stones like jade, lapis lazuli, incense, and dyes, using the growing Silk Road network.
And who just happened to be the first emperor of China at the time, who was only too eager to help a young Greek merchant establish the Silk Roads all the way to Athens? Qin Shi Huang.
Sam shook his head.
That's right, Merlin confirmed.
And Qin Shi Huang gained notable power because he was capable of mining dragon's breath, Sam said, picturing the iridescent sword they had found buried inside Emperor Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, the very sword Hu now kept with him. The emperor's royal alchemist used the strange ore to produce weapons of incredible power. When those weapons strike objects or people, they cause a molecular implosion that cascades until the person disappears into a rainbow dust.
Indeed they did.
Zeus must have learned of these rare weapons. Sam paused a beat. When Hercules learned of the Nemean Lions, and the fact their skin was impervious to even Damascus steel, his father must have stolen a weapon made of dragon's breath, and Hercules was able to come and go from the fabled lion's kingdom, pilfering whatever natural treasure it may have held. In the process, he discovered the ability of the almost magic-like powers gained from getting cut by the claw of a Nemean lion, as well as the way to turn it off with the claw of a Nemean lion's cub.
There you have it, Merlin applauded. Well done.
And in doing so, Hercules became the demigod of legends. His strength might have been embellished, but his skin was impervious to steel, and he would have been able to conquer many men in battle.
So, there you have it.
Sam nodded to himself. So then, for me to safely enter the lion's kingdom and find a Nemean cub, I'll need dragon's breath.
Yes, I should think that should be easy enough. Merlin appeared to beam with joy, as if reliving their little interaction.
You mentioned previously that your friend, Hu, 76th generation Yusha, assigned as a keeper of Dragon's Breath, had inherited the last weapon of the unique element, a sword once made for Emperor Qin Shi Huang, appropriately named Dragon's Breath. Sam sighed. There's only one problem. Oh, yes? What's that? Who's gone missing? Well, that is a little bit careless of you, Sam. May I suggest you endeavor to ensure your friend Who becomes somewhat more found? Sam looked up. Elise gestured toward the gate. Sam said, My flight's about to depart. I've got to go. Then go well, Sam Reilly. Go well. Merlin ended the call without further ado. Sam brought up Who's cell phone number and texted a single message. Who, where are you? I need to borrow Dragon's Breath. Chapter 73. Marina Bay Sands, Singapore. Look lively, Who. We have them. Who looked at Satoshi, the leader of his small mercenary team, who was quickly grabbing a couple extra magazines for his submachine gun. Sam Reilly? No, his wife Amira, and that big guy. Tom? Who asked. No, the other one, Pax West. He's really tough, Who said. I read his bio. The man's an ex-CIA ghost and special forces. We can't take our chances with him. Agreed. I want you to lead the team to go get them. Where? They're in Szilard Kovach's private office on the 55th floor of the Marina Bay Sands. Szilard Kovach? Who asked. Any idea who he is? Satoshi shrugged. Some 88-year-old art expert from Hungary who specializes in analyzing and authenticating high-end art sources, particularly those with fine metalwork. He's an artist? And he has a secret office here? Satoshi spread his hands. Apparently. He's the world's leading expert on art forgeries. Say someone comes to him with the next Rembrandt or Michelangelo that hasn't been seen for 300 years. He's the guy you go to in order to confirm it really is a genuine artwork by the said artist. Interesting. Why would Sam's wife and her de facto bodyguard be visiting an art forgery specialist? Masaru thinks they might have a hidden map in the Celtic treasure. Who considered that? And what? The map was buried in some sort of metal that needed to be removed? Possibly. Maybe Kovach can use some sort of spectrograph to measure the metal's density, digitally allowing him to see inside and find out whatever secret is buried. Masaru says he wants us to wait until Kovach has given them whatever answers they're looking for before we kill them. He's hopeful this might be the key we're still looking for that identifies the location of the Nemean Lions' den. Who grinned. All right, let's do this. Satoshi said, Masaru's offering a cool $1,000,000 extra for each of us if we get our hands on that map. Incredible, Who agreed. What's the plan? You and I go up there. Kovach has his own security team. We'll replace them, take their security passes, and enter the artist's secret office. Just the two of us? Who asked. I'll have a team of 6 men waiting out the front, just in case anything goes wrong. What if Kovach has another route out of his office? Who asked. Masaru's got another 8 of his men guarding every exit to Marina Bay Sands. Satoshi grinned. Whatever happens, Amira and Pax aren't getting out of that building alive. 16 men to take down one heavily pregnant woman and her bodyguard? Whose lips formed a grim line. Let's just hope it will be enough. Chapter 74. Pax stood quietly beside Szilard Kovach in the cramped, dimly lit workshop tucked behind the glittering opulence of Marina Bay sands. The furnace before them looked like something from another century, a squat, iron-bellied crucible kiln, just large enough to fit the golden tome resting inside. Flames licked the edges, and a low rhythmic hiss came from the gas valves. Kovac had lit the furnace himself, eyes gleaming with reverence and excitement. The tome inside was slowly coming alive with heat. At first it merely dulled, its perfect sheen fading to a deeper matte yellow. Then it began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter, a reddish hue crawling along the edges. Pax watched in silent awe as droplets of molten gold began to weep from the surface. They dripped steadily, pooling at the bottom of the furnace. "Gold melts at 1064 degrees Celsius," Kovac said, half to himself, half to the room. "Silver much lower, 962. That is why the silver was the first to flow so freely. You see, it moves like quicksilver." As he spoke, silvery streams gushed briefly from the edges of the tome, sliding over the melted gold like ribbons of light. Pax leaned in slightly. The structure beneath was beginning to emerge, no longer concealed by the precious metals. There was a strange symmetry to it, an elegant, layered shape. But something still clung to it. "The platinum," Kovac said. "She is stubborn. It won't melt until 1768 degrees. We don't need to reach that. What remains now is what was meant to survive." A few minutes later, the last of the gold and silver had drained away, revealing a dense object at the heart of the tome. Using a heavy pair of crucible tongs, Kovac removed the core, a metallic slab, ridged and gleaming faintly. He turned and slowly submerged it in a nearby vat of cool water. Steam hissed and rose like smoke from a dragon's nostrils. The object cooled quickly. Kovac reached in with bare, practiced hands, lifting out what was left. It wasn't a tome any more. It was a map, a topographic representation in relief, mountains, valleys, and ridges sculpted in platinum. Pax and Amira leaned closer. The layout was unfamiliar, yet evocative. Soft hills gave way to ridges, with terraces carved into the landscape. A peculiar white formation curled around one edge, like petrified waves. Pax frowned. "That seems familiar, but I can't name it." Kovac grinned. "I can. I used to visit this place often in the winter, back when I was a junior artist at the Galleria dell'Accademia di Firenze." Pax turned to him. "It's in Florence?" "Near enough to drive there for the day," Kovac said, still smiling. "It is a place of mineral springs and ancient silence." Pax was about to ask the name when the door burst open. Kovac's secretary stumbled into the room, eyes wide with terror. A short, wiry Chinese man had one arm wrapped tightly around her neck, a pistol pressed to her temple. Behind him, a Japanese man in a dark suit raised a Minabia PM-9 submachine gun, aimed directly at Amira. Pax instinctively stepped in front of her, arms spread protectively. "Not another step," the Japanese man said coldly, "or the pregnant woman dies." Chapter 75. Who held the secretary tight, more to steady her than restrain her, though she trembled with such force he feared she might bolt and ruin everything. His eyes never left Satoshi. The Japanese man kept his submachine gun fixed squarely on Amira, his expression calm but taut with danger. "Hand over the map," Satoshi said. Kovac gestured toward the drying table.
It's just over there. You may have it. There's nothing in there worth getting killed over."
"Very sensible, old man," Satoshi said. Then he narrowed his eyes. "But my master believes that in addition to a map, there might just be a key. I'll have that too." Kovac spread his hands in a gesture of calm.
"If you will allow me, I believe there's a key made of tungsten hidden inside. I can retrieve it for you."
"Please do, sir," Satoshi said, giving a slight bow. His ingrained culture of respect for elders still held, even here, even now. Then his voice dropped an octave. "Keep in mind, you're on the 55th floor in a soundproofed room. We can kill all four of you, and no one would ever hear a thing." Whose mind sharpened with that detail. Soundproofed. So that was why there were no panic screams when Satoshi and he first entered. His fingers tensed slightly around the grip of his concealed pistol. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Pax, ever reckless with a grin that dared danger to blink first, stepped forward. "So what I'm hearing," he said casually, "is it would only take one shot to end this, and nobody outside would even hear it?" Satoshi furrowed his brow. "What are you talking?" Who didn't let him finish. His hand moved like lightning. The silenced shot cracked, sharp and quick. The back of Satoshi's head exploded before he even twitched. The submachine gun clattered to the polished floor tiles. Pax turned to Hu with a crooked grin. "Thanks, Hu. You took your time. I was wondering if we were going to have to listen to him talk all day, or if you were going to get on with it." "Sorry," Hu said, slipping his weapon back into its holster. "I didn't know the rooms were soundproofed. There are 8 men guarding the exits. I didn't want them all coming at once." Pax nodded. "Fair." Hu turned to Kovac. "Is there a back door?" "Yes," the old man said, already gathering the trembling secretary under his arm. "But we have a safe room, too. It locks down for 24 hours and sends a silent alarm to the police." "Go," Pax urged. "Take her. We'll handle the rest."
"What about the map?" Kovac asked, pausing.
"I've got it," Pax said, holding up his phone. "Took a photo. You keep the original. Take it to the safe room with you." Kovac bent over the table one last time and pressed something on the underside of the topographic relic. A soft metal click, and a tungsten key slid free from a hidden compartment. Thick and cold. It looked more industrial than ceremonial. He handed it to Pax.
"Good luck to all 3 of you, with whatever the hell you've gotten yourselves into."
Hu gave a quick nod. "Good luck." Kovac turned and disappeared through a narrow doorway behind a shelf of antique crucibles, the secretary still shaking as she followed. Amira turned to Hu.
"You're not coming with us?"
"Not yet," he said.
"I'll make a distraction. Buy you some time."
He unrolled a floor map of the 55th level from behind the reception counter and pointed.
"All exits are watched. Masaru's men are stationed at each one. If you go through these doors," he pointed to the north elevator alcove, "you'll face 2 guards. Handle them quickly and quietly."
Pax studied the map. "What about you? Won't they know you helped us?"
"I'll tell them the artist grabbed the map and hid with his secretary in the vault," Hu said. "They'll believe me." "And when they realize the vault's sealed?" Amira asked. "They'll assume they missed their window," he shrugged. "I'll stall them long enough. Get to the elevator. I'll call in a diversion from hotel security and redirect them to the lobby. That's your window."
Pax gripped Hu's shoulder. "Thanks. I owe you."
"You're welcome. Now go. They're coming."
Pax said, "Hu, Sam needs dragon's breath." I thought he might.
Really?
Yes. How else can he fight an animal whose fur is stronger than diamond? I don't have dragon's breath with me here. I have a copy of the map. Tell Sam I'll meet him at the gate to the Nemean kingdom.
Chapter 76. Pax bent down and retrieved the submachine gun from Satoshi's lifeless hands. It was heavier than expected, an older model, Japanese military issue. Reliable. He checked the magazine, half full. Good enough. He grabbed the package he'd had delivered on their first day staying at the Marina Bay Sands. It was stored underneath the secretary's desk in a large cardboard box. Pax opened it, revealing a heavy-duty black backpack. He slung it over his shoulders, tightened the straps, and exhaled with a quiet satisfaction. Amira, watching him, raised an eyebrow.
What is that?
Pax grinned. Our insurance policy. Who checked his weapon?
Good luck. I'll see you in Italy.
Pax gave him a nod, then turned and walked toward the north corridor. As he reached the end, he gave a sharp whistle and shouted, "Quick! Who needs you? They're getting away!" 2 men, both armed, ran toward him without hesitation. Pax didn't even break stride. He lifted the submachine gun aimed at their chests and squeezed the trigger. Both went down before they had time to comprehend the betrayal. He paused only to check the corridor, then turned to Amira. Mercenaries just don't get the sort of training they used to. Amira, slightly breathless, asked, "Shouldn't we be running?" Pax reached for her hand and gave her a calm, confident look. "No, stay walking. Amateurs run. Professionals walk. Nobody notices 2 people walking hand in hand through a ritzy hotel. Everyone notices if those same 2 people are sprinting like criminals." He guided her toward the fire stairs that led to the roof deck. Behind them, he heard Hu's voice shouting something indistinct, then the sound of yelling in Japanese. More footsteps followed. Pax's jaw tightened. "Okay, now it's time to run." They bolted up the stairwell. As they reached the fire door leading to the top deck, the sudden clatter of gunfire rang out behind them. Pax growled under his breath. Mercenaries are definitely not getting the training they used to. They burst onto the rooftop. Marina Bay Sands' iconic sky deck. The city skyline glistened under the morning light, while the pool and rooftop bar shimmered like a mirage behind them. Pax spotted a red fire axe mounted to the wall. He grabbed it, turned, and wedged it through the door's external handle. With a hard twist, the axe snapped tight, locking the door from opening easily. It wouldn't hold them forever, but it would slow them down. He turned to Amira, slowing to a walk again. She was already breathing heavily, her hand on the curve of her stomach. She looked at him.
Tell me you have a plan to get us out of here.
Pax grinned. That depends. Do you trust me?
With my life, she said without hesitation.
That's good. You're about to need to. More shouts echoed behind them. Pax turned toward the northern edge of the cantilevered section of the rooftop and stepped up to the glass barrier. He hoisted the submachine gun, took aim, and opened fire. The reinforced glass spider-webbed with cracks. A few more rounds and it shattered, a massive panel tumbling away and leaving a gaping hole to the city below. Amira's eyes went wide.
Oh, dear God, there has to be a better way.
If you come up with one in the next 5 seconds, I'm all ears, Pax replied, gesturing her forward. Otherwise, strap in. He methodically pulled a set of straps from the backpack and locked her into the front harness. He looked into her eyes for a split second. It's going to be all right. Then he stepped off the edge. The world dropped away. The ground was just 650 feet away. No time for mistakes, not even enough to come close to terminal velocity. Wind screamed around them. For a breathless moment, they plummeted in freefall, just long enough to feel weightless. Pax reached behind him, grabbed the cord, and yanked. The parachute deployed with a jolt. A second later, a small electric propeller unfolded from the frame and began to hum. The paraglider steadied, catching the air. The ground rose slowly to meet them as Pax adjusted the angle of descent, gliding in a wide arc over the bay. Marina Bay sands shrank behind them, shouts growing distant, then silent. Below them, the sparkling water glittered. Singapore's skyline gleamed in the morning haze. Amira pressed her face into his chest. "You okay, Amira?" Pax asked as they flew across the bay. Amira grinned. "Never better." Chapter 77. Lake Starnberg, Munich, Germany. Sam Reilly sat in the left seat of the LA 250 Seawolf, its gull-wing doors already shut to keep out the cold Bavarian air. The sleek amphibious aircraft was compact, powerful, and surprisingly responsive. The cockpit was tight but functional. Behind him, Elise and Genevieve were crammed into the narrow rear seats, their knees practically touching the backs of the pilot seats. Tom, seated beside him in the co-pilot's chair, looked increasingly uncomfortable. "You ever flown one of these?" Tom asked, eyes flicking between the unfamiliar controls and the snow-covered mountains rising beyond the airstrip. Sam shrugged as he flipped the navionics system online. "No, but I've flown a Piper PA-28 Cherokee." Tom blinked at him. "A Piper? That's just a normal light aircraft. It's not a seaplane. It's nothing like this." "I know," Sam said casually, tapping in the GPS coordinates for Lake Hallstatt. "But I thought it might make Elise and Genevieve feel better." From the back, Elise muttered, "It doesn't." Sam smirked as he flicked the starter switch, bringing the Lycoming IO 540 engine roaring to life. The Seawolf vibrated beneath them with restrained energy, the six-cylinder power plant eager to leap into the sky. He taxied onto the calm surface of Lake Starnberg, the hull of the Seawolf slicing cleanly through the water. Once aligned into the wind, Sam smoothly pushed the throttle forward. The engine bellowed, and the Seawolf surged ahead, skimming across the surface. Within seconds, the hull began planing as speed increased. Sam pulled gently on the yoke, and the aircraft lifted free from the water, climbing into the pale winter sky. The flight was short, just under 20 minutes, but spectacular. Snow-dusted Alps rose around them, blanketing the horizon in sharp whites and cool blues. Sam banked slightly to the east as they passed over pine-covered ridgelines and ice-fed lakes, their surfaces glinting in the morning light. As they approached Lake Hallstatt, Sam tilted the plane slightly so everyone could take in the view. The scene below looked like something from a snow globe. The ancient village of Hallstatt clung to the shoreline, its pastel-colored buildings hugging the cliffside, with narrow streets winding up into the snowy forest beyond. Church steeples poked up through the winter haze, and puffs of chimney smoke drifted lazily into the cold, dry air. Though it wasn't snowing, a thick crust of white blanketed every rooftop, and the nearby Dachstein Alps loomed over the town like sleeping giants. The lake itself wasn't frozen, but it held a glassy stillness, like it hadn't been disturbed in days. Sam circled once, getting a feel for the terrain, then lowered the flaps and brought the Seawolf in gently, his eyes scanning the calm water ahead. The hull touched down with a soft slap, skimming the surface before settling into a smooth glide. Sam pulled back on the throttle and let the plane slow naturally as he steered toward the main harbor, where a wooden dock jutted out into the icy lake. He looked over at Tom. "Still worried?" Tom exhaled and shook his head. "A little less now." Behind them, Genevieve said, "That was incredible." Sam cut the engine. The lake fell into silence. Only the distant chime of church bells echoed across the water. Sam smiled. "Welcome to Hallstatt." Chapter 78. Hallstatt, Austria. Sam stepped out of the Seawolf and onto the weathered timber dock, the lake lapping softly at the hull of the plane. A light breeze carried the crisp scent of pine, snow, and wood smoke. Tom secured the lines while Elise and Genevieve shouldered their packs. They climbed the narrow path leading up from the water's edge. Hallstatt was impossibly picturesque. Snow clung to the edges of flower boxes, now empty for the season, and thick frost rimed the slate rooftops. The cobblestone paths wound upward between tightly clustered wooden chalets, each one tilted at slightly odd angles as though squeezed in by time itself. Their timber beams were darkened by age and weather, and tiny windows reflected the soft white of the sky above. Icicles dripped from eaves. A woman with a shopping bag nodded to them as she passed. A pair of children dragged sleds behind them. Despite its age, Hallstatt felt alive, timeless. The village was built into the base of a steep mountain slope, so everything here seemed vertical, stacked upward, as though trying to climb into the forested heights above. They followed a stone-paved alley that curved around the rear of a narrow church. A sign along the path read Gemeindebücherei Hallstatt, with a small arrow pointing up a final set of stone steps. The library stood modestly ahead, tucked against the cliffside and framed by snow-laced pines. It was a 2-story building with pale yellow plaster, dark timber shutters, and a sharply sloped roof to fend off heavy snowfall. It had the quaint, efficient look of Austrian mountain architecture, unpretentious, sturdy, and perfectly suited to endure the seasons. Sam approached the oak-framed glass doors and paused. A small plaque beside it read, "Welcome to Hallstatt Community Library." He blinked, frowned, and looked back at the others. This can't be the Forbidden Library. Chapter 79. Gemeindebücherei, Hallstatt, Austria. They stepped into the warmth of the Hallstatt Community Library, the door whispering shut behind them with a soft click. Sam paused just past the threshold, letting his eyes adjust to the interior light. The space was quiet, peaceful in the way only libraries could be, filled with a faint, comforting scent of old paper, polished wood, and something faintly floral from a nearby heater diffuser. The building was clearly modern, not sleek or clinical, but new. Smooth timber floors shined beneath their boots. Rows of perfectly aligned bookshelves stretched across the main hall, filled with a broad mixture of old and new titles. A small children's section had bright cushions scattered around a painted mural of the Alps. One corner hosted a public computer desk, and another housed a coffee station tucked next to a rack of local newspapers. The whole place had a local charm that felt more alpine community center than ancient mystery. Sam wandered slowly, his eyes scanning the ceiling for exposed beams, the walls for old stone, and the floors for mismatched materials. Any sign that this building had been built atop something older, but nothing stood out. If there had ever been a more ancient structure here, it had been thoroughly removed or seamlessly built over. He moved toward the rear of the library, where natural light spilled down from tall vertical windows. The walls were painted a soft cream, and not a single arch or worn stone indicated the presence of the ancient or the forgotten. It was the kind of building that would have looked at home in a ski resort or a modern university campus. Finally, as he rounded a corner of nonfiction, a young woman with chestnut hair and horn-rimmed glasses looked up from behind a service desk. Her brow furrowed politely as she took in his expression, curious, maybe a little aimless. "Can I help you find something?" she asked, her voice gentle but alert. Sam stepped forward. "Yes, please. I'm actually trying to find out some information on this building." She tilted her head. "What kind of information?" "Whether it's always been a library," Sam said, "or if it was built on top of something else." The woman pursed her lips and thought for a second. I really don't know, but I can call someone over who just seems to know everything, and the things she doesn't know, she'll definitely know where to look." Sam smiled. "That sounds perfect, thank you." The woman glanced across the main room and lifted a hand. "Dr. Drew, could you help this gentleman?" Chapter 80. Sam looked at the librarian as she approached, an older woman with dark brown hair threaded gracefully with streaks of gray. Her face was animated and kind, full of intelligence and the gentle wisdom of someone who had spent a lifetime helping others. Her warm expression gave the immediate impression of someone who could answer even the most obscure historical question, or at least try her best with patient curiosity. "Dr. Drew?" Sam asked. The librarian smiled, her eyes lighting up as she extended her hand. "Alyssa's fine," she said. "Sam Reilly," he replied, shaking her hand with a grateful nod. "I have a number of questions about the library that I'm hoping you might be able to help me with." "I will if I can," she said. "What do you want to know?" "Well, for a start, when was this library built?" "Oh, it's only been here about 40 years," she said casually. Sam frowned. "Do you know if it was built on top of another library?" "I don't think so. Why? What are you looking for?" Sam hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm trying to find something about a particular library in the region. It was sometimes referred to as the Forbidden Library." Dr. Drew arched an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "Interesting. So you're looking for a particularly old, somewhat notorious library in this region?" "Yes, it was meant to have been built by the ancient Celts." She paused, thoughtful. Let me think. Well, I'm not sure about ancient Celts, but if you're looking for old and notorious libraries nearby, you really must visit the Admont Abbey Library. It's the world's largest monastic library, built in the 1770s, and said to have inspired Disney's Beauty and the Beast. Sam nodded slowly. "That is interesting. But I really was under the impression this building was the oldest library in Austria." Dr. Drew shook her head gently. "You must be mistaken. Have a look around. Does this place look very old to you?" He glanced around at the sleek, modern shelving and well-lit open space. "No, not really." "What about an ancient Celtic section?" he asked. "Maybe there's a book or something here that could help." Dr. Drew's expression brightened. "Yes, of course. You'll find anything on Celtic history or mythology in aisle 6 or 7. Help yourself." "Thank you," Sam said sincerely. "I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful," she added kindly. "Have you come far looking for this special library?" Sam gave a quiet laugh. "You have no idea. I first read about this ancient Celtic library when I was in Japan, and then again in Scotland."
Dr. Drew smiled with curiosity. Fascinating. Well, I can certainly imagine a reference to it in Scotland, given how the Celts migrated through that region. But it does surprise me that you found any mention of it in Japan. I think the story might have gotten a little off course before it ended up here, Sam admitted. Ah, that makes more sense, she said with a chuckle. Are you hungry? Again, you have no idea. Well, there's a basket of bananas next to the art installation. Help yourself if you like. They're a wonderful brain food. Sam's gaze followed the direction of her gesture. Suspended from the high, timber-beamed ceiling and cascading down like a surreal chandelier was a tangled burst of red tentacles, each covered in white polka dots. Below it, a mirrored platform amplified the dizzying repetition, reflecting the forms into a seemingly endless void. Ambient light shifted slowly across the surfaces, casting hypnotic shadows along the walls of bookshelves. Lanterns, spherical, translucent, glowing with warm gradients, floated gently nearby, anchored invisibly, as if by magic. Sam suppressed a grin. Yayoi Kusama? She looked surprised, then smiled with warm approval. That's right. I'm impressed you recognized her work. Sam gestured at the vivid display. I was in Matsumoto recently with my wife Amira. We visited the Kusama Museum there. Dr. Drew's eyes lit up. The place for my soul! It was a statement, not a question. Sam nodded. Exactly. It was fascinating, like stepping into someone's subconscious. She's from Matsumoto, you know, Dr. Drew said. Born in Nagano. I didn't know that, Sam admitted. Then, with a half grin, he asked, So who did your Kusama replica? Dr. Drew shook her head gently, clearly trying not to sound offended. It's not a replica. It's an original, installed by the artist herself. Sam blinked. You're joking. I'm not, she said with quiet pride. There's a story, though it's mostly legend, that Kusama once spent time here decades ago. She was close with one of our former librarians. Sam tilted his head. Do you know why she came here specifically? Some say she came here to learn some form of ancient knowledge, Dr. Drew said with an enigmatic smile. Sam glanced again at the riot of dots and mirrored light. Do you know what that knowledge was? Dr. Drew gave him a knowing smile. Why, it could have been anything. Books are the repository of ancient knowledge, Mr. Reilly. Sam grinned. Indeed they are. Sam thanked her again, feeling oddly grateful for the ordinary kindness amidst this extraordinary search. He made his way to aisles 6 and 7, carefully scanning the spines of books on Celtic lore, history, and myth. A few minutes later, Elise appeared beside him. Find anything? She asked, her voice quiet. Sam shook his head, his expression slightly tense. Nothing. Not even a whisper. Chapter 81. Frasassi Caves, Italy. Dr. Gabriele Allegretti had been counting the days to this trip. Gabriele was an anesthesiologist, and Sergio was a police diver, both incredibly stressful jobs. They were a unique breed, normal people. Those who do normal jobs in air-conditioned offices take vacations to beaches in the warm tropics, but that sort of vacation doesn't do for people in Gabriele or Sergio's line of work. People like them needed something altogether different to unwind and de-stress. And in their case, cave diving was the only thing that would cut it.
3 full weeks away from operating theaters, monitors, screaming vitals, and the quiet terror of holding lives in his hands, Sergio Farinacci understood that need better than anyone. As a police diver, Sergio lived with pressure of a different kind. Dark water, zero visibility, and the constant awareness that one mistake could be his last. People like them didn't unwind on beaches. They needed places that demanded absolute focus. That was why they were here, deep beneath the Apennines, preparing for a new cave-diving exploration in the Branch of the Angels, a decorated conduit that branched close to the tourist routes, but plunged quickly into untouched darkness. They had already made several trips from the truck, hauling tanks and equipment to the staging area. Gabriel was lifting another set of twin cylinders when he heard stone cracking, sharp and sudden. "Sergio!" The shout came too late. The ground beneath Sergio gave way, and he vanished with a startled cry, stone collapsing into a dark void below. Gabriel dropped the tanks and rushed forward, heart hammering. He reached the edge of the newly opened hole and peered down into a chamber roughly 15 feet below. "Sergio, are you okay?" There was a pause, followed by a strained voice. Yeah, I think so." Relief hit Gabriel like a wave. "Are you injured?" "It hurts to stand," Sergio said, breathless. "Probably a sprain." "Don't move," Gabriel said immediately. "I'll get the rope ladder." Then Sergio's voice changed. "Oh, wow! Gabriel, you're not going to believe this." "Believe what?" "There's a painting down here, on the wall." His voice carried awe now. "It's a lion, drinking from a pool of fire." Gabriel smiled despite himself. "Incredible!" Then he felt it, a low vibration under his boots. The sound wasn't sharp, it was deep, like distant thunder rolling through stone. "What's happening down there?" Gabriel asked. Sergio didn't answer right away. "I don't know," he said finally, fear creeping into his voice. "When I fell, I think I shifted something." Another tremor rippled through the rock. "Something's coming," Sergio whispered. "What?" Gabriel demanded. "It sounds like water." Gabriel swallowed. "Can you get to higher ground?" "There isn't any," Sergio said. "The walls are straight up. If it's water, I'll float." Gabriel hesitated. "All right, stay there. I'm getting the ladder." He ran. The Branch of the Angels was mercifully close to the tourist entrance. He grabbed the wire caving ladder from the truck and sprinted back, lungs burning. As soon as he re-entered the cave, heat hit him, unnatural, oppressive. Then Sergio screamed. "Help! Gabriel, help! It's burning!" Gabriel reached the opening and froze. "What is it?" "Lava!" Sergio cried out. "There's lava coming toward me." Gabriel's mind rejected the words, even as his senses confirmed them. The air shimmered. A red glow pulsed from below. He scanned the chamber, found a cluster of stalagmites at the far end, and ran for them. He wrapped the ladder tight, tied it off, then rushed back, feeding the wire down. Too short. His stomach dropped. "It's not long enough," he shouted. "Throw it," Sergio cried. "Please, just throw it." There was no other anchor. Gabriel planted his boots against the rock and wrapped the caving ladder tightly around his hands. He hurled the other end over the jagged edge and heard the faint metallic rattle as it hit the floor below. A moment later, he felt the weight on the ladder shift. Sergio was climbing. Slowly, laboriously. Gabriel gritted his teeth. The ladder bit into his palms, steel wire cutting through flesh already slick with sweat. Then came the blood. He felt it, warm and unwelcome, making his grip slick. He squeezed tighter. "Come on, Sergio," he whispered, voice strained. "Just a little further." The heat rising from below was unbearable now, searing, suffocating. Gabriel's shoulders ached. His fingers trembled, but he held on. Sergio's pace slowed. A jolt ran up the ladder. Gabriel's fingers spasmed. The wire slipped against the blood. For one terrible moment he fought to hold on, every sinew screaming. Then his grip failed. "No!" The ladder snapped from his hands. Gabriel dove for the edge just in time to see Sergio falling backward, arms flailing in a wide arc of helplessness. He hit the lava. There was no splash, just a flash of igniting heat, a brief and terrible sound as rubber soles caught fire, followed by the agonizing scream of a man fighting instinctively to escape the inescapable. Sergio screamed and reached out desperately, but there was nowhere to go. His legs gave way, then his torso. Fire blossomed across him, consuming faster than Gabriel could process. Then merciful silence. Just the slow, awful bubbling of lava swallowing what remained. Gabriel knelt there, chest heaving, his bloodied hands still trembling in front of him. Sergio's last expression, shock, pain, and that unspoken plea, burned into his memory. He didn't cry. He couldn't. There was nothing left. Only the scorched air, the distant hum of shifting stone, and the haunting image of the lion on the cavern wall, drinking from a pool of fire. Chapter 82. The Forbidden Library, Hallstatt. Sam wasn't getting anywhere. He stared at the rows of modern books, none older than a few decades, and sighed. Nothing here looked ancient. Nothing whispered secrets. Nothing hinted at a hidden door to a world lost in time. Genevieve stood near the entrance, arms folded. "I think that librarian knows more than she's letting on about the Forbidden Library," she said. Sam raised a brow. "Really? Dr. Drew seemed nice, helpful even. What makes you say that?" Genevieve nodded subtly toward the far corner. "As soon as you mentioned the Forbidden Library, she tensed. Not just curious, defensive. Then right after your conversation, I saw her wheel that massive trolley of books and park it in front of a door near the back wall." Sam followed her gaze. That looks like a cleaner's closet." Genevieve didn't waver. "No, mark my words, she knows something." Sam hesitated, then gave a small shrug. "Only one way to find out." He reached into his jacket pocket and removed the ornate key to the Forbidden Library, the one passed down to him by Shane Roberts, hidden inside the golden tome, known as the Oblatio Leonis, the lion's offering. The key felt heavier in his hand than it should have, like it carried history. He found Dr. Drew reshelving books near the main counter. "Excuse me, can I ask you something?" She turned with that same kind of expression. "Yes, of course. What can I do for you?" Sam stepped closer. He held out the key in his open palm. "Dr. Drew, do you know what this is?" She froze, just a beat too long. Her lips parted as if to dismiss it, but her expression was wrong. Her eyes betrayed recognition and something else. Reluctance, perhaps even fear. "Please, Dr. Drew, I found the Celtic treasure known as the Oblatio Leonis. This key was inside. engraved with the words "Forbidden Library." I believe this library holds the only path left to reach Tir na Leon Termishka, the land of the Forbidden Lions. He hesitated. The Celtic Prophecy warns that if I don't get there in time, the world could face a disaster of unimaginable scale. Dr. Drew was silent, her brow furrowed deeply. Then she drew a slow breath and looked up at him, her voice softer but resolute. "Quick, come with me." She moved fast for someone who'd just been shelving books. Sam and Elise followed as Dr. Drew wheeled the heavy book trolley aside, revealing what looked like a simple maintenance closet door. She unlocked it with a hidden key from her belt and ushered them inside. Behind them, Tom and Genevieve took up guard positions. A narrow spiral staircase led down, the air growing noticeably cooler with each step. The walls were stone, worn by time, the curve of the steps smoothed by centuries of footsteps, few of them recent. Finally, the staircase flattened into a small stone chamber. At the far end stood a tall, iron-bound door embedded in thick granite. Vines, fossilized from age, wrapped like tendrils along the cracks. It looked more like the entrance to a crypt than a library. Dr. Drew turned toward him, her tone respectful now. "You must forgive me. We haven't had a visitor to the Forbidden Library in centuries." Sam stepped forward. "What do I do?" "Insert the key," she said simply. Sam nodded and reached for the lock. The moment the key slid into the lock, the air in the chamber changed. There was a low click, then a series of mechanical whirs and deep groaning thuds from within the walls. Dust shook loose from the ceiling. The door split vertically with a hiss and slowly pulled inward, revealing a small but perfectly preserved library. A long rectangular room filled with ancient wooden shelves, each groaning beneath the weight of manuscripts, scrolls, and leather-bound tomes. No electric lights, only wall-mounted torches glowing faintly with some kind of long-burning luminescence. It felt like stepping through time. Dr. Drew gestured toward a pedestal near the entrance. "Before you enter, we ask that all guests sign the registry." She handed him a pen, oddly modern, and opened a massive leather-bound book, its yellowed pages thick and brittle with age. Sam nodded. "Of course." He took the pen, scrawled Sam Reilly, and added the date. Then his eyes drifted to the previous entry. His heart skipped. "I don't believe it," he whispered. Elise leaned in beside him. "What is it?" He slid the registry toward her, his finger landing on a line written in a tight, elegant script. The date, 1547. The name, Michel de Nostradamus. Chapter 83. Sam was just about to step across the threshold of the Forbidden Library when he heard heavy footsteps echoing down the spiral stairs behind him. He turned in time to see Tom descending 2 at a time, his face flushed and eyes wide with urgency. "They've found it!" Tom shouted. Sam straightened. "Really? Are you sure?" "Yeah, it's all over the news. A caver fell into the chamber in the Frasassi Caves in Italy, just inland from Florence. He reported seeing some kind of painting, a lion drinking from a pool of fire, then lava, actual molten lava, burst into the chamber and swallowed him whole." Sam's stomach turned. "That's horrifying." Tom nodded grimly. "But it has to be it. The Lion's Gate. Everything we've been chasing.
That chamber matches everything we've seen in the clues. Sam looked toward the open door of the forbidden library, centuries of secrets lying just beyond. Then Elise touched his arm. Sam, I have to stay here. He turned to her. What? Why? She looked toward the shelves, her eyes alive with purpose. Nostradamus was the last recorded visitor? I have to know what he found here. How he's connected to all of this? You understand that, don't you? Sam held her gaze for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, I get it. Stay. See what you can find. Elise gave him a grateful smile. Go. Find the Lion's Kingdom. Tom looked over at Genevieve. You stay with Elise, okay? If anyone followed us here, she'll need backup. Genevieve nodded without hesitation. Got it. Tom leaned in and kissed her quickly. Be safe. You too, she said. Sam turned back to Dr. Drew. Thank you for everything. Dr. Drew gave him a small, knowing nod, her hands folded at her waist. Then Sam and Tom ascended the spiral staircase 2 steps at a time, returning to the modern library above. Sunlight filtered through the windows now, giving the illusion of calm. They stepped out into the snowy streets of Hallstatt and made their way back down the path to the harbor where the LA-250 Seawolf seaplane bobbed gently against the dock. Sam was halfway to the plane when his satellite phone buzzed in his jacket pocket. He answered it. Yeah? Pax's voice came through, breathless with excitement. We found it. Sam chuckled dryly. Let me guess. It's in Italy, a cave system near Florence. There was a pause. Yeah. How did you know? Sam's tone sobered. A caver just got cooked alive. Fell into the hidden chamber decorated with paintings of Nemean lions drinking from what he described as fiery ponds. Then a wall of molten lava came through and killed him. Pax swore quietly on the other end. That's horrifying. But at least we know we're on the right track. You said you have it? Sam asked. Yeah, the key. The one made of tungsten. Kovac extracted it from the golden tome. It was hidden inside the metal layers. Where are you now? Paris. Amira and I are about to board a flight to Italy. Any news on who? Sam asked. Pax said, Yeah, he said he'll meet you there with Dragon's Breath. Sam grinned, looked at Tom, and said, Isn't it nice when everything comes neatly together? Tom pressed his lips together. I'll let you know if it ever does. Chapter 84. Lake Trasimeno, Italy. The emerald waters of Lake Trasimeno stretched out beneath the wings of the LA-250 Seawolf as Sam began his descent. Snow-dusted hills rolled along the horizon, and the winter sun hung low in a pale blue sky, casting long golden reflections across the water's surface. The lake itself shimmered like molten glass, cradled by olive groves and fields that sloped gently toward the shoreline. Sam adjusted the flaps and throttled back, the engine humming with obedient power as he leveled off. The Seawolf skimmed the surface, then touched down with a smooth splash. Spray kicked up along the floats as he eased the aircraft into a steady taxi. The air was cool and clean, and despite the urgency of their mission, Sam couldn't help but admire the serene beauty of Umbria in winter. He guided the seaplane toward the edge of the lake, where a narrow wooden jetty extended into the water. A man in a heavy jacket and gloves was already waiting for them. As Sam cut the engine, the man stepped forward, grabbing the mooring ropes with practiced ease and securing the plane to the dock.
"One of you must be Tom Bauer," the man called out. Tom stepped out of the passenger door and onto the float. "Yeah, that's me. We spoke on the phone earlier." The man nodded. "I got you a pair of motorcycles, fast, as you requested." Sam climbed out behind Tom and followed him onto the dock. His eyes landed on the 2 bikes parked at the end of the jetty. His lips curled into a smile. "You weren't kidding." 2 Bimota Tesi H2s stood gleaming in the pale sunlight. Sleek, aggressive, and impossibly futuristic, the superbikes looked more like precision weapons than vehicles. Sam took in the angular carbon fiber fairings, the exposed titanium details, and the signature hub-center steering system, a marvel of engineering that seemed to defy convention. Each bike was powered by a supercharged 998cc inline-4 engine, the heart of Kawasaki's H2 series, capable of pushing over 230 horsepower. These weren't just fast. They were outrageously fast. And beautiful. The perfect union of Italian design and Japanese ferocity. Sam grabbed one of the matte black helmets hanging from the handlebar, pulled it on, and tightened the strap. He straddled the bike, feeling the cold leather seat beneath him, and pulled out his phone. With gloved fingers, he tapped in the coordinates for the Frasassi Caves, just over 10 miles away. The GPS locked in. He revved the engine once. The sound was a snarl of pure mechanical delight. Tom was already mounting the second bike, his grin just as wide. "Let's ride," Sam muttered. Then he kicked the bike into gear and launched forward, the supercharged engine howling like a banshee as the tires bit into the winding lakeside road, carving toward the mountains where the Lion's Gate awaited. Chapter 85. Frasassi Caves, Italy. The atmosphere inside the Frasassi Caves was thick with moisture and tension. Sam Reilly and Tom Bauer had made their way through the well-lit tourist paths, past stalactites and soaring cathedral-like chambers, until they reached the site of the recent tragedy. The area was roped off, patrolled by 2 bored-looking but firm carabinieri officers. Their faces tightened the moment Sam mentioned anything about lava, gateways, or Nemean Lions. "We are closing off access beyond this point. Please return to the marked path," one of the officers said in Italian-accented English, his tone final. Sam offered a polite smile. "We're researchers. This has to do with an ancient gateway, possibly mythological in nature, but tied to an archaeological—" "Signore," the officer interrupted, gesturing firmly. "I said, leave." Sam exchanged a glance with Tom and sighed. Well, that went well. They were just turning back when a voice echoed down the rock corridor. "Sam Reilly, what are you doing here?" Sam turned, a grin already forming before he saw the familiar face. Dr. Gabriele Allegretti, rugged as ever, his dark hair now tinged with gray, approached with a stride of someone who'd spent his life underground. Sam extended a hand, and they embraced like old friends. "Gabrielle," Sam said warmly, "it's good to see you." Gabrielle smiled. "And you, Sam. Been too long." Sam turned and gestured. "This is Tom. You two met?" Gabrielle shook his head. "No, but if this is Tom Bauer, then I feel like I already have. Your rep precedes you." Tom gave a nod. "In the flesh." Gabrielle's expression sobered. "Are you here to dive?" "Not quite," Sam replied. "We heard about the accident, about a diver who fell through into a chamber and was killed by lava. We thought it might be something connected, something ancient." Gabrielle folded his arms, nodding slowly.
Sergio Farinacci. He was a close friend. Police are still figuring out how to explain what happened. 1 minute we were hauling dive gear for the Branch of the Angels. Next thing I know, he slips, breaks through a dome floor, and ends up in some chamber filled with ancient paintings and lava. Real, flowing magma. It rose fast. There was no way to get him out in time. I'm so sorry, Gabrielle, Sam said, genuinely moved. I never met Sergio, but I knew of him. He had a name in the cave diving world. Gabrielle's jaw tightened. He didn't deserve that kind of end. They shared a few quiet moments. Then one of the carabinieri waved to Gabrielle. I've got to give my statement. Stay safe, Sam. You too, Gabrielle. Sam and Tom made their way back through the damp corridors toward the mouth of the cave, where the two mortality H2s waited like thoroughbreds pawing at the gates. The wind had picked up, sending dust swirling across the gravel path. Sam's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and answered. Pax, we've just come out of the caves. Where are you? Pax's voice sounded confused. Frasassi Caves? What are you doing there? That's where the lava death was reported. Chamber full of lion paintings and all. We thought it was the Lion's Gate. Pax's voice came sharp now. No, Sam, that was a tragic accident. The real Lion's Gate is at Bagni San Filippo. It's thermal, near Florence. The key matches a topographic layout carved into the tomb. I thought we were synced on this. Sam chuckled, shaking his head. Apparently not. Text me the address. We'll be there as soon as possible. He ended the call and turned to Tom. Turns out we're in the wrong place. The lava death was a false lead. The real site's in Bagni San Filippo. Tom raised an eyebrow. Another ride, then? Looks like it, Sam said, as he mounted his bike again. They revved the engines and peeled away from the parking lot, gravel spinning out behind them as they rejoined the twisting mountain road. And then Sam saw them, 5 riders merging in behind them in the side mirror. Black Aprilia RSV4s, all unmarked, moving in formation like wolves on a hunt. Tom, Sam said over the comms in his helmet, we've got company. How bad? 5 riders, no visible plates, all of them on Aprilias. Tom's tone was immediately alert. Masaru's men? Could be, or someone else who wants to stop us getting to the Lion's Gate. He downshifted and opened the throttle, the supercharger kicking in with a howl. Either way, Sam muttered, we're not going to make it easy for them. And with that, the chase began. Chapter 86. Alberobello, Puglia. The bikes roared down the winding roads of the Italian countryside, engines screaming as they tore through sleepy hamlets and vineyard-covered hills. Sam leaned low over the handlebars of the Bimotatesi H2, weaving effortlessly around cars and tight bends. In his mirror, the 5 Aprilia RSV4s still followed, fast and determined. Sam keyed his helmet mic. Tom, we can't let these guys follow us to the entrance of the Lion's Kingdom. We need to lose them somewhere. Agreed, Tom's voice crackled in his ear. Any ideas? Yeah, Sam said, glancing at the GPS. Cartwright. There's a town coming up. Alberobello. Tom peeled off behind him, the 2 superbikes carving through the narrow intersection like blades. Behind them, the black bikes followed in perfect pursuit formation. Minutes later, the olive groves and dry stone walls gave way to something surreal. Sam downshifted as they rolled into Alberobello, a fairy tale town rising like something out of another age.
Hundreds of whitewashed stone homes dotted the hillside, each topped with a perfect conical roof of gray limestone. These were the trulli, ancient homes built without mortar, using prehistoric construction techniques passed down through generations. The sight was so visually disarming, Sam almost forgot about the killers behind them. The sun cast a warm light over the UNESCO World Heritage Site, illuminating curved alleys, hand-painted symbols on the stones, and clusters of locals and tourists who stared as the two superbikes screamed past. Sam dropped a gear and cut into one of the narrow cobbled lanes. The trulli loomed tall on either side, turning the road into a stone maze. "This place is a damn labyrinth," Tom said, his voice tight but impressed. "Perfect." They wound through passageways barely wide enough for the bikes. Tourists scrambled to the sides, shouting and snapping photos, unsure whether to panic or marvel. Sam took a hard left into an alley lined with souvenir shops and hanging flowers. One of the black Aprilias behind them tried the same, but misjudged the corner and clipped the stone wall, skidding sideways into a fruit stall in an explosion of oranges. "Four left," Sam muttered, pushing deeper into the twisting network of trulli. They sped past an old woman hanging laundry between two roofs. She shouted something in rapid Italian and hurled a clothespin after them. Tom veered off down a tighter passage, motioning Sam to follow. The space narrowed, the walls brushing their mirrors. "They won't risk coming in here," Tom said. "Not at this speed." Behind them, the hum of engines fell away. Sam slowed, heart pounding, ears straining. Silence. He looked over his shoulder. No one in sight. He exhaled sharply and pulled into a small open courtyard at the base of a wide staircase, surrounded by more trulli with hand-painted symbols on their roofs, moons, crosses, and stars. A little boy watched them from a stoop, licking gelato. "We lost them," Sam said, swinging off the bike. Chapter 87. Masaru Tokuda stopped his Aprilia motorcycle. He pulled out his phone and pressed on the Sentinel app for his tracking drone. He stared at the image of Sam Reilly, still in Alberobello. He grinned. If you want something done, you had to do it yourself. It was the only way. Masaru had a military-grade tracking drone locked on him. It would follow him wherever he rode from here. Sam started moving again, riding hard and fast. Masaru gave him a full extra couple minutes head start, and then with the app open and connected to his navigation app, he sped off after Sam Reilly. Chapter 88. Bagni San Filippo, Tuscany, Italy. Sam and Tom rode their bikes into the quiet wooded hills of southern Tuscany, the engines of their bimotas echoing softly between the limestone cliffs and forested slopes. The air was laced with the scent of pine and mineral-rich steam. Ahead of them, a surreal scene unfolded. Tiered white limestone formations, almost sculptural in their beauty, spilled down the hillside like a frozen waterfall. Pools of milky turquoise water shimmered in the sunlight, steam curling into the air in slow, ghost-like tendrils. The Fosso Bianco hot springs, nestled deep in the Val d'Orcia, seemed like something out of a dream, untouched, ethereal, and somehow sacred. Moss-covered stones framed the natural terraces where water had deposited calcium over centuries, creating soft ivory-colored platforms and cascading basins. Tourists had mostly cleared out, the area quiet but for the rumble of machinery nearby. An excavator was perched a few hundred feet above the main pools, its treads digging into the upper slope where the mineral formations had begun to flatten. Pax, Hu, and Amira stood beside it. As soon as Sam killed the engine and stepped off his bike, Amira, looking even more pregnant than when he last saw her, broke into a delighted jog toward him, her bare arms open, her face beaming. She threw her arms around him and kissed him fiercely. He smiled down at her. "How are you feeling?" Amira patted her belly, breathless. "Good, although I can only imagine what my obstetrician would think about base jumping at 36 weeks, especially with twins." Sam blinked. "Wait, base jumping?" Pax strolled over, arms crossed, trying not to grin. "It was perfectly safe." Sam raised an eyebrow at him. "Pax, you took my heavily pregnant wife base jumping?" Pax held up his hands. "Hey, I gave her the opportunity to come up with a better way to outrun more than a dozen heavily armed men. She didn't have one." Sam exhaled, then turned back to Amira. "You sure you're okay?" Amira nodded, calm and steady. "I'm fine, Sam, really." At that moment, Hu approached and offered him dragon's breath. "Take care of this blade for me," Hu said. Sam accepted it reverently, cradling the lacquered scabbard. "I'll do my best." Just then the excavator let out a metallic clank. Its bucket scraped against something buried, solid and unyielding. The operator, a wiry young man with a mop of dusty blonde hair, jumped out and waved them over. "I think we've reached it," he called, gesturing toward a partially exposed stone door embedded into the slope. Sam looked at Pax, his eyes narrowing with a touch of relief. "How did you find an excavator operator on such short notice?" Pax gave a grin that was far too pleased with itself. "Veyron brought him out here. He's Elisa's new beau or something." Sam raised an eyebrow. Since when did Elise have a beau? He waved off his own question. "Oh, never mind." Pax gestured toward the young man standing beside the excavator. "Sam, Tom, this is Liam." Sam gave a nod of thanks. "Appreciate your help, Liam." "You're welcome," Liam said, brushing limestone dust off his jeans. "Glad I could help." Sam turned his attention to the monolithic stone door, now fully revealed. It was set into the hillside like the mouth of some long-forgotten beast, marked by time and streaked with mineral deposits. Ancient Celtic symbols were etched deep into its surface, their meaning long buried, their purpose suddenly clear. In the center of the slab was a keyhole, unmistakably shaped like the stylized head of a lion. Pax stepped beside him and pulled the tungsten key from his jacket. He placed it in Sam's hand. "Here, you're going to need this." Sam stared at the key for a moment, heavily blackened, unbreakable. He stepped forward, pushed it into the lock, and turned. There was a deep, metallic clunk, followed by the slow, grinding groan of ancient hinges stirring for the first time in centuries. The massive door creaked open, revealing a dark tunnel sloping gently downward. The air that rushed out was warm, metallic, and rich with the smell of stone and deep earth, but not scalding. It was tolerable, inviting even. Sam took a cautious step inside. His eyes traced the contours of the smooth walls, the faint glow of heat-slicked stone. Roughly 200 feet ahead, the tunnel took a bend, and there, beyond it, he could see a dull red-orange light flickering, like the steady heartbeat of a slumbering volcano. The rock glistened. Beyond that, he knew, the molten world began. Sam slid Dragon's Breath from its sheath. the katana's weight strangely comforting in his hand. He turned back to face Amira. She stepped toward him, eyes wide with concern and unwavering love. He cupped her face gently, kissed her once, slow and deliberate, and rested his forehead against hers. Sam's lips formed a grim line. "This is where I have to go alone."
Chapter 89. The Forbidden Library, Hallstatt. Elise descended the final steps of the spiral staircase and entered the Forbidden Library. The space immediately struck her, not for its grandeur, but for its unexpected intimacy. The chamber was smaller than she had anticipated, more akin to a neolithic cavern than the vast vaulted halls of universities or monastic libraries. Its walls were curved, worn smooth by time, and glistened faintly with mineral sheen, as though the earth itself had preserved this place with reverence. Shelves carved directly into the rock face housed an extraordinary array of texts. The oldest records were rudimentary tablets, clay, wax, stone, some etched with primitive pictograms, others with early alphabets she only vaguely recognized. There were rows of scrolls, carefully rolled and bound with linen ties, papyrus from Egypt, parchment from Gaul, their surfaces worn but still legible. Elise passed her fingers lightly across one, its ink faded but intact. Then came the codices, the revolutionary leap in bookmaking. Stacked, bound pages, sewn together, their covers made of wood, leather, or beaten bronze. Many were written in Latin, Greek, and Old Irish, the earliest form of Gaelic. Some were covered in strange, swirling Celtic runes. Others bore languages she couldn't even place. Palm leaves, metal sheets, slivers of bone. No medium had been spared in the pursuit of preserving knowledge. It was all here, the wisdom of the ancients, and yet it fit inside a single cavern. Of course it did, Elise realized. It had to. This was a collection of priceless, irreplaceable insights. The ancient world didn't need endless shelves when a few documents could change the course of history. Dr. Drew followed her in, silent at first, but then spoke with the gentle certainty of someone who had dedicated her life to the stewardship of knowledge. "Is there anything I can help you find?" Elise smiled faintly. "Actually, yes. Is it possible to know what book Nostradamus looked at while he was here?" "Ah, yes." Dr. Drew gave a thoughtful nod and gestured toward a small alcove near the rear of the chamber. "This way." They passed a narrow archway and entered a recessed nook. Several volumes lay stacked neatly together, scrolls with thin codices with worn spines and handwritten labels. Dr. Drew pulled a vellum scroll from the shelf and presented it with quiet reverence. "This one. I believe Nostradamus came here seeking wisdom from the ancient Celtic seers. He spent time studying their methods and left behind a prediction of his own." Elise's heart skipped. "That would make sense," she murmured. "He signed into the library in 1547, the same year he stopped practicing medicine and began making his prophetic quatrains. Something here must have changed him." Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached for the scroll. "I wonder what he wrote." Dr. Drew held it gently, untying the linen fastener, and unrolled it just enough to reveal the faded script beneath. "You can see it over here," the librarian said. Elise stepped closer. The parchment felt warm, despite the cool air of the chamber. The ink, iron gall likely, had darkened with age,
but the script was still legible, and there, at the end of the scroll, were the final lines written in the unmistakable hand of Michel de Nostradamus. Her eyes scanned them once, then again, and then her heart dropped like a stone into her stomach. She took a step back from the scroll, breath caught in her throat. "Oh, no!" "What's wrong?" Dr. Drew asked gently, brow furrowed. Elise turned, already moving for the staircase. "Everything," she said. "I have to warn Sam immediately. I have to stop him from making the greatest mistake of his life." Dr. Drew's face contorted with concern. "Why?" Elise said, "Because Nostradamus predicted if he entered the Lion's Gate, the most devastating monster will be unleashed on humanity." Chapter 90. Lion's Gate, Bagni San Filippo, Italy. Sam adjusted the heavy backpack across his shoulders as he stepped into the mouth of the tunnel. The air was already warming, and the entrance behind him was swallowed in shadow. He carried everything he might need: his SCBA system fitted with a lightweight carbon fiber oxygen tank, a CO2 scrubber, and a full-face mask designed for closed-circuit rebreathing. Efficient, compact, life-saving. In ideal conditions, it could give him up to 4 hours of breathable air. But this wasn't ideal, not even close. He wasn't using it yet. The air analyzer, a compact RAE Systems Multi-Ray Pro on his wrist, was set to alert him to any spikes in lethal gases. In his right hand, he gripped a high-powered LED flashlight, its beam slicing through the thick gloom like a blade of white fire. The tunnel was strange. It twisted like a corkscrew, a natural volcanic lava tube, formed from a time when molten rock surged through these subterranean veins like a river of destruction. The walls curved and rippled with geological artistry, formed by nature, not design. There were no clean edges, no signs of master builder architecture. This place was primal. The deeper he moved, the hotter it got. Sweat broke across his brow, beating down his spine. Then he felt it, his boots softening, soles sticking to the blackened floor, melting. He cursed softly, stopped, and quickly rolled his pants up to the knees. The air was blistering, but when he stepped down barefoot, his skin felt no pain, no burning. The shield of Hercules was holding, for now. He muttered to himself, "Don't take the antidote early." The moment he lost the shield's protection, if he hadn't yet found the Nemean cub's claw, it was game over. His multi-ray suddenly chirped and glowed a sickly orange. He stopped and glanced at the display. SO2, sulfur dioxide, H2S, hydrogen sulfide, concentrations rising rapidly. "Here we go," he said aloud, voice thin in the dense air. Sam let the pack down, opened it, and retrieved the SCBA gear. The rebreather mask clicked into place over his face with a hiss of compressed air. He twisted the valve open. Pshh! The sound of his breathing changed. A soft, rhythmic pulse echoed in his ears as the closed-circuit system kicked in. His inhale was a steady draw of filtered air, the exhale a mechanical hum, the scrubber cycling out carbon dioxide. It wasn't loud, but the contained echo of each breath inside the mask made him feel like he was inside a spacesuit. He moved again. The tunnel kept descending, winding like a serpent down into the earth. His flashlight danced over mineral-rich walls, ribbons of obsidian, veins of crimson rock. The smell of sulfur, even behind the mask, was heavy. And still the heat grew, not molten, but oppressive, suffocating. He kept walking. Then the tunnel opened. Sam stepped out into a massive volcanic chamber, a natural cathedral carved by fire. A river of molten lava, sluggish and dying, glowed orange-red through the center of the space. Cracks formed along its crust, pulsing like veins under skin. And beyond the river, he saw them. Nemean Lions. Lots of them, possibly as many as 30 in total. Their golden hides shimmered in the magma light, reflecting the glow like living flame. Muscles like iron beneath velvet fur. They drank carefully from a bubbling pond of lava, tongues dipping into fire as though it were cool spring water. It wasn't what he expected. They were thin, weary. Their movements were slow, even labored. Sam frowned. The drying lava flows, the shrinking pond, the desperation in their posture. This wasn't a thriving kingdom. This was a dying world. Just like the African plains in the worst of dry seasons, where desperate animals cling to the last muddy remnants of a vanished riverbed, these mighty creatures were barely holding on. He stepped forward cautiously. That's when he saw them. 3 cubs. Smaller than the adults, their golden coats still patchy, eyes wide and alert. They huddled near a cracked flowstone wall, kept close by what might have been their mother, larger, watchful, yet visibly gaunt. Sam felt a surge of awe, of sorrow. This species, this miracle, was vanishing. After millions upon millions of years, he wondered, what's now changed? Chapter 91. Tom paced near the mouth of the Lion's Gate, boots crunching against the rocky terrain. The air shimmered with residual heat from the volcanic chamber beyond, and every few minutes he found himself glancing toward the tunnel where Sam had vanished. It had only been 20 minutes since he'd gone in, but it felt like an eternity. Waiting was always the hardest part. Nearby, Pax crouched beside Amira, who was seated on a rock, her hand resting protectively over her pregnant belly. Hu stood silent and alert, eyes scanning the surroundings. Liam fiddled with a radio in the back of the excavator, trying to get a signal strong enough to reach anyone useful. Tom's phone rang. Gratefully, he answered. "Hey, Elise." Her voice was high with urgency. "You have to stop Sam from entering the Lion's Gate." Tom's stomach dropped. "What? Why?" "I went through the Forbidden Library," she said quickly. "Nostradamus was the last person to sign the registry. It was here that he discovered the ancient Celtic equation, the one for predicting the future." Tom blinked. "So it should be called the Celtic equation, not the Nostradamus equation." "Forget the semantics," Elise snapped. "Listen, his first recorded prediction was a warning, a prophecy. He wrote, if one enters the Lion's Gate, the most devastating monster will be unleashed on humanity." Tom stopped walking. His eyes drifted toward the Lion's Gate, suddenly feeling heavier than before. "The Nemean Lions," he whispered. "If they escape, they could level everything," Elise said. "Entire cities, populations, ecosystems. And I'm sorry, but Sam can't do it. The risk is too great." Tom's mouth was dry. "But Elise, he's already inside." There was silence on the other end of the line. When Elise spoke again, her voice was soft, pained. "Then we'd better hope to hell
Nostradamus got this one wrong. Tom opened his mouth to say something about finding a way through this, about stopping the lions if it came to that, but then he heard it. A low growl, mechanical, growing louder. He turned toward the sound. An Aprilia RSV-4 screamed around the bend, tires kicking up dust as it approached at speed. The rider was dressed in a volcanologist's exposure suit, the full body type, with metallic, heat-reflective material, a helmet that made him look like a walking mirror. "What the—" Pack started, already reaching for his weapon, but the figure was too fast. Before anyone could react, he flew past them, riding the bike right through the lion's gate, into the tunnel, and vanished into the descending lava tube. Tom swore, ending the call. "At least I've got to go. We might just have a bigger problem now." He lowered the phone and looked toward the tunnel's glowing mouth, his pulse hammering in his ears. Someone else had entered the lion's gate, and whoever he was, he knew exactly what he was walking into. Chapter 92. The narrow beam of Masaru Tokuda's motorcycle headlight cut through the dense volcanic gloom, illuminating the serpentine tunnel in stark bands of orange and black. Shadows danced across the uneven rock walls, flickering like spirits in retreat. The lava tube spiraled sharply to the left, right, then down in a sudden drop, and Masaru leaned hard into each turn, the bike's tires gripping the blackened stone just enough to keep him from sliding into oblivion. His breathing rasped steadily inside the full-face mask of his closed-circuit SCBA. A faint digital display blinked inside the helmet's heads-up display. 3.5 hours of life support remaining. Not a second to waste. He gritted his teeth, pushing the bike harder. Masaru had lived his entire life on the edge. He and his older brother, Renjiro, were born with speed in their blood. As kids, it was skiing and motocross. As teenagers, street racing and downhill longboarding. As adults, they graduated to supercars, military-spec motorcycles, and high-speed chopper insertions into politically unstable territories. But none of that had prepared him for this. Riding through a naturally formed lava tube, still warm from ancient volcanic breath, spiraling like a roller coaster of death, required every ounce of skill he had. One mistake here, and his legacy would end as a smear of blood and metal along the rock. Then suddenly the tunnel widened massively. Masaru throttled back and coasted into a colossal subterranean chamber, and his breath caught in his throat. The ceiling soared into darkness above. The stone walls curved like a cathedral hewn by the earth itself. The ground below shimmered with residual heat. Fractured lava flows cooled to brittle black veins across a basin of dry, cracked obsidian. And at the heart of it all, some 200 meters ahead, lay a molten pond of gold, an enormous gleaming lake, heavy and motionless like liquid sunlight frozen in time. It glowed in the gloom, its surface bubbling faintly, as if stirred from below by some divine hand. It was the place he and his brother had theorized might exist, the final resting point of all the region's gold, pulled down through the earth and melted together over eons into one natural crucible. He whispered the word, "Perfect." His heart pounded, not from fear, but from something else. Victory. Attached to the sides of his motorcycle, 2 Mossberg 500 shotguns, custom-rigged for quick detachment, gleamed beneath the bike's lights. He had loaded them with Frag 12 explosive shells,
the kind used to stop armored vehicles. They wouldn't kill the legendary Nemean Lions, but he didn't need to kill them. He just needed to prove he wasn't prey. Masaru slowed the bike as he reached the basin. The temperature was immense, but bearable within the suit. He could feel the weight of his destiny rising around him, like the heat shimmer lifting from the golden lake. He had arrived. This place, this wealth, it was his. Then, from the corner of his visor, movement. He turned. A figure emerged from the far edge of the chamber, walking steadily across the cracked earth. Dressed in black, a breathing apparatus over his face, a sword slung across his back, and a flashlight in hand. Sam Reilly. Of course it was him. Always meddling. Always surviving when he shouldn't. Masaru's hands twitched toward his weapons. His brother was dead. The plan they had built together since boyhood, centuries of Celtic and Japanese treasure culminated in this one perfect moment, had been tainted by Sam's interference. Now the last obstacle stood in front of his destiny. Masaru gunned the engine once, the roar echoing across the cavern like thunder. The Nemean Lions in the distance looked up from their magma pool, eyes burning faintly in the dim light, but they didn't move. Not yet. Masaru smiled grimly behind his mask. Before he could become the richest man alive, he needed to kill Sam Reilly. Chapter 93. Sam drew a deep breath, the filtered air rasping steadily through the closed-circuit rebreather clamped to his face. This was the moment of truth, the culmination of weeks of theories, legends, and wild speculation. He stood in the heart of the Lion's Kingdom with a molten lake of gold to his right and nearly 30 Nemean lions gathered before him. The sleek, armor-like hides of the lions glowed faintly from the geothermal heat that bathed the entire chamber in an eerie golden-red hue. Despite looking weary and gaunt from a distance, the beasts were colossal, some nearly the size of a horse, with muscular bodies, glinting eyes, and tails like thick cords of braided steel. Sam remembered what Merlin had theorized. They're not predators like we know them. They likely evolved around chemosynthesis, not respiration. They don't need oxygen. And they don't need us. Sam pictured the deep-sea hydrothermal vents so ubiquitous at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. The bacteria and archaea created organic matter from inorganic chemicals, using chemical energy instead of sunlight, crucial for ecosystems in dark environments like deep-sea hydrothermal vents, cold seeps, and caves, forming the base of unique food webs through the oxidation of compounds like hydrogen sulfide or methane. It was a rare but not unheard-of alternative to photosynthesis, providing the primary production for life in sunless zones, often involving symbiotic relationships where bacteria live inside larger animals like tube worms and clams. And if they did derive their energy from chemosynthesis, it meant they would have no need to attack organic animals like him. It was a comforting thought, in theory, but not so much in practice. The lions had started to thrash their tails, raising them like warning flags. A few had begun to fan out slightly, like sentries. Sam felt every primal instinct in his body screaming at him to run. But he didn't. Instead, he knelt. Palms open, fingers splayed, he made himself as non-threatening as possible.
One of the lions, a massive, broad-shouldered creature with scorched black whiskers and a mane that looked like coiled wire, stepped forward, its molten eyes fixed on him. The king. Sam could feel it. This was the one that ruled them all. Slowly, Sam reached into his backpack and retrieved a small handful of rare metals and gems: copper, silver, gold, a few uncut diamonds. The king's nose twitched. It tilted its head, intrigued. Sam tossed a couple of gems onto the ground between them. The beast padded forward, each step a fluid motion of quiet power. It sniffed at the stones, nudged a diamond with its nose, then, gingerly, snapped it up with surprising delicacy. It chewed, then looked back at Sam. Its tail slowed. Genevieve's theory might be right. She had said if a reward system works on everything from dogs to husbands, why not chemical delicacies for biochemically unique lions? "Do you want this?" Sam said, his voice calm, holding out a gold nugget in his palm. The lion didn't approach further, not yet. Sam stayed completely still, letting time do the convincing. Minutes passed. Then Sam had an idea. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a chunk of pure sulfur, bright yellow and acrid. He held it up, letting the scent carry through the air. The lion shuddered, visibly enticed. It stepped forward and, finally, ate from Sam's outstretched hand. A wave of relief washed over him. The wall between species collapsed in that moment. One by one the other lions approached, slow and cautious. Sam let them come. He didn't reach, just let them take his offerings, and after a while they greeted him, brushing against him, rumbling deep in their chests. Even the cubs came forward, adorable dog-sized creatures with oversized paws and coats that shimmered like burnished brass. He scratched one between the ears. Its fur was surprisingly soft, like a cross between velvet and warm sand. Sam grinned. They led him toward the molten pool, still bubbling, still vibrant. Around it he saw a shimmering patch of dry golden stone, a natural formation. Several lions were licking it, the way cattle lick salt licks. And there, scattered across the hardened volcanic rock, were hundreds of Nemean claws. Most were thick, curved, and large, too large to belong to the cubs, but one stood out, short, newer, small enough to have recently come from a cub. He picked it up with care, slid it into a metallic vial, and zipped the container into his cargo pocket. Sam felt awe. The kind of awe early explorers must have felt when they first stepped foot in the Amazon and saw macaws in flight, or when they reached Australia and encountered kangaroos, echidnas, platypuses, cassowaries, and koalas, creatures so different they seemed to belong to another world. He stayed for several minutes more, just watching, just being. He could have stayed longer, but then a sound interrupted everything, the low, distinct whine of an engine. Sam turned sharply. A motorcycle emerged from the lava tunnel, sleek, black, and throwing up embers in its wake. The rider wore a volcanologist's exposure suit, reflective and featureless. The bike growled to a halt. 2 Mossberg 500 shotguns were mounted on either side. Masaru Tokuda.
The man raised a shotgun, aimed it directly at one of the Nemean lions. Sam's instincts kicked in. He leaped to his feet, placing himself squarely between the shotgun and the lion. His voice tore through the chamber. "No! Don't shoot!" Chapter 94. Masaru took coda, adjusted his stance, the polished barrels of his twin Mossberg 500s glinting in the magma glow of the cavern as he took a step toward Sam Reilly's crumpled form. The first shot, fired dead center into the man's chest, should have liquefied his organs and shattered his bones. Instead, Sam was already climbing to his feet again. Unbelievable. The shield of Hercules was real. Masaru's lips curled in a mixture of awe and frustration. He didn't need to kill the man directly, just render him vulnerable. Without his SCBA, the sulfur dioxide and hydrogen sulfide in the air would finish the job quickly enough. Masaru fired again. The shot screamed across the chamber and struck Sam's SCBA pack, puncturing a key line in the breathing circuit. The telltale hiss of venting gas answered him. Sam staggered, coughing, eyes flashing toward the leak. He was still alive, but not for long. Masaru dismounted smoothly from his motorcycle, the reinforced boots of his volcanologist's exposure suit clinking against the volcanic stone floor. He moved with the precision of a man born for this, confident, methodical, lethal. And then he saw them. Nemean claws. Dozens. Scattered like bird feathers on the scorched earth. He crouched, picked up one of the short, thick claws, still warm to the touch, and without hesitation jammed it into the muscle of his own thigh. It hurt badly, but the pain faded fast, replaced by something else. Power. His skin buzzed, his pulse surged, the world sharpened. His breathing felt lighter, stronger. Even the oppressive heat no longer felt oppressive. He stood taller, every nerve lit with a furious energy. He turned back just in time to see one of the Nemean lions moving toward him. The beast growled, a deep rumbling sound that vibrated in Masaru's chest. It wasn't attacking. Not yet. But it was watching him. All of them were. They'd chosen Sam. Masaru's face hardened. He would break that bond. He raised his shotgun and fired into the lion's flank. The creature yelped, more confused than injured, but it took a step closer instead of retreating. Another lion flanked it, and another. He fired again, this time aiming for the eye. The round struck home, a clean, brutal shot. But still, the beast didn't fall. It roared, and the others joined it. They were agitated now, aggressive. Masaru took a step back. One of them lunged, its massive paw slashed at him, claws tearing through the air with a hiss. They struck his chest and bounced off harmlessly. Masaru blinked, and then he grinned. It worked. He was impervious. His body was now shielded just like Sam's, only better. The virus had bonded to his cells. He could feel it. The lions had nothing on him now. He raised the shotgun again and fired at point-blank range into a lion's neck. The beast reeled back, wounded. Another snarled and leaped, and he met it with a round to the shoulder. He stood his ground, surrounded by angry gods in lion form, firing methodically, backing them down. They began to hesitate, learning, understanding that his stick burned. Then he saw Sam again, coughing violently, SCBA damaged beyond repair, the man thrashing against the growing need to breathe. Another minute and he'd be gone. Masaru raised the shotgun for a final shot, but Sam ripped off his broken gear, letting the backpack fall to the ground with a clatter, and then stood tall, chest rising and falling with effort. In his hand he gripped his sword, the iridescent blade gleaming like a shard of starlight, catching every hue in the cavern. Masaru's heart kicked. Sam locked eyes with him and charged. Chapter 95. Sam knew he didn't have long to live. His lungs burned, each breath a ticking clock. The damaged SCBA hissed and sputtered at his side, the last dregs of oxygen bleeding into an atmosphere choked with sulfur and death. Masaru had the only working rebreather left, and if Sam didn't take it soon, this chamber would become his tomb. He ran. Dragon's breath shimmered in his hand, its iridescent blade catching the angry light of the molten river nearby. Sam drove it forward, straight into Masaru's abdomen. He expected the ancient sword to pierce flesh, to end this, but it didn't. The blade struck and stopped cold against skin hardened by the shield of Hercules. But the magic didn't care. The rainbow-colored implosion sparked where steel met skin, spreading like oil in water. Masaru's enhanced flesh shimmered as the reaction weakened the unnatural molecular structure, unraveling the invincibility he'd stolen. Sam swung again. Masaru was already gone, moving with the speed and grace of a man trained since childhood in the ways of the sword. He dodged the strike easily, his breathing calm, even in the heat and chaos of battle. The Nemean Lions noticed him now. Their golden eyes locked onto Masaru's glowing skin, their tails high and twitching in alarm. One of them leaped. Masaru fired his shotgun into the beast's side, but the armor-piercing round only enraged it. Blood sprayed in the air, more a warning than a wound, and then another lion was on him. Sam watched as they descended on Masaru, teeth and claws tearing into his skin once thought to be unbreakable. The shotgun clattered to the stone floor. A claw tore through Masaru's shoulder and his rebreather hose. Sam moved. He dove toward the fallen unit, grabbed the damaged end, and pressed it into his mouth. Air. Life. He inhaled deeply, letting the oxygen burn through the darkness, swimming at the edge of his vision. He backed away, barely able to tear his eyes from the scene. Masaru thrashed beneath the lions, blood and light pouring from him in equal measure. But the man didn't stop fighting. He reached for the shotgun again, his last weapon. Sam stepped forward and brought Dragon's breath down on the barrel. The implosion ignited instantly, devouring the metal. Then Masaru's hand, and then him. The chain reaction leaped across his arm like fire on dry leaves. The lions sensed it. They backed away, snarling, eyes wide. Even predators knew when something was wrong. Masaru screamed. The light overtook him, peeling away his armor, his protection, his strength. In a final act of madness, or perhaps defiance, he tore off his mask and sucked in a deep breath of the poisonous air. It was the last sound he would ever make. The sulfur-laced atmosphere scorched his lungs as the implosion reached his core. He stumbled backward, shrieking, and fell into the lava pool behind him. The molten surface swallowed him whole. For a moment his body floated, limbs flailing, eyes wild, and then it vanished, consumed in a burst of rainbow dust that shimmered once, then was gone. Sam stood still, breathing hard, the hose clutched in his hand, the blade still glowing at his side. The chamber was quiet now, save for the low, constant hum of the magma pool. The Nemean pride watched him. One of the cubs crept closer, tilting its head in curiosity, its eyes wide and trusting. Sam looked at them, these impossible, beautiful creatures, and then at the pool where a man had just burned for his greed. He exhaled quietly. Then he turned to the pride and said, voice raw but steady, "It's over." Chapter 96. Sam burst from the mouth of the lava tube, the weight of Masaru's scorched rebreather still strapped to his back. He gripped the handlebars of the motorcycle tightly, the front light bobbing over jagged stone until the terrain smoothed, and then light, air, sky. He erupted from the Lion's Gate and into the golden afternoon light of Bagni San Filippo. The first breath of fresh air tore through his lungs like a blessing. Below him, the terraced turquoise thermal pools shimmered beneath the cascading white limestone formations, their mineral-rich waters glowing ethereal blue beneath the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy. Steam drifted lazily over the hot springs, curling around the surreal landscape like a dreamscape come to life. Sam pulled the bike to a halt, let it drop sideways onto the soft earth with a thud, and spat the oxygen tube from his mouth, gasping. "Sam!" Amira was already sprinting toward him, her dark curls bouncing, her eyes wide with joy and fear all at once. She leaped into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist and kissing him with frantic, almost desperate urgency. "You're alive!" she whispered against his lips. Sam managed a tired smile, the adrenaline finally ebbing. Pax stepped forward, arms folded. "You're lucky I've got excellent eyesight," he said casually. "Amira's first instinct was that Masaru had killed you and was making a run for it. If I hadn't seen your unmasked face, she would have shot you dead before you made it 100 yards from the entrance." Sam let out a raspy laugh. "That would have been an anticlimactic end." He unclipped the dragon's breath from his side and handed it to Hu. "Thanks again. It helped me kill Masaru. But I didn't need it for the lions." Hu raised an eyebrow. "No? They're docile," Sam explained. "They survive through chemosynthesis. They don't compete in the food chain. They don't need to hunt. They have no predators and no prey. They're just there." Tom stepped closer, his eyes scanning Sam from head to toe. "Did you get the antidote?" "I got it." Sam reached into the side pocket of his cargo pants and pulled out the small metal container. He opened it, took out the Nemean cub's claw, and jabbed it straight into his thigh without hesitation. He winced. "Ouch!" Liam said, "Now I know why everyone keeps talking about Sam Reilly." Sam laughed, tried to put on his most paternal expression, and said, "I think they mostly talk about how protective he is with those he loves." "Yes, sir," Liam replied dutifully. Amira kissed him again. "It worked?" Tom nodded. "Looks like it." "How do you feel?" Amira asked. Sam grinned. "Hungry. Let's go eat." A low growl stopped him. They all turned. 2 Nemean lions, one fully grown, the other a cub, bounded out of the Lion's Gate and into the open air. Their golden fur glowed faintly in the daylight, tails flicking as they surveyed the new world before them. Tom's jaw dropped. "Oh, my God! The prophecy!" Sam spun around. "What prophecy?" "Elise found something in the Forbidden Library, a prediction. Nostradamus said if you entered the Nemean kingdom, it would unleash a terror upon the world unlike any we've ever seen." Sam blinked. "Come on. That's ridiculous. They're not evil.
They're not even aggressive unless you threaten them. They're peaceful creatures. Still, just in case, Sam walked briskly to the massive stone door and turned the ancient key. The mechanism groaned, locking the lion's gate shut once more with a deep, echoing clunk. "What about the two that escaped?" Pax asked. Sam shrugged. "They live on magma and sulfur. They're not going to start eating people, though they do love precious gems and rare earth minerals." Pax's mouth fell open. "So, they're not killers? They're just going to bankrupt us?" Sam chuckled. "Actually, their favorite treat is sulfur chunks." Pax snapped his fingers. "Didn't we bring a whole stash of that stuff?" "Yeah," Sam said, smiling. "Merlin's idea." Pax smirked. "Obviously." Tom sighed and looked toward the horizon. The two lions were already trotting off, tails high, like oversized, slightly radioactive house cats. "Okay, let's go round them up and then get something to eat." He turned back to Sam and froze. "You're hurt." Sam looked down, surprised. Blood streaked across his shirt and pants, smeared and drying in dark red lines. He frowned. I'm not hurt." Tom stepped closer. "There's blood all over you." Sam shook his head. "It's not mine." Behind them, Amira stood still, one hand on her swollen belly. Her voice was calm, her expression determined and unmistakable. "No, it's mine. My waters are broken." Sam exchanged a silent glance with Tom. "Sam, go, go. Pax, Liam, and I have got this," Tom said. "Leave it with us, and we'll round up the lions." Chapter 97. Hospital of Santa Maria Nuova, Florence, Italy, 6 hours later. Amira lay still, the soft weight of her newborn twins rising and falling gently against her chest. Their tiny bodies, warm and delicate, rested skin to skin with hers, their heads nestled beneath her chin. She could feel their heartbeats, two impossibly fast rhythms in sync with her own, and the quiet joy of their presence made her feel as though the world outside had ceased to exist. The room was bright and spacious. The hospital of Santa Maria Nuova, the oldest hospital in Italy, founded in 1288, was far removed from the ancient stone exterior that hinted at its medieval origin. Inside, the facilities were thoroughly modern, clean, and efficient. Amira could tell the history of the place delighted Sam. He'd made a passing comment about it earlier, something about walking through the living architecture of the Renaissance. But she'd only smiled politely. To her, hospitals were hospitals. All she cared about was that this one had brought her babies safely into the world. The delivery had been, well, no birth was easy. But like Matilda, things had progressed smoothly without complication. No frantic scrambling, no last-minute decisions, just long, measured hours, and then life. 2 of them, a boy and a girl, healthy, breathing, crying, beautiful. There were no words, not really, not for this. She felt a tear slip down her cheek, joy, relief, the weight of love. Across the room, Sam's voice drifted to her, low and reverent. "You are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen." Amira turned her head toward him, her heart warmed, expecting to meet his gaze. Sam, however, wasn't looking at her or the twins. He was staring at a large, steaming margarita pizza. She blinked. "Seriously?" she said. "You've just had twins, and the most beautiful thing you've ever seen is a pizza?" Sam looked up sheepishly, the corner of his mouth curling into a sheepish smile. "I haven't eaten for a very long time," he offered, then lifted his hands defensively. "And in my defense,
It is a very good pizza, handmade by a local man named Giuseppe. The dough, Amira, I swear, it's poetry." Amira raised an eyebrow. Sam glanced between her and the babies. "I love you," he said, "and the twins, and Matilda, more than anything else on this earth. But let's be honest, the twins look like babies. But the pizza," he gestured reverently, "my goodness, beautiful." Amira rolled her eyes and let out a long, amused sigh. There was always some room for improvement, she supposed. A soft knock preceded the creak of the hospital doors swinging open. Elise stepped through first, followed by a small blur of movement. Matilda, her hair tousled from the journey, her eyes wide with excitement. Elise had somehow managed to arrange a direct flight to Florence to reunite her with them, and for that Amira would be forever grateful. Sam dropped his slice of pizza instantly and stood up, his arms outstretched. "Matilda!" he said, beaming. "Dad!" she cried, leaping into his arms. He scooped her up effortlessly and hugged her tightly, lifting her off the ground. "It's so nice to see you," Sam said, kissing the top of her head. "Would you like to meet Olivia Sue Reilly and Leon James Reilly, the most beautiful twins in the world, and, as I've been informed," he glanced back toward Amira with a grin, "even more beautiful than Italian pizza." Matilda's eyes lit up. "I have a sister and a brother?" Amira nodded, smiling, and shifted slightly so Matilda could climb beside her and look. The little girl peered over the blankets and let out a small gasp. "They're so small," she whispered. Amira said, "Yes, but so were you at this age." Matilda looked as if she was going to argue that was impossible, but then seemed to think better of it. Instead, she said, "Leon, because a Nemean lion saved Sam." Sam laughed. "No, that's not what he's named after, although that works too." Matilda glanced at her mother. "Who is he named after?" "Your father." Amira drew a breath. "Badri Leon Idris." Matilda paused a moment. "I wish I got to meet him properly." "Me too," Amira said. "You would have liked him." Matilda said, "What about Olivia?" Amira said, "That was my mother's name. Sue was Sam's mother's name." Amira pressed her lips together. "And before you ask, James is Sam's dad's name, as you should very well know, given how much he dotes on you every chance he gets." "I do know," Matilda argued. "I wasn't going to ask. And even Sue I knew about because Dad told me all about her." Amira wrapped her free arm around her daughter, drawing her close. "I love you, Matilda." And just like that, the room felt full, whole. Sam reached for another slice of pizza, but this time he didn't take his eyes off his family. Chapter 98. Piazzale Michelangelo, Florence. Elise walked alongside Liam through the dusky streets of Florence, their steps light and quick, though her heart remained anything but. She wasn't sure why she had agreed to dinner. Perhaps it was the need for closure, or maybe, if she was being honest with herself, a small, quietly stubborn part of her still wanted to understand what might have been. They hadn't even had time to begin anything real, but there had been something there, in the glance they shared before the kiss, in the breath that lingered after it. Now all of that seemed foolish. She had seen him back at Inisheer Island. Another woman, young, gorgeous, laughing in his arms. So whatever she had thought might have sparked between them, clearly it hadn't mattered to him. Still, Liam had helped Sam. He had come all this way, and he'd asked her to dinner with nothing more than an easy smile and the suggestion of a place he clearly loved. She was starving and curious. Liam, for his part, walked like a man without a care in the world. He was animated, energetic, still full of adrenaline from helping guide the Nemean Lions back into the Lion's Gate. He told her about the moment the larger lion had hesitated, unsure whether to trust him, and how feeding it a fist-sized chunk of sulfur had done the trick. She barely heard the details. Her mind drifted to the prophecy. Her stomach turned. At the mention of Lion's Gate, she stopped cold. Liam slowed immediately and turned to face her. "What is it?" Elise took a breath. "In the Forbidden Library, I found a prophecy written by Nostradamus. It predicted that if Sam Reilly entered the Lion's Gate, the most devastating monster would be unleashed on humanity." Liam raised an eyebrow. "Well, looks like Nostradamus got it wrong." "No," Elise said, "that's the thing. He never got it wrong. His predictions weren't visions. They were based on a complex mathematical equation, originally Celtic, actually. We've been calling it the Nostradamus equation for centuries, but really it should be the Celtic equation," Liam guessed, blinking. Elise shook her head. "Never mind. The point is, I'm not sure what was unleashed yet, but something feels unfinished. Wrong." Liam's expression softened. "Stranger than hand-feeding molten sulfur-loving lions and coaxing them into a subterranean lava field?" She couldn't help the faint smile that tugged at her lips. "You've got me there." He reached for her hand. She pulled it away gently. Liam didn't protest. "Is there something else?" he asked quietly. Elise nodded, then stopped walking. She turned to him, her gaze calm and steady, if a little sad. "I saw you, back at Inisheer Island." Liam tilted his head, confused. "You what?" "I came back to give you your phone," she said. "And I saw her, that woman. She had her arms around you, hugging you like, well, you know what I saw?" For a moment, Liam looked genuinely bewildered. Then he exhaled a quiet breath, realization dawning. "Oh, no! Oh, I'm so sorry." He pulled out his phone, clicked on the Instagram app, and scrolled briefly through a few photos, then held it up. A beautiful woman with vivid red hair and striking emerald eyes smiled back from the screen. "Is this her?" Elise wanted to ask, did he have that many lovers that he needed to check which woman exactly she'd seen on a deserted island? But instead she looked at the face and simply said, "Yes, that's the woman I saw with you." Liam gave a soft chuckle, though there was a flicker of seriousness in his tone. "Her name's Ainsley O'Connor, and she's my baby sister." Elise blinked. "What?" He handed her the phone. Sure enough, at the top of the profile, Ainsley O'Connor. The feed was filled with photos of them together, childhood memories, family vacations, a birthday post with the caption, "To my big brother, the only man I trust to read my early drafts." "She's a thriller writer," Liam added. "Bought the place on Inisheer for next to nothing. She says it's the perfect spot to write." Elise flushed. "But you said it was a friend's house, and there was no power, but the lights were on." "She is my friend. And yeah, she'd just arrived. Told me about it that day. I hadn't even seen the lights yet." Elise let out a breath. "So you don't have a mysterious lover?" "Nope." "An actual girlfriend?" Liam paused, and his eyes met hers. "Not yet," he said. "But I'm hoping to change that." Elise stared at him for a moment, then slowly, quietly, She slid her hand into his.
"I'm sorry," she said. "For what?" "The misunderstanding."
"You saw what you saw," Liam said. "Besides, you were right to question it. People who live double lives are dangerous. I saw this thing on the internet. Never mind." They had arrived. Piazzale Michelangelo. Elise stopped walking and turned slowly to take it in. The city of Florence unfolded before them, golden in the soft glow of twilight. The Duomo, with its red-tiled dome and white marble facade, glistened in the last light of the sun. The Arno River wound gently through the city, glinting like molten silver beneath the bridges. In the distance, the Tuscan hills rolled quietly beyond the city, lush and timeless. The view was spectacular. Elise turned to Liam. This time, there was nothing tentative about the way she kissed him. She stopped him mid-sentence, rose onto her toes, and pressed her lips to his. He kissed her back, a warmth rising between them that had nothing to do with the lingering heat of the summer night. When they finally broke apart, she nestled into his arms, resting her head against his chest as they looked out over Florence together. She didn't know where this was going, but for now, she was happy to find out. Chapter 99. Hospital of Santa Maria Nuova, Florence, Italy. Sam stepped quietly out into the softly lit corridor of the Hospital of Santa Maria Nuova. The building had seen centuries of history, but tonight all that mattered to him was the peaceful scene he'd just left behind. Amira, Matilda, and their newborn twins, Olivia and Leon, were curled up together in the hospital bed, breathing slowly in unison, a perfect picture of love and exhaustion. Sam had stood over them for a long while, just watching. He could have stayed there forever. Then the television in the waiting area had started blasting the nightly news at full volume. Italian voices shouted excitedly over a shaky aerial video, the tone unmistakably urgent. Sam stepped out, intending to shut it off before it woke anyone. He didn't speak much Italian, but the footage needed no translation. The helicopter shot showed a massive cruise ship keeled sharply to its side near the rocky shoreline of Capri, just off the coast of Naples. The stern was submerged, but most of the upper decks were still above water. Sam noted the way it had clearly been steered toward the landmass. Whoever the captain was, they'd made a deliberate choice to ground the vessel rather than let it vanish into the depths. It had mostly worked. There were lifeboats in the water, firefighting boats surrounding the area, search and rescue helicopters buzzing overhead. The chyron across the screen read, "Nessuna perdita di vite umane, evacuazione completa." He caught enough to understand, no lives lost, complete evacuation. That was something. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Sam glanced at the screen and answered immediately. "Madam Secretary." The voice of the U.S. Secretary of Defense came through, calm but clipped, cutting straight to the point. "Did you see a cruise ship sunk off the island of Capri?" "Yeah, I'm watching it now," Sam said. "The captain did an excellent job running it aground and preventing any loss of life. Everyone was evacuated and all passengers and crew accounted for." "Perhaps," she admitted noncommittally. "Even so, I wish he'd sunk it out at sea in deep water. The deeper the better." Okay," Sam said. The secretary didn't miss a beat. "I need you to go there immediately and retrieve something of ours." Sam pressed his lips together. Ours, in this case, meant the U.S. national defense. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Amira's just given birth to the twins. I can't leave to help with some new disaster." "Listen."
While you've been out playing ancient Japanese samurai and zookeeper of ancient lions, the rest of the world has been engaged in its greatest battle for existence since the atomic bomb was introduced to modern warfare. So please give your love to Amira, kiss your twins, and that darling stepdaughter of yours, and for goodness sake, if you want them to have a world left to grow up in, I suggest you do exactly what I ask."
"What are you talking about?" Sam asked.
"There's a secret project the Department of Defense has been working on for years. The culmination of that work was secured on an external hard drive stored on board that cruise ship."
"Why?"
"The program was deemed too dangerous to be stored on U.S. soil or connected to any sort of internet, and so it was secured in a secret lab on board a cruise ship. It was now being brought back to U.S. soil in secret."
"Why not fly it?"
"The people who developed this program are ghosts. Nobody knows about them. The program was meant to be an experiment, one that evolved into something entirely different. By the time anyone realized what it could become, the people who worked on the project lost control."
"What are you saying?"
"There's a terrible monster of our own creation that's escaped. This is the most dangerous technology ever developed."
"And you need me to do what, exactly?"
"Isn't it obvious, Sam?"
"Not really."
"We need you to board this cruise ship and help jam this evil genie back in its bottle."
"Madam Secretary, I really can't."
Sam pressed his lips together.
He knew better than anyone the Secretary of Defense didn't take no for an answer. "Amira just had her babies. Twins, by the way. They were born in Florence. A girl named Olivia and boy named Leon. Olivia was 5.2 pounds and—"
"Sam!"
the Secretary interrupted. "Yes, ma'am."
"I'm very happy about the twins, but we don't have time for this."
Sam paused. "What I'm trying to say is that I've spent a lot of time working for my country over the years, and I don't regret any of it. But don't you think I'm entitled to some time with my family? After all, my twins are less than a few hours old."
"No."
"I'm going to give you instructions. I need you to do this for me. You're the closest and also the only person I trust." "And if I refuse?"
"You won't."
"Why not?" Sam asked. The Secretary of Defense's voice turned to ice.
"Because if the Eye of Horus ends up in the wrong hands, your twins won't have a world to grow up in."
Sam drew a breath. Amira was going to be really pissed. But if this was as bad as the Secretary of Defense said it was, Amira would understand that he needed to help. "All right, I'll do it."
"Good. A helicopter is en route to pick you up from Santa Maria Nuova. Be ready. It will be there within 15 minutes.
Sam said, "The news is all in Italian. Can you tell me the name of the ship?" The Secretary of Defense's voice was cold.
"Yes, it's called Lion's Gate."
The end. This has been The Celtic Prophecy, Sam Reilly Book 38. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2026 by Christopher Cartwright. Production copyright 2026 by Christopher Cartwright. This is David Gilmore. Thank you for listening.